Good morning, good morning. How are y'all? I hope you're having a great morning. It is a Monday morning, and I am here. Oh, God bless y'all. I hope y'all are having a good day today. Bless you for joining me this morning. Forgive me for being a few minutes behind. We've had a lot of weather here, as most of Texas has, and just made traveling to work just a little bit more difficult than I had anticipated. So with that, thank you so much for your patience and understanding. Got me some tea. Oh, that feels so good. I've got everything lined up. I'm ready to go. Welcome. I'm Adakay, and I am your alternate juror. Oh my God, Andrea, good morning. Yes, we were very busy this weekend across the street. I too am a storm chaser, but I don't go to the hell core. I don't punch hell cores. I just want the picture. That's all I want. I just want the photo. I don't punch hell cores. Sorry about that. I'm getting the comments situated. Chat comments. Yay. Get that going. Oh, Lord, y'all. I is tired. Did y'all have a great weekend? Court has just barely begun. We're only a few minutes behind. So what I'm going to do is going to go ahead and allow us to start with court while I get everything else adjusted. So let me get on the right court page. Here we go. All right, y'all. Let's enter into court. I hope we have a wonderful Monday. I just want to ease into today. Get the volume on. And bring the jury. I made it, y'all.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions, and I appreciate your patience. We had to work out a few things this morning. So, was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
No.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation?
No.
I'm going to ask you if you were able to refrain from seeing or reading or hearing anything about this case since we left the other day.
No.
With that, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar. And
y'all, no, I was not. Okay, we already, Sensei, stop. My dog scratches and my entire desk starts rocking. We already have a sidebar, y'all. We already have a sidebar. I'm going to bring that down. And I am loading my pencils. Not necessarily something I really want to do this early in the morning, but I prefer when I'm taking these kind of notes, pencil over pen. Are you a pen or pencil person? Comment below. So loaded. Yay. All 3 pencils loaded. I can put my pens away. Yay. I love my pencils, y'all. Okay, I actually did very little towards the case. I took a full weekend off, y'all. I really did. I took a weekend off. I was like, you know what? And then we had bad weather all weekend. So, oh, I am lying. Oh, that's right. I got to go to my Facebook. Y'all, I keep forgetting to do this. I need to Facebook. I have to turn on the ability for people to leave comments on Facebook. It doesn't just go public, even though my Facebook page is public. Every time I do a video, I have to go into the settings of that particular post, edit the audience, and make it public so they can comment. I'm like, really? Go figure. So what did you, oh, y'all, that's right. Oh my gosh, we'll do it a little later. We'll do it a little later, but I am going to be doing the mayonnaise peanut butter pineapple sandwich. I am going to do the peanut butter sandwich. Yeah. Well, when I like to take notes, I like to use the pencils. Only because when I'm having to take them so fast, I can quickly erase it and keep going. So what was I looking at? Oh, weather. Yay, no rain today. Woohoo! High of 83, low of 68. We are currently mostly sunny at 71 degrees. Tuesday in Central Texas, partly cloudy, 69 degrees tomorrow morning, high of 86. Our high for the week will be 90. Our low for the week will be 57. Nice spring weather. So I promised you guys I would try the sandwich. I went and bought pineapple and bread. I already had the peanut butter and mayo. What type of mayonnaise do y'all like? Do y'all like Hellman's? Was it Burke's? Like Miracle Whip? What do you like? Then I'll answer. Okay, the court's coming back. What's that beeping? What is that beeping? That must be them.
Be mindful of the step up.
I brought an extra shirt to wear in case it gets cold in
Morning.
here. It can get cold.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and during the case now and here and to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All
so
right,
help you
day
God.
5. Here we
Thank
go.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Paul Gallagher, last name Gallagher.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Canton Police Department?
Total of 32 years, 2 years as a permanent intermittent officer, 30 years full-time.
And you indicated that you are a lieutenant, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant?
I was promoted to lieutenant August 1st of 2021.
What did you do with Canton Police prior to becoming lieutenant?
I was the detective sergeant from 2018 until I was promoted in 2021.
And what is it, just starting with that, what is it that a detective sergeant does?
So when a patrolman takes an initial report, anything that needs follow-up, the detective sergeant makes sure it's assigned to a detective, usually the next detective working, and make sure that all the steps are taken to manage the cases, to bring it to fruition, if possible.
And what is it, sort of, what are your general duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant with Canton?
Currently, I am in charge of internal affairs, background checks, patrol, and I oversee detectives.
You say currently, what was it prior?
I was promoted in 2021. At that time, Lieutenant Gallagher was the lieutenant in charge of detectives. We have since had a change of police and our assignments have changed.
Now, were you working with Canton Police on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And at some point, did you receive a phone call?
I did.
And about what time was that and who called?
That was shortly after 6 a.m. It was Sergeant Sean Good.
And he's a member of your department as well?
He is. He's the 12 to 8 supervisor, which our shifts actually run 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m., but we call it the 12 to 8 shift.
And what, if anything, was indicated to you in this call from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good told me he was responding to a scene where a party was found unconscious, possibly not breathing in the snow. He stated his name was John O'Keefe. He was a Boston police officer who resided on Meadows Ave. He further told me that he had gotten a call earlier about John O'Keefe not returning home that night. His friends had called the hospitals, then they called the police, then they went out and looked for him and they found him unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
And based on that information, what, if anything, did you?
I told him I would respond.
Where were you initially responding to?
I was initially responding to Meadows Ave. I misinterpreted when he said he was a Boston police officer on Meadows Ave. I thought they discovered him on Meadows Ave.
And subsequently, did you learn a different location and respond to that location?
I did.
What was that location that you subsequently determined was where you were going?
When I called the dispatch to find out the exact address, I was told it was 32 Fairview Road.
And that was from the dispatch, is that correct?
That's correct. It was Officer Dever who answered the phone.
That would be Officer Kelly Dever, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you go straight from home to the scene, or did you go stop somewhere else prior to?
I stopped at Canton Police Department prior to that.
And what was the purpose of stopping at Canton Police Department prior to going to Fairview?
I was picking up some winter gear, and I advised Sergeant Good via the radio
Yo,
that all
wrong
midnight
address.
personnel was to be held till further notice.
And you say winter gear, as far as you're responding to a scene, what, if any, other sort of equipment did you procure when you went to Canton Police?
It was clothing. I needed a winter jacket, hat, things of that nature. I was responding in my personal vehicle.
And if you know, about what time was it that you arrived on Fairview Road that morning?
I arrived shortly after 7 a.m.
And when you arrived, what, if anything, was it that you observed upon your arrival?
There were some vehicles pulling away, but parked by where the scene was were 3 Canton police vehicles and 1 black Toyota pickup truck that is assigned to our detectives.
And who, if anyone else, from your department was there at that time?
When I arrived, the 3 marked units were occupied by Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, Sergeant Good, and the Toyota pickup was driven there by Detective Sergeant Lank.
And as far as by the time you arrived, Mr. O'Keefe is no longer on scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what, if any, vehicles or apparatus or any personnel from the fire department were on scene by the time that you arrived?
None.
Now, when you first arrived, who, if anyone, did you first sort of speak with on scene?
I first encountered Sergeant Good.
and you had a conversation with him, is that correct?
That is correct.
And who, if anyone else, did you talk to
Detective Sergeant Lank joined us as well.
then? And following these initial conversations with Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lang, what did you do with them?
Once they updated me on the case, we decided that we had to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It was snowing heavily. Sometimes the wind was blowing north, sometimes it was south. It was changing directions. And we discussed how to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found, because at the time we had no idea how he came to be where he was.
And with respect to that, first, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, who, if anyone, directed you to where Mr. O'Keefe had been prior to your arrival?
When I arrived and I spoke with Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lank, they updated me on the case. They had told me that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to the hospital, that they were doing CPR on him at that time. They told me that he was bleeding from the mouth and nose, and that he may have had swelling above one of his eyes. They told me that they transported his girlfriend as well, and they told me the circumstances surrounding that incident. They told me that at some point after the phone call to the police station, friends, the woman's name was Kerry Roberts, picked up Miss McCabe and John O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed, and they drove around and they discovered Mr. O'Keefe on the left side of the property. I would call it the east side of the property, unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
Now, this area that Sergeant Good directed you to where he indicated Mr. O'Keefe was, you mentioned that it was snowing heavily at this time, is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
And about how much snow was on the ground in this area at the time that you initially went over?
I would say at least 4 inches of snow.
Now, with reference to, as far as you mentioned, sort of processing, what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to that scene as far as that was concerned?
So it was a unique scene because of the weather. Sergeant Lank had notified Norfolk County CPAC. He had advised them that
Sustained.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question, please?
So Detective Sergeant Lang had reached out to Norfolk County CPAC, correct?
That is correct.
And what is CPAC?
It's the State Police Investigative Unit of the District Attorney's Office, Crime Prevention and Control.
And what, if any, as far as that notification is concerned, what is sort of a protocol when you have an unintended death?
So when we have an unintended death, the Norfolk County CPAC unit responds and takes jurisdiction. In this particular case, Mr. O'Keefe was still alive. So they declined to respond at that time.
Maybe
No,
a term that's pretty well understood, but when you say unattended death, what do you mean by that?
An unexplained death, a person who was alone at the time of their death.
And so at this point, no one from the state police had responded or was responding to the scene at that point.
That is correct.
And so what, if anything, did you and
he
the other
was not
officers do
still
with
alive, or
regard
they
to
wouldn't have
the
done
scene
mouth to
where
mouth
Mr. O'Keefe had been located?
and CPR.
So we decided on how we were going to process the area.
But
Our
he was not
concern was there were
cleared.
some light pink spots in the snow, and we thought it may be blood. So we were discussing how to get to that, uncover the blood safely. We decided we were going to process the scene with a leaf blower. I figured we could direct the snow off the area in a controlled fashion. At that time, Sergeant Good volunteered to go get a snow blower. But what I told him in the meantime, I wanted to photograph the area. I wanted all the cruisers away from the house. There was one cruiser, I believe, occupied Officer Sarif directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe was. I wanted him backed up. And there was crime scene tape set up, and it was blowing wildly in the wind. It was serving no purpose at that time. There were no civilians or witnesses about. And I knew we had 2 officers who could protect the scene while we processed it. So Sergeant Good, before he left to get the leaf blower, he directed the officers to move their cruisers. I told Sergeant Lank the most important thing he could do at this time would,
Objection.
The objection sustained. Move on to your next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, you mentioned that there was some crime scene tape that was set up around, is that correct?
that is correct.
And how was that accomplished?
Sergeant Good and my Detective Sergeant Lank put out the crime scene tape.
Do you know what, if anything, they were able to use to attach it to in order to set it up around where Mr. O'Keefe had been found?
I believe they used a fire hydrant, a tree, a flagpole, and I'm not sure what else. I don't recall specifically what it was attached to.
And with regard, you mentioned there were photographs that were taken prior to the implementation of a leaf blower, is that correct?
That is correct.
And I could just ask a little bit about that. As far as the leaf blower was concerned, why was that a decision as far as that being an implement to use in this particular scene?
It was a unique scene. There was snow. Had never processed a scene in the snow. I had seen a leaf blower used in the
So you're
snow.
guessing.
It's quite effective at being controlled. So that's why it was readily accessible. The scene was debilitating as we were on scene with the weather. Snow was piling up. And I thought that was the best method at that time.
And prior to the arrival of Sergeant Good back to the scene with the leaf blower, what, if anything else, was done to sort of document the scene at that time?
In addition to photographs, what we did was, I wasn't sure how the roadway ended. I wasn't sure if there was a sidewalk, a curb, a berm, or whether it was just grass, excuse me. So Sergeant Lank and I dug out what I believe is called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm, exposed it so we could get a better perspective of how far Mr. O'Keefe might have been off the roadway.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention.
Well, good morning.
Direct your attention what's currently marked as exhibit 7, 10, 11, 12.
You don't want to be on camera. You want to talk?
16, 17.
Really? You're going to tell them all about court?
1.
You're going to tell them all about court?
Please.
Okay, it's your opinion.
You know,
Is it your opinion?
Okay.
And you're sticking to it? Good morning. Oh, you're such a happy girl. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. You hungry? Well, tell him. Yeah, I'm going to unplug and take care of her.
Your Honor, may we approach this briefly?
Sure.
My baby girl. Come here. Come here. Plates. Now I can't hear. Oh, did they sidebar? Y'all got to see my little girl. A big girl's laying down here in my lap. Yes, she is. Guarding her mama. Have you all noticed that this gentleman got the address wrong? He got the address wrong in court. Oh my gosh. I wonder if
Mr. Lally, hold on for a second.
anybody's going to hammer him on that.
Again, at sidebar on this issue.
Are they doing another sidebar? I guess they are. Or I punched a button. Did I rewind? I don't think I did. The screen that I have up.
Yes. Jurors, I had told you before how important it is that our record is clear, and that's why I'm sort of making this take longer than it would otherwise. So
We're doing our job, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulate us. Sorry, y'all. I might be a little snarky. I haven't had my coffee yet. I want my coffee. I need my coffee. How much can I pay my son to make me a cup of coffee? The tea isn't cutting it.
Mr. Lally, can you simply hand her a note telling her what numbers?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm just writing the numbers.
Okay, thank you very much.
They're doing things a little more unusual with the evidence. I'm used to them just calling out the numbers. Now they're having to write notes. That's interesting to me.
Thank you.
Right now, I have some concerns with this guy's testimony. Number one, he's the one that asked for the leaf blower. I'm going to call him Leaf Blower Man.
So I would ask that the next 13 exhibits be marked, the next 13 photographs in the book be marked with the next 13 exhibits.
Okay. I comment your thoughts on using a leaf blower to clear off for evidence. I don't any hair, any whatever. I would have shoveled that snow, put it in a bucket, let it melt, and see what we had. I mean, I don't know, but I'm not a crime scene investigator. Could be one though. I'm getting a degree that would cover that. My thinking is that if you blow it, it goes away. What if one of her hairs is under his body? You know, I would rather literally scoop up everything within 6 feet of him, put it in cooler and buckets, let it melt, and see what you got. At least it would still be there. Now, if it's blood, you do want to separate that out. Use a little spoon, scoop it up, put it in a vial. I don't understand the rest. Oh, these glasses. It's time for new glasses, y'all. I have that coating on them so they don't glare, but at the end of the day, it gets little scratches on it that make it look a little foggy. But that's my humble opinion. What's your opinion, Andrea? I don't know what I got on them. It's not giving up the ghost, though. It's almost like an oil. Very well could be because I was playing with some essential oils yesterday. I'm trying to figure out which one I want to use when I do my steaming, my face steaming, because you can add a good oil to the water. Feels so relaxed. Gave myself a facial last night. Skin feels real good. Oh, Lord have mercy. Just call the dang numbers out. Hey, can I speed this up any for y'all? Sensei. Thank you, babe.
It's 21 to 32. Thank you. All right, you can publish them, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. May I return them to?
Okay, we are all caught up and live. Yay. That works. I thought we were behind. We're not. We're live. Yay. Congrats to us. Here we go. Get this going. Okay. For those who did not join me on the Friday night, whatever we called it,
Thank you.
I promised to eat a PBJ sandwich
Photographs up on the screen.
with, or it's actually a peanut butter, pineapple, mayo sandwich. If I hit 200 subscribers,
If you could enlarge that. just-
I did hit the 200. Let's see if it's stuck. I'm at 201.
And with that, I
Yay.
don't
Thank
believe
you
that's
guys
the
so
photograph
much.
For you, but if you could locate that within the
Sure.
file. I apologize.
Get back on the mic, dude. So sometime today,
believe
I will
that's
be,
Exhibit
when I
30.
have more viewers, we will be eating that sandwich.
And if you could just describe to the jury.
I'm a little nervous.
What, if anything, we're looking at in this?
So that is in front of 34 Fairview Road in
Good
Canton.
morning, good
It's
morning.
looking westerly or the direction towards Chapman Street. And it's documenting the conditions at the time.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
Mr. Lieutenant, at any points, if I'm asked, or any-
This is the lieutenant that told them to use the leaf blower. I want to see how well that worked.
And,
I don't
Ms.
think
Gilman, if
so.
I could have
Don't
the,
think it
next
worked
photograph,
well.
please.
That is simply documenting that the number 34 is on the mailbox. That is 34 Fairview Road.
Have a number on that in front of you?
Yes, I do. It's Exhibit 22.
Thank you.
There are two of these, I believe, or similar. I just want to make sure I have the correct one. 22. That would be 22, yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph, sir, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of the scene in the roadway when you arrived that morning?
It is. It's the mailbox with the number 34 on it, and it shows two vehicles in the driveway of 34 Fairview Road.
And Ms. Gilman, the next photograph? If you could, Lieutenant, when you locate this, indicate which exhibit we're looking at in this one.
That's Exhibit 28. It's a different angle of the driveway showing the third car in the driveway. I wanted to document what was in the driveway at that time.
Thank you, sir. Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
It's Exhibit 29, and basically it documents the same thing. The entirety of the house from a, I guess it would be a westerly view, and the three cars that were in the driveway at the time I arrived.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's Exhibit 31. And it's a close-up of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. And you can see the very light pink spotting that we thought may be blood And there was an object in the center as well, which we didn't know what it was at that time.
Subsequent, did you learn what that object was?
Yes,
What did you learn?
it was a broken clear cocktail glass. And the pink spot was frozen or coagulated blood.
And the next photograph is coming.
That's exhibit 23. And it's basically showing that the scene was trampled by rescue workers, witnesses, et cetera, but you could still see, the pink spotting in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was.
As far as footprints within the snow that you observed, you indicated that the scene was trampled or walked over by first responders, correct?
Correct.
And the footprints that you observed, what footprints did you, so what areas around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where it was indicated to you that Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were those footprints located?
They were located between the street and where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
And as far as between where Mr. O'Keefe was found and the house or the residence at 34 Fairview, what, if any, footprints did you observe in that area of the snow?
I didn't observe any footprints at that time.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the next photograph, please.
Because they didn't walk on the snow, they didn't come out. Nobody came out to see if everybody was okay. Everybody just kind of hung out
That
in the
is
house and
exhibit
prayed. Nobody
24.
came and asked them any question.
And it's showing a westerly shot of the scene. Mr. O'Keefe was found in this area here, and it depicts the wind blowing in that direction at the time.
And probably pretty self-evident, but depicts the wind blowing in that direction based on what?
The other flag flying.
The next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That is exhibit 20. That is the I believe it's called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm that separated the roadway from the property of 34
Herb,
Fairview.
as we
And
call
this
it.
is the long look to where Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
The next photograph.
We call it a curb, not a berm.
Again, that's a close-up of one of the exhibits we saw earlier. Again, you can see the spotting and the glass here. This is, I believe this is exhibit 26.
So, next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
This is exhibit 27, and it's what we believed was frozen or coagulated blood spotting.
Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
Andrea, back to the question I
And that's a
asked
different
you.
view, close-up of the scene, and that's exhibit
Miracle
32.
Whip is totally different than mayonnaise. It's real tangy.
And, next
Um,
photograph, Ms. Gilman.
Hellman's does not have as much richness in its flavor.
That's when we first
and it's
uncovered the
lackluster. That's why I
berm.
like the Burt's.
the 6-inch berm. And it's just
Herb.
a smaller picture, close-up of that berm. It's exhibit 25.
I've never heard that phrase
The
berm
sort of uncovering
before.
the berm as you described it. What, if anything, did you use to uncover the berm?
I believe we just used our foot to uncover that.
And what I believe is the last photograph, Ms. Gilman.
This is the location from the berm to where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It's just a long view, and it's exhibit 21.
May I approach you on this?
Yes, yes. Tori.
Mm,
Now, as far as
true. True.
the cruisers for the Canton Police Department, what if any sort of?
So what's your
reports would have been-
favorite condiment? My friend
They're
says ketchup.
with
She puts
dash
it
cameras,
literally in
watch guard
everything.
And
cameras.
what if anything have you
Like
done to
potato
review
soup.
some
Ugh.
of that dash camera footage from the cruisers, from that round?
I've reviewed all of it.
And specifically, have you reviewed dash camera footage from the 683 cruiser, Officer Saros cruiser?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, if I may,
Coffee.
ask that
Go
starting
bed.
marked as Exhibit 12, I would ask that portion of that be played for the jury at this time.
Okay.
Mm.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward this to approximately 57 minutes or so into the
Very bad windshield wipers. Look at that.
and what do you recognize?
That's the video I referred of Canton Cruiser 683 on, it's dated January 29th, 2022 at 7, if the time is correct, 7:02:54.
And around this time, within this video from Officer Saros cruiser, what if anything did you observe occurring within that cruiser camera footage?
I believe it's at approximately 57:17. You'll see Sergeant Good begin to mark out the scene with yellow crime scene tape. You'll see him in front of the cruiser at first. Him, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Lank walk off, and then you'll see Sergeant Good stretching out the crime scene tape.
And if you could, sir, as the video is playing, using the laser pointer that you have before you, just draw the jury's attention.
Need to have better maintenance on their windshield wipers during that time of the year.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
The yellow tape it is. There's two officers with yellow crime scene tape. I believe this is Officer Mullaney, but I'm not sure. I know this is Sergeant Good.
And my apologies, Ms. Gilman, if you could play again.
That's Detective Sergeant Lank in the lighter coat. Sergeant Good and Lank, they walk off camera.
Someone made a comment. I thought it was a good comment that if the fight happened in the house and the officers dragged the body out, they're going to be smart enough not to drag it through the snow, go down the driveway into the street and toss the body. And then the
See
snow would
Sergeant Good
build
come
up.
into the picture right here. They're stretching out the crime scene tape.
Because the
See it
street
flapping in the
guy
wind
came
there.
through
See
and
it raise way up.
the machine would have scraped away any footprints at that point.
This is the crime scene tape here.
I thought it was plausible.
And I'm not sure what they affixed it to, whether it was the cruiser at that point or not. but you can see the crime scene tape going across the scene that way.
And you can see the ice building up on his car. And the windshield wipers becoming less and less effective.
So Lieutenant Gallagher, in addition to sort of the crime scene tape that you observed in this video, what, if anything else, did you get from the station to attempt to sort of secure the scene or place at the scene?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you get a tent at the station?
Excuse me?
A tent at the station?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
And why not?
I had a tent with me from home. It was a personal 8x8 tent at that time.
I apologize. And so at any point in time on the scene, were you able to set up that tent that you retrieved from your home?
Due to the weather conditions, we did not set it up because it would have required officers holding it down, and we didn't think the top would stay on.
And again, maybe pretty self-evident, but when you say due to the weather conditions, what, if anything, about the weather conditions prevented you from setting that tent up over the scene?
There was high winds, shifting directions, a large amount of snow falling.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask, if you could just pull forward in that video to about the 1 hour, 7 minute mark.
He asked a lot of, if any. I can't sign with this shirt on. I'll be right back.
Yeah, if you could hit play from there. Lieutenant, what, if anything, are we looking at in this portion?
What if anything? What if
If you look-
anything? We need to counter.
Closely, it's the crime scene tape that's blowing around. Right now, you can't see it. Or I cannot see it from here.
Is this around the point where the decision was made to take that down? Is that correct?
It was later on, I observed the same thing, and I told the officers it wasn't doing any good at that time. And there were nobody to keep out of the scene at that point. It was only police personnel on scene.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can stop and take it down. Thank you.
Today I'm going to try and sign at the same time as talking. We'll see how well that works.
Now, with reference to the implementation of the leaf blower, was that memorialized in any way as well?
Yes, I had Sergeant Good take a video since we were improvising using something I wasn't familiar with being used before, in case there were any questions on how it
Please
was
don't
deployed.
yourself.
I had Sergeant Good take a short video.
And there's sort of several different short video clips of that process. Is that fair to say?
There's at least one that I know of.
May I approach?
Yes.
I still do not understand why they would use a leaf blowing machine for that. If there was hair or anything on top of the snow or in the snow, gone. I think that was a bad decision on his part.
I don't recognize it. I haven't seen this disc before.
New to you?
May we approach?
Uh-oh. Okay. Anyone other than myself think that using a leaf blower is a bad idea? I know it's a bad idea to use the neighbor's red cups that are plastic cups to scoop up but that's better than nothing. I would think that they would be prepared for any investigation in all weather conditions. So why are they so badly prepared for the investigation? That surprises me. They don't have the tools to do their job, even in bad weather, the snow. You would think they'd be ready. Why? Because it snows every year, year after year after year. You have snow every winter time. So why are you not ready and have the correct equipment to do your job? Why do you have to go and borrow a leaf blower from a neighbor? That does not make sense
Your Honor,
to me.
call 16 minutes.
Okay.
Uh-oh, she didn't like that look. I want to roll that back and find out what they said. I'm going to go back a sec because I think you can hear it. Okay, let's go back and see what was said. Because I could hear whispering from her lawyer.
Your Honor, call 16 minutes.
Okay.
It's not coming in. Whoa. Something did not help the defense.
Thank you.
My deepest apologies, Your Honor. May we approach this briefly?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stay.
Again, even more. Wow. Okay. I really feel bad for the family that have to sit right across from the jury and the camera person. Well, at least they have it now on her. What is y'all's opinion on the evidence? Correct. I mean, if we had a snow and it was 4 to 6 inches, we would not know what to do. But they live there. They know what to do. Yeah, they come back.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish what's now been marked as 30? 20A. The last exhibit is this. If I could publish after the.
Yes.
We've had more sidebars today.
Anyway, this is one Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it right there. And Lieutenant Gallagher, do you recognize what's up on screen?
I do.
And
I want to say
what
something
do you
real quick
recognize?
before we continue
It's me
because this to me
operating
just
the
hit
leaf
me.
blower and at the scene where
Okay, let's think about this. You are buying, I mean, you are borrowing a leaf blower from somebody else. Now, leaf blowers suck in air, and a lot of times when they use them, it's more spring and summer or fall, and there's a lot of dust and pollen and other debris that gets sucked up into that thing as it is blowing. Because when it blows, it stirs up and it creates like a vacuum where the air is not clean. So if you borrowed that from a neighbor, you're blowing whatever's inside that machine onto your evidence scene.
John O'Keefe was discovered.
My humble
And
opinion.
who is operating the leaf blower in these videos?
I am.
Exactly.
And who, if anyone else from your department, is sort of present while this process is going on?
Detective Sergeant Lank is documenting, and Sergeant Good is also assisting.
And Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. If you could just play and run it.
See, it removes the snow. I was removing the snow layer by layer. And right here, you can see it exposing the cocktail glass. You're going to see red spots appear as I remove it layer by layer. These pink spots start to turn to be dark red spots. As you see, we can control it. We were concerned with whatever other.
Oh, hold on and wait for a question.
As you can see, it just takes it layer by layer.
Hold on for a second. Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, can you pause it? So if you have a question for the lieutenant, all right,
Warning.
you're asking him to narrate the whole thing. We're not going to do it that way. And you can pause and then question. It's great you're keeping your voice up over the sound of the leaf blower, but it's a little distracting.
I understand, John.
So do you have a question, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly at this point, so Lieutenant Gallagher, with respect to as you're conducting this sort of process, what, if anything, are you concerned about as far as
What, if anything, is said so many times
throughout
by
this
this
process you're
person?
trying to locate?
I just want to go.
We're concerned with the weather destroying
Reminds
biological
me
evidence at that time.
of
And so what, if anything, were you doing with regard to
Yep.
We were trying to take the snow that had fallen over the blood, and we were trying to remove it to expose the blood.
But you're blowing
And
but you're
let's say as
blowing
far as during
the
this
blood
sort of
at the same
removal
time.
process, how much of the snow were you able to sort of sift layer by layer with the leaf blower that you had?
We could control how much I wanted to sift. I did it I started out as gently as possible.
Sift?
And if it needed,
You're not
more snow needed to be
sifting.
removed, I got a little more aggressive.
scooping it, sifting, and it falling out.
Thank you.
You're blowing it. You're blowing it.
Good luck.
Bye-bye.
And the next video, man.
Doesn't make sense.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play the third video, please.
And look how many footprints you just made. Look at that man. He just made more footprints. Where are the owner,
Okay.
Home
Stillman, if you
owner.
could play the last video, please.
the people that live there? Where are they? Everything in that leaf blower is going to contaminate particles, sucked up bits and pieces of leaves, sucked up bits and pieces of grass. Anything that got sucked up into that machine is now being distributed all over the place. This is a freaking idiot. And they're making a whole lot more footprints. This is worse than redneck to me, and I can say that because I is one. I'm a Tennessee hillbilly Texas redneck.
And Mr. Officer, you can put the right. Thanks. Lieutenant, with reference to that process, how far deep into the snow were you able to go with using that leaf blower in that manner?
We got almost to the ground, bare ground.
And as far as sort of a surface area, like how much of that area where Mr. O'Keefe was found were you able to use the leaf blower on?
It was approximately a 6x6, 7x7 type area.
And from that area, what, if anything, in addition to the cocktail glass pieces that you already testified to and the red spots on the ground, what, if anything else, did you observe?
We didn't observe anything at that point. Anything else, just the blood in the glass.
Now, Lieutenant, during the time that you were on scene, with reference to the neighborhood in general, how many people did you observe sort of come out of their house at any point in time that you were there?
I didn't observe anybody ever come out of their house.
And that includes the residents that you were in front of, as well as any other residences along that street, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, at some point, about how long a period of time, if you know, were you on scene that particular morning?
Approximately 50 minutes, 45 to 50 minutes.
And following that, where did you go?
We brought the exhibits back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And by that, you mean the glass and what you had collected of the blood?
Yep, we took 6 blood samples, yes.
And how were you able to sort of collect the blood samples on scene?
Well, the blood samples, because they were frozen, we debated on how to collect it. We didn't think swabbing was going to be easy to do if it was frozen. So we decided on finding some type of temporary plastic evidence container. We were able to find large cups, and we took 6 samples. We bagged the 6 samples, and Sergeant Lang transported them back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And with respect to those samples and piece of glass that you located, eventually, what, if anything, was done with those? Well, first and foremost, when you came back to Canton Police Station, what, if anything, did you do with them there?
Chief Berkowitz was at headquarters, and we had a meeting in the detective sergeant's office.
What I'm asking, sir, is with reference to those items that you took back from Fairview, when you got back to the station, what, if anything, did you do?
Sergeant Lang placed them into evidence.
And then subsequent to Sergeant Lang placing them into evidence at some point, where did they go?
They were turned over on February 1st to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And was that something where they were driven to the crime lab, or did the crime lab come to the station?
The crime lab was already at the station.
Now, you go back to the police station, you have some conversation with your chief, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was your chief's name?
Chief Berkowitz, Kenneth Berkowitz.
And following that conversation, at some point, did you return to Fairview Road that morning?
I did.
Okay. And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I accompanied Detective Sergeant Lang.
And when you arrived, where did you go with reference to residents?
We went into a side door, and there were people in the kitchen at that time. I believe it was the kitchen area.
And did you know any of the people that were in the kitchen?
I did.
Who, if anyone, did you know?
Who I remember specifically was Jen McCabe, who I don't know personally, but I know because that's who Sergeant Lang arrived to talk to, and I knew Brian Albert in a professional sense.
And so Brian Albert is also a police officer, is that correct?
He was Boston police officer, yes.
Now, as far as any other people, who, if anyone else, were you introduced to when you came into the kitchen area at home?
I wasn't introduced to anybody. All I know is there were 5 or 6 people there.
And are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
He is an ATF agent who I've worked with when I was assigned to DEA, and he later had a satellite office at our PD, and I have since come to know him personally.
And in reference to your work with the DEA, how long did you work with the DEA?
13 years.
And so, Mr. Higgins, was he present in the home on Fairview when you arrived there that morning?
I don't recall him. When I arrived originally, definitely not. I don't recall if he was there when we arrived about 9 a.m.
Y'all, in a minute,
So you
if
don't
this
recall
doesn't
him
go to
being there
break,
at all?
I gotta get.
I
me
don't
some
recall
coffee.
specifically. I never had any conversation with him.
Now, you had made some mention of February 1st, a few days later, at your department, there were members from the crime lab that came, correct?
That is
Or
correct.
one that
And,
they have cleaned.
What, if anything, did they come there to do?
They were assisting the state police in executing a search warrant on a motor vehicle.
And where was that motor vehicle in relation to your department?
It was in our Sally Port.
If you could just describe to the jury, so what is it, Sally Port, specifically the Canton Police, like where is it located, what does it look like?
Sure. It's on the rear portion of our police department. They are large overhead doors that are numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. We only have 2 bays. So the Sally Port that the vehicle was in, typically we enter through door 4 and you would exit through door 3. Those doors, overhead doors, can only be controlled by a computer in the dispatch center. And it's where we bring in our prisoners. Once the Sally Port goes up, you enter, close the door, the area is secure. The rest of the PD is only accessible by access card, key access card.
Where are all
You
of our
mentioned sort of
people,
the overhead
Andrea?
garage doors are accessible only by the dispatch area, is that correct?
That is correct, a computer in the dispatch area.
I'm missing all my
Now,
mod.
as far as
I'm glad you're
entrance
here.
from the department, how if at all is that controlled?
There is a, to the right of Sally Port 4, there is a key card access door.
Now, with reference to that Sally Port area, is there, what if any cameras are located in that area?
I know there's cameras in the area. I don't specifically know where they are. I typically don't look for them. I know it is under surveillance, as most of our department is.
And have you reviewed the, at least portion or the entirety of the Sally Port video from that particular day, February 1st?
I've seen a small portion, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize what's depicted on that particular flash drive?
Yes.
Okay, what is depicted on that, sir?
CPD Sally Port videos.
You know, Palmer will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
I wonder if it's gonna come up that they had the vehicle in. I gotta explain something, but there's a lot of controversy over the vehicle and how long they had it before they got a search warrant.
Your Honor, if I may, at this time.
Well, I need my coffee.
Publish a portion of Exhibit 34 for the jury.
Okay.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, guys, so here's the thing. Some people are going nuts about the car. I have something to explain about the car. The explanation is easy in this. They can detain a vehicle, but they cannot search the vehicle without a search warrant. Because if they detain the
Mr. Gilman, if I
vehicle
could have the
for the
portion that's
reason of
February
believing that
1st,
the evidence may disappear
12 a.m.
otherwise,
to 12 noon.
they can put it in the bay, but they can't touch it without the search warrant. It's preserving evidence. They don't need a warrant for that. But they can't touch it without a warrant. So what I want to know is, when did somebody open that door? When did somebody touch it other than to unload it and put it in the bay? Oh.
You're gonna 2-1 at the bottom. Yeah.
Y'all, we can hear you. You may not know it, but we can hear you. Hey guys, I'm going to hate to do this, but I need to. I'm going to just hop off real quick and get me a cup of coffee. I'll leave this running. I am so needing it.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just fast forward that to approximately 9:11 a.m. If you could just pause 1 second.
Why don't we take our morning recess? Why don't we take a 10, 15-minute recess?
All right, hurry up.
Nancy.
Okay, you seated?
All right, so we're still in session. So in presenting the exhibits to be marked, please take them out of the plastic and out of the envelopes, because the actual item itself gets a sticker on it. That'll just save a little time. We're having all sorts of difficulties. FTR is not working. I'm not sure that we're getting any internet in here. Are we all set with this? Is this something, do you want to use the flash drive that you put in? Does that help? Or are you?
No, I think the initial issue, I think, is sort of the size of the video. So bringing it up can be a little, my issue was that as I was standing over there, I couldn't really see anything.
Yeah.
As far as the screen. It's
Dark.
that dark when you put it on.
I couldn't open any of this weekend on my home computer, on my work computer. So All right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess?
All rise to the court, please.
Good morning. Good morning to those who just joined us. Thank you so much for hopping in. I ran and got me a cup of coffee. Good morning. Good morning to those who just joined us. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for hopping. I was listening to the trial to make sure I didn't miss anything major. I should have waited just a minute more. Okay, I have a story to tell you about fan time. Oh, good. Well, let me tell you about fan time, y'all. Some of the other YouTubers, not just me, have been really harping about the fan time. And I guess they started listening because what happened was, sorry about that, y'all. What happened was is that it used to be the white fan and the white wall that was real dirty. This one's dirty. But they changed the fan image to the one with the wood. It's above a doorway. So they were obviously they're listening to us. Obviously they're listening to us. So we went on a break. I'm going to go ahead and type that in that went on a break just so I can have it. And then I'll pin it that way when I go back to do my what do they call them, timestamps. So welcome and thank you for joining me, guys. I am so blessed to have you this Monday morning. It has been a rough morning, y'all. I didn't sleep well. We've had bad weather all weekend, all week. I'm a storm chaser and I am addicted to watching the radars. I know some people that chase, so if I see something and I know that's every storm chaser has a dot on this program, so I know who the storm chasers are, and I know some of them. And if anything should happen, I need to sign. My bad. If anything should happen while they're tornado chasing, I can see and warn them. And at the same time, I do signing for the deaf community if I know it's needed. So I didn't sleep a whole lot. If you didn't know, we had a lot of tornadoes in Texas. We actually had 2 the other day or night, right on the border with Mexico, called Fort Stockton. We had 2 on the ground, one huge one. I was watching a live I do Weather Chaser, and I watched the live video where the tornadoes started and how big it got. It was real pencil thin, and then it got to be this huge wedge out near Fort Stockton, Texas. Is my sound okay? I'm trying to sign what I say for my deaf community. I am not a court certified interpreter, so I do not interpret for the actual video, but I do sign and talk at the same time, which is not easy. Not easy at all. But everyone, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. I grew up hearing, became deaf. About 20 years ago, it started, but in the last 5, 6 years, it just what I had is no more. There we go. Without my hearing aids, I can't hear anything anymore. And so now this is my new language. I have a service dog down here. She alerts by tapping her nose on my body, normally my leg, to tell me when the doorbell or the phone or whatever. She's awesome, y'all. Sometimes you'll see her head pop up and you'll see her on the video. So thank you again so much for joining us. One thing that struck me about the testimony this morning by Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, y'all, a leaf blower to move, I would have sifted the snow. What's your opinion on that? It does not, you're blowing old, I got to finger spell this, debris on top of your evidence. Your evidence. You're adding things to it if I'm not wrong. What's your opinion? I do not agree with using that. And why are you using red cups that I think I heard at one point from the neighbor's house? Both items. I do not understand why are they not using their own evidence collecting materials? You should have everything you need, even in this weather with its snow, rain, tornado, hurricane, whatever. You should have. Why are you depending on other people to give you what you need to collect all the evidence? Y'all, I got to remember this coffee and grace. Ugh. Coffee feels so good and it clears the mind. So what I've done is I have gone back through all my notes, which are almost 20 pages from just last week, and I'm going to create a short and condensed version of what I took in notes. Highlight. I want to find out things that are left undone by the end of the trial. You know, I'm sure there's going to be evidence that was brought in that is no explanation for. So, for those of you who don't know, right now we are talking to Lieutenant Paul Gallagher. He is the smart one, and I use that loosely, who used the leaf blower to blow the top layer of the snow off of the middle and bottom layer of the snow to get to where the original blood drops were. And he said he used it all the way down to the grass. I don't know how brilliant that is. I wish I had somebody who was in evidence that I could talk to and say, "Hey, you live up north. Is it in your good wisdom to use a leaf blower to remove the top layer of the snow? I don't know why you just didn't get shovels and dig it all up and, shovel all that snow in a bucket, take it back to the lab, let it melt." Now, if you have to remove the blood from the snow, well, that's kind of hard thing to do, right? So why would you not get y'all have collection things you could use, like a Q-tip and a vial, and go and scoop it up into the vial, even though it's gonna have some water mixed with it. Your labs can take care of that. So why would you just scoop it up in a frickin' red plastic cup? I don't know. I do find it irritating that they're doing way too much figuring out the system and housekeeping in court. They should know how to do this already. The judge should not sit there and have to tell them to remove the papers from the plastic sleeves so they can put the evidence number on it before handing it to the court reporter. I don't know why the court reporter is the one handling the evidence. And the last trial I came off of, the clerk handled the evidence. The court reporter didn't handle anything. She just so in this courtroom, the court reporter is doing dual duty, which to me, fine to you that they scoop up all the snow in a plastic cup. Okay. I don't know. I've been on a lot of accident scenes and a lot of other kind of scenes that weren't accidents. I got to be careful with my verbiage. I have never seen them. Now, I have seen them use a cup to cover something until they collect it. A styrofoam cup to cover something they didn't want to disappear. What I've seen them do here is if it's a white styrofoam cup, which a lot of them have in the back of their cars, they will cover it and then they put like the paint that they use to mark, they'll just put a red dot on the top of it so that, or orange dot, so they know that that needs to be collected. And then they'll right next to that put one of those little L shape or the little placard things that have a number to it so they know that that's evidence under that cup. And they mark the cup so you don't pick it up. But they don't disturb what's under the cup. They pick up the cup, they photograph it. We'll just say someone's finger who no longer stayed. Hi, Miss Kevin. Thanks for joining. Someone's finger who just so happened to get lost off of their humanness. They'll cover with a cup. They'll put a spray paint on the top of it. They'll put the little number placard next to it. And when they're ready to collect it, they pick it up. They photograph everything. Then they pick it up with tweezers and put it in a bag. How are you this morning, beloved? I am still trying to wake up. I didn't sleep well this weekend. I was too busy storm chasing online. I wanted to go storm chasing, but that did not happen. I did not have the opportunity to do that, and I did not want to get hail on my car. Where my daughter goes to college, which is 2.5 hours from us, they had 3 inches of hail in one storm. 3 inches of hail in one storm. I'm gonna get rid of the fan for y'all. Do you want me to just get rid of that fan? I think I will. It's driving me nuts. I can see on the side here that they're not back yet. So we're on our little morning break thus far. Oh, I loved being stuck under sleeping babies. Yeah, I just got my coffee. I literally suffered through the first part of this morning without it. The tea was not sufficing, I will say. So, get your coffee as soon as you can, love. I will be drinking it for you. Aw. Well, we road traveled thus far. Let me read what I have so you can catch you up. First off the bat, the guy we have Lieutenant Gallagher. He's what I call the leaf blower man. He stated that the address was 32 Fairview Road. Well, that's the wrong address. It's 34. He stated there were 4 inches of snow or more. Karen Roberts picked up Karen Reed and Jen McCabe. CPAP or Crime Prevention and Control came. Yes, the leaf blower. Because he was not declared dead on arrival, or unattended, as we call them. He was taken to the hospital and pronounced, but Mr. O'Keefe was still considered technically in their eyes alive. A light, he spotted light pink spots in the snow, so he told them to get a leaf blower so they can blow off the top of the snow so they can decide, so they can collect evidence. But before they did that, they did photograph the snow first before doing that. Um, Sergeant Good, um, I got to bring it closer to read, was asked to obtain a leaf blower. Sergeant Good and Sergeant Lank set up the crime scene tape. One, da, 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 da. They also they call them a berm, but we call them a curb, where they, with their feet, kick the snow away to kind of see where the curb or berm was. So they can kind of gauge how far the body was from the edge of the street. Um, they had asked if did he or did he not have a tent? And he said, I had a personal one in the vehicle, but due to the weather and the wind and the heavy snow, I decided not to deploy it. Then they show the video of the leaf blowing attempts. He said he got it almost all gone down to the grass. He said he cleared about 6x6 or 7x7 spot down to grass. Only blood was in the grass at that point. No one came out of the home, or no neighbors came out of the home. He was there 45 to 50 minutes on scene. He brought the blood samples to the PD office. Uh, they didn't have anything, they said, to collect it. They were trying to figure that out. So they used large red cups to scoop up the blood and the snow. Then they met up at the precinct, the director's office. Sergeant Lank was in evidence. February 1st, the evidence got to the crime lab. Sergeant Lank and himself went to the home. The people who were there were Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and 5 to 6 other people. He said he did notice that he did know Brian Higgins, an ATF agent who used to have a satellite office in his office, and they obtained a search warrant for the car from which is already in the bay at the PD office, evidence bay, and then we're on break. So that is where we are today. I'm really struggling with their evidence collecting. What Andrielle and I were saying, I hope I'm saying your name right. I am certifiably dyslexic, and I don't do well in that area. My apologies. They're coming back. But the thing is that they said was that, where was I going with that? Oh, we are now at the crime scene. Oh, you can put the law is that they can detain the vehicle, but they cannot process the vehicle.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
You can't touch the vehicle in any way, shape, or form until you have warrant. Let's see where this goes, because this is going to be fun, y'all. I want to know what time, who touched what, and I
All
want to
right,
know
are we
what
all set
happened.
with the screen? Okay.
Are y'all okay with my layout? Do you like A or B better?
With the lights, I'm sorry, Mr. Officer, maybe a little bit.
A
Please, the lights back on.
or B? I feel like I'm at the eye exam office.
Lieutenant
One
Gallagher,
or two?
again, from this video from approximately 9:11 in the morning, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
If you could just, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observed in this particular pause of this video.
This is our Sally Port. You would come in Sally Port 4, exit Sally Port 3, like I said earlier. This is the vehicle they were executing a search warrant on, and this is the crime scene tape.
And as far as personnel.
Sally Port is another name for bay.
Who, if anyone, was present there that you knew or were aware of?
I knew Trooper Proctor was there, and I knew the criminologist was there, and a photographer. I don't know them by name.
So a couple people from the lab, one taking photos, one criminalist, is that correct?
Correct.
As well as Trooper Proctor?
That's correct.
And do you know Trooper Proctor?
I knew of him. I don't believe I ever met him prior to this. He has worked some cases with our detectives. I knew he was assigned to the DA's office, but I'm not sure if I ever met him prior to this case.
Now, with reference to the vehicle, what, if anything, was placed around?
What, if
the vehicle to
anything?
observe around
Stop
the
it.
vehicle?
There's crime scene tape, as you can see, the yellow tape right there.
And just to be clear, the sort of, which part of the vehicle is sort of in the lower foreground of this vehicle?
This is the passenger side rear of the vehicle.
What, if anything, did you
At
do?
some point over the course of the time that you were there on February 1st, what, if any, other sort of
What if-
specialized units within the state police were also present?
I called it.
Eventually, the I think they call it the CARS team. It's what I would call their, I guess, accident reconstruction team responded.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward within that video to approximately 9:44 a.m.
He says, what, if any, so many times. I think he took some lessons from Elaine Rutterhoff for that in the Johnny Depp trial. When did the warrant come in and when did you first open the door? I want to know. I want to know that.
Now, Lieutenant, during this part of the video, in addition to the people that you've already referenced, who, if anyone else, was in the garage at that time?
It's hard for me to say. I believe this is the criminalist. I believe if this is Trooper Proctor, this is me with the gray shirt, dress shirt, walking in. That's me right there. And that's Trooper Proctor. I believe the photographer or another criminologist is here. I don't know what their title is.
What time did the warrant arrive?
Now, at some point during the execution of this search warrant, what, if any, issues did you become aware of with regard to the criminal?
They were having trouble. They were trying to remove the housing to the taillight, passenger side taillight, and they were having difficulty removing it.
And what, if any, assistance did you offer with regard to
I told him that we had an officer working who was in charge of our fleet maintenance and our mobile operations unit, who probably had the tools to do it. And he also had vast, extensive experience in auto body.
Who was that, sir?
That's Officer Brian Wanless.
And what, if anything, did you do with reference to Officer Wanless in regard to that area of the car?
I asked dispatch to ask him to return at approximately, I think it was 9:50.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to, if not already there, move it up to 9:51 a.m.
Once again, I want to know, what time was this warrant issued? He should have been there to begin with.
If you could just pause it for one moment, Ms. Gilman. So with reference to this particular portion of the video, Lieutenant, if you could direct the jury's attention to when you see Officer Wanless and when you see him come over towards that area of the vehicle. And Ms. Gilman, for your purposes, what I would ask is we run this from essentially 9:51 a.m. through to about 9:58 and 30 seconds.
Ooh, there's a big jump. Why are you
This is
sitting
Officer
in the
Wanless
vehicle?
right here. He examines it and he leaves momentarily. He dons a pair of gloves. And he exits, and he's going to come back with some tools.
My thing is, why did someone sit on the vehicle? You are now contaminating that scene with your clothing, your DNA on your clothing. Heck, you could even have some gun residue on your
Here he
clothing.
comes.
You guys should be in
Places his
sanitary
toolkit on the
jumpsuits.
tailgate.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, pause and ask a question.
And from your review of this video, what, if anything, do you observe Officer Wanless do with reference to that rear passenger side taillight?
He re-enters the sally port and with some tools, and he places his toolkit down on the tailgate of the Lexus.
And what, if anything, do you observe him do after that?
He begins to work on the housing of the tail light.
Once again, putting his toolkit on the inside of the vehicle contaminates the vehicle. It should be on a cart next to him. He should be in what they call sanitary, the blue or the white suits. Everything that they're just corrupting that car. If they needed anything from the back, I know they don't think they need anything from the inside, but you're supposed to treat the entire vehicle as evidence, not just that little itty bitty section. People need to have hairnets on. I mean, I'm just saying in my own world. I don't know, maybe I've seen too much crime scene TV, but I don't see, other than gloves, this being any. I just don't like the way they're handling the vehicle. They're only focused on that tail light, which is understandable to a point. What is y'all's humble opinion?
Ms. Gilman, you can take it.
But in my humble opinion, they're not taking very much
With respect to
care of
the item that
cross-contamination.
you and the other officers recovered from 34 Fairview on the 29th, the criminalist that was depicted in that video is that who you gave those items to?
I believe so, yes.
You gave those items to her directly, correct?
Yes,
Now, as far as that particular, I believe you testified earlier that you were looking to preserve biological matter, is that correct?
yes,
And fair to say that your search of that area was confined to sort of where it was described to you, Mr. O'Keefe, has been found, correct?
that is correct.
Now, turning back again just to February 1st, and sorry to jump around, but back to February 1st, at some point you mentioned there was a crash reconstructionist from the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did they remove their gloves and send it to the lab along with the evidence? Because if they're touching the glass on, or the plastic as it probably is, on the taillight, to remove it, then whatever evidence that's on that is now on their gloves. Did they send their gloves along with? Because when they peel them off, you're supposed to peel them off like we do medical. You hook your finger in, you pull it off. So everything that's inside the glove was on the outside of the glove is now on the inside of the glove. And you do the same with this one. So now everything on the outside of the glove is now on the inside. So there's no cross contamination. Did you send the gloves along with that taillight? By the way, did you take pictures? Let's look at the pictures before you removed the taillight. What did the taillight look like before you removed it? Was it cracked or was it totally destroyed? I'm not hearing any of this. I hope and frickin' pray that the defense goes off on this.
And what, if anything, did you aid or assist or facilitate with reference to crash reconstructionist around the police station?
When they wanted to test the vehicle, I secured the parking lot. I advised no cruisers to return to the station, and I blocked the entryway with my marked cruiser and remained in my cruiser.
And later on that day of February 1st, where, if anywhere, did you go with respect to the crash reconstruction?
We went to 34 Fairview.
In addition to yourself and the trooper from the crash reconstruction, who, if anyone else, went with you?
Trooper Proctor was present.
And why did you go along with the troopers to that location?
Just so there was a Canton officer present. If any residents came out, I could communicate with them.
And to your knowledge, had Trooper Proctor been to Fairview prior to that date?
I have no knowledge if he had been there or not.
What, if anything, did you direct either Trooper
Yeah.
Proctor or the crash reconstructionist to once you were on scene?
I brought him to the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
You showed them where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to, well, one on scene that day with Trooper Proctor and the crash reconstructionist, what, if anything, did you observe them to be doing?
I believe they were discussing, they were trying to place a drone up in the air, I believe, to map out the area.
Objection.
Did you see that?
No.
Or do you want me to strike the, I believe they were trying to?
That'd be our preference.
All right, so that will be stricken, but your observation will remain.
Now, with reference, if I could draw your attention to February 4th.
What, if any, is
2020,
killing me,
were
y'all?
you working that day?
I wasn't.
And at some point, did you receive a call in regard to this case, this investigation?
I did.
And who, if anyone, called?
Chief Berkowitz.
And what, if anything, did Chief Berkowitz indicate to you?
He asked me if I was working. When I told him no, he asked who was.
And who, if anyone, did you indicate to him was working?
I told him Detective Sergeant Lank was working.
And as far as what, if anything, was that call in reference to?
He stated he was driving in the area of 34 Fairview because of the warm weather and the warm rain in the last couple of days.
And what, if anything, did he indicate?
He believed.
Sustain, I'm going to see its eyebrow, please.
I knew that was coming. Y'all, what are y'all? I need y'all's feedback. What is your opinion? What is your viewpoint on all this? Let me know. I am anxiously wanting to know. This is your life as much as it is mine. But right now, I want them to tell me, did anybody hear what time did they, that's news media, what time was the search warrant issued? And what time did you physically touch that car? Watch the video. First touch, what time? Because it is alleged by the defense that Proctor was alone with the vehicle. He said 90 minutes, I think, in his opening arguments, but a lot of minutes prior to the warrant being served. What are y'all's opinions? But I'm interested to know more about how that tail light was handled. Was it broken in pieces when they pulled it out, or did it break as they pulled it out? Just questioning.
And so just to be clear, Lieutenant, you did not go to Fairview Road on February 4th, 2022, correct?
I did not.
I have nothing further for this one.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Come on, nail him. Wake me up. Spice it up. Take your time.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
When was the first time you were ever interviewed about your conduct on this case, your involvement in this case?
I don't recall.
It was about a month ago, wasn't it? April 3rd, 2024?
When I was interviewed by, I don't know who you're referring to.
Formal interview by any law enforcement agency.
Oh, I was never, until about a month ago, trial prep, I was not interviewed, correct.
And that interview was conducted by whom?
I met at the DA's office with the prosecutor, Adam Lally.
And there was also a state trooper there,
There was,
Lieutenant Tully?
correct.
Okay. So Michael Proctor never formally interviewed you about your involvement in the case?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your involvement on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your recovery of any physical evidence at the scene,
No, sir.
which would include the blood stains as well as the piece of drinking glass?
That's correct.
Okay. Never interviewed you about where that evidence ultimately went and how it made its way back to Canton Police Department?
He never interviewed me, no.
And his partner, Yuri Buchnick, also, I won't go through the litany of things, never interviewed you as well?
Correct.
And until April 3rd, 2024, nobody from the DA's office had interviewed you either.
That's correct.
Did you write a report about your involvement in the case?
Not on that particular day.
Did you write a report after that?
Yes,
When did you write that report?
possibly January 2023. I believe it was the request for the metadata, the acquisition of the photos report.
Okay.
What?
Did you ever, I'll narrow my question. Did you ever write a report about your involvement on the day at the scene?
No, I did not.
So that's not documented, at least by you, that's not documented anywhere.
That's correct.
Did you take notes when you were at the scene?
No,
Did you go back to the station and memorialize your findings and your conduct at the scene by taking notes back at the station?
no, I did
Holy
not.
So you have no notes
snap.
and no report about anything that happened at Fairview on the 29th.
Not myself, no.
Were you ever instructed by any superior? You're pretty high up in the ranks. You reported to whom?
At that time, I reported to the deputy chief of police.
Right, either the deputy chief or the chief.
Correct.
Did either the deputy chief or the chief instruct you, Lieutenant, don't worry about writing a report in this case?
No, they never said anything like that.
You would agree that
I'm dumbfounded,
it's
y'all.
one thing to respond to a scene, it's another thing to actually gather evidence at a scene,
That's correct.
especially a scene where it's a potential, at that time, a potential homicide of a police officer.
That's correct.
Part of the reason for
Y'all.
annotating, memorializing exactly what evidence is recovered is so you can relay that to other officers, correct?
Correct.
So for instance, in your direct examination just a few minutes ago, you said that you went back to the scene at one point. What was the date where the drone was considered?
February 1st.
You go back to the scene on February 1st. That's 3 full days after the event, correct?
That is correct.
After the incident. And you said, I directed them to where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yeah, I showed him. Yes,
But in fact, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, did you?
that's correct.
Okay, so you were giving them information that you had about which you had no personal knowledge, correct?
I had knowledge from other officers. I did not see John O'Keefe at the scene. He was transported to the hospital. That is correct.
Right.
Yes,
So you couldn't determine exactly how he was positioned, right?
not precisely.
From head to toe, right?
Not precisely.
Where his arms or his hands were.
That is correct. Yes.
He's a 6'2" man, correct?
I don't know.
You don't even know that?
I don't know his size. No.
If I told you that he's over 6 feet tall, would you have any quarrel with that?
If Mr. Lally told me, I would take it as fact.
Fair
Oh,
enough.
No.
For purposes of my
here's
question,
Jay.
you don't want to take my word for it, but for purposes of this question, assuming that he's over 6 feet tall, there's a better than 6 foot margin for where he would be situated in the snow, correct? From toe to head.
Correct.
And the details matter in a case like this. Any investigation, the details matter.
Surely.
Accuracy is vital in a homicide investigation.
Oh, crap.
You did find some blood droplets. We saw it on the screen, correct?
Correct.
You also found part of the drinking glass, correct?
That is correct.
Did you engage or did you endeavor to make a diagram of exactly where those items were found?
No.
You're aware, you were the former chief of detectives?
I was a detective sergeant.
Detective sergeant. You were supervisor over detectives.
Correct.
You're aware what cross coordinates are in measuring a crime scene, correct?
Yes.
You take a stable item like a flagpole, for instance, that might be one that doesn't move. You measure exactly from a compass position, exactly north,
My God.
exactly west, a number of inches, maybe even down to meters and millimeters if you use that instead of inches, using meters, right?
Yeah, we don't employ that process.
So you would employ a process where you could measure something from a known item north, south, east, or west, and
I
then
just
measure
woke up.
another known item and have an exact cross point of where that's.
We don't typically exercise in that in our investigative unit.
You knew how to do that, though.
Yes.
I mean, you've been trained on how to do that,
Yes.
but you didn't employ that technique here.
No.
So the glass, where the glass was found, it's sort of an estimate.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And where the blood was found, that's kind of an estimate also.
Yeah, we would guess that would be where his body was. Yes.
Okay.
Guess?
You just used the word guess.
You're
Yes.
trying to nail
But
someone
if you had
on
actually
murder on a
documented it
guess?
using cross coordinates, you wouldn't have to
Holy
guess. You know
crap.
exactly where the tip of his head was, where the tip of his toes were, correct?
No,
Why not?
because he wasn't there when we got there.
Fair enough. When I say you, I meant other officers. If someone had employed that before he was moved, they could have figured out exactly how he was situated, where he was in that yard, correct?
It would never happen. Life-saving measures come first. The officers are not going to start measuring while
No.
first responders are conducting life-saving measures. It
You're
doesn't
using that as
happen.
an excuse.
That's exactly right. But once the body was moved, for instance,
You can
Officer
flag
Surratt,
where the head
who's
is and the
literally
foot is.
standing
It's
there,
still in the snow.
could
The
have
pattern
said,
is still
okay,
there.
I just saw the tip of his head right here. He's now on the gurney. He could
Oh,
have measured that, right?
He could have, yes.
And then he could have said the tip of his toes were right here, and he could have measured that.
Yes.
And certainly, when there's no life-saving measures at play, you could have done the same thing with the drinking glass and the blood spots.
That's correct.
And in
I am
terms
livid.
of recovering those blood spots, I'll get back to that in a second, but in terms of recovering those blood spots, you indicated that you used temporary evidence containers, correct?
Plastic cups, I said, yes.
temporary evidence. Y'all,
Before responding to 34 Fairview, and you indicated that you were told to respond to 32 Fairview, right?
That is correct.
That was a mistake on either dispatch's part or something.
Correct.
You figured out where to go once you got there.
You can tell by the emergency lights.
It was Sergeant Good who contacted you, correct?
that's why
is
he
correct.
said
And you were
32
home.
Fairview
That
this
is correct.
morning.
Which is
Oh
why
my
you
gosh,
needed to
y'all.
respond to Canton PD to get some foul weather here, correct?
Correct.
You also contacted Brian Albert's neighbor a gentleman by the name of Tom Gallagher, correct?
That is correct.
And you wanted to let him know that you were responding over to the scene.
Yes, he was the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time.
Lieutenant in charge of detectives and also the man who lived directly across the street from Brian Albert, correct?
I would say there's two property lines he's directly across from, 32 and 34.
Okay.
But yes, that vicinity.
Okay. Is there a reason that you didn't contact Chief Berkowitz on that day to let him know where you were responding? Why did you pick Deputy Chief Gallagher?
Because that would be my next call. Like I said, he is the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time. We were responding to a possible crime scene, possible unattended death. He would be my call.
The normal chain of command.
Correct.
Okay. That you knew at the time that Chief Berkowitz was actually out on leave, having been injured on duty in some similar way.
I don't recall that. Chief Berkowitz is always present.
Not only did you respond to the scene, but either you were tasked by one of your superiors, or you, as the ranking officer on the. I guess I should ask this first. Forgive me. Were you the ranking officer on scene when you arrived?
Yes, sir, I was.
So either having been tasked by one of your superiors, or because you were the ranking officer on scene, did you take over the coordination of the preservation of that crime scene?
Yes, I did.
So others were sort of answering to you.
Correct.
You indicated that you had never preserved a crime scene in the snow before.
That's correct.
30 years plus, and your policing experiences here in the Boston area?
Correct.
Snow's a lot.
Sure.
In 30 plus years, you've never processed a crime scene in the snow?
No, I have not.
Lucky you.
Well, we don't typically process our own crime scenes. Sometimes we use the state police. Sometimes we use Plymouth County detectives.
So save the state police, or setting them aside because they were not tasked on this call yet.
Correct.
You were then in charge of preserving this crime scene, right?
That's correct.
What exactly did you do, if you can name the categories? What exactly did you do to actually preserve the entire crime scene?
Sure. I can tell you that I had Sergeant Good move all the cars so I could photograph the scene, documented by photo evidence. I told Detective Sergeant Lake, make sure he has initial statements from everybody present. And that's basically what we did prior to searching the scene itself.
With regard to Sergeant Lang, you told him to make sure that we had statements, your words, we had statements from all the witnesses that were at the scene.
Initial statements, yes.
Does that mean the people inside the house?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe people across the street, if there were people across the street?
No, it didn't include them at the time. It included people that were involved from the prior night's incident outing, I would call it.
At the time that you tasked Sergeant Lang with this responsibility, did you know personally that you were standing on the property of Brian Albert?
I did.
Did you also know that Sergeant Lang had an ongoing and a long time relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Did you know that?
I know he knew them. I think you're mischaracterizing the relationship.
Did you see a problem with having somebody who knew the parties taking the initial
I'm
statements?
sorry, guys.
from
I
those
had to mute
parties?
myself. I was
Not at all. Sergeant
too
Lang,
loud.
no issue at all.
Not in your mind.
Not in my mind.
Were you aware that before you got to the location, that Sergeant Lang had taken it upon himself to already make contact with the individuals in the house?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar, please.
I am going to be right back. I purposely muted myself because I was blowing up. I can't believe the handling of this crime scene. It just blows my mind.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I? Lieutenant, just before we went to sidebar, I'd asked a quick question. Were you aware at the time that you tasked Sergeant Lang to go talk to the folks inside the house that he had already gone into the house to talk to them?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that one of the reasons, I'd like to move back, I'm bouncing around a little bit, I apologize.
I understand.
One of the things that you talked about was the preservation of the crime scene and the lack thereof because of the inclement conditions.
Correct.
There was wind blowing from all directions.
Yes.
There was snow falling.
Yes.
It was icy cold out.
Yes.
There was already snow accumulated on the ground, about 4 inches, you said.
At least it was different spots because of the wind drifts.
Wouldn't that be even more of a reason in a potential homicide investigation to adequately preserve the scene as best you possibly could?
Of course.
Wouldn't you want to, for instance, protect the area? You mentioned a tent.
Yes.
Wouldn't you want to make sure that anybody from the civilian side and or officers don't just start traipsing through the middle of the crime scene?
That was all done.
As a matter of fact, the first responders the EMTs had already done what they needed to do in the scene. And Mr. O'Keefe had been transported to the hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So that was not a concern.
No.
So nobody needed to be inside that scene that wasn't authorized to be there,
That's correct.
civilian or officers.
That's correct.
Who was it that told you specifically where John O'Keefe's body was?
I don't recall specifically. I had a collaborative meeting with Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good.
Were you aware at the time that you had the meeting with Sergeant Lank that Sergeant Lank did not ever see John O'Keefe's body in the position?
Yes, I did. I don't believe Sergeant Good did, to my knowledge. I believe John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at that time.
John O'Keefe, I'm sorry, I got a little confused. John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at which time?
When some of the officers arrived.
Okay. So if that were the case, then they wouldn't have any personal knowledge of where John O'Keefe's body was either.
Not to your precise locations, yes.
You mentioned a tent, and you said that you, in an answer to a question by Mr. Lally, you did not go back to Canton PD to get the tent. You had a tent in your trunk or something?
That's correct.
When you interviewed with Lieutenant Tully, did he specifically ask you, this is about a month ago, did he ask you about the tent?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to review just a small snippet of your report, of his report
Yes.
about your interview?
Yes.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Just take a look at that and direct your attention to paragraph 4. Tell me if you recognize that document.
I don't recognize the documents. First time I've seen it.
Fair enough. Does it read the highlighted portion and tell me whether that refreshes your recollection about a conversation you had with Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Okay, I didn't have.
Read it to yourself.
Yes, okay.
You've read that?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recall telling Lieutenant Tully,
You can ask him what if that refreshes his recollection.
does that refresh your recollection at this point?
It doesn't change my recollection.
You said you didn't recollect exactly what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent. And I'm asking, does that refresh your recollection about what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Yeah, that's not what I said about the tent.
Okay, so you didn't say, I drove to Canton PD headquarters to retrieve a tent to protect the area where O'Keefe was found from falling snow, but never used the tent due to high winds.
We didn't have a tent at that time.
That wasn't my question. I'm being very specific. Did you say that to Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was misinterpreted.
Okay, so if he got that, if that's in his report, that's incorrect.
It's not accurate, correct?
Okay. Is there anything else that you read in that report that's not accurate?
You asked me to read the highlighted version. That's what I read. I didn't see any. I didn't read any other part of the document.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You indicated, still staying at the crime scene.
Sorry, did he or did he
on
not say
January
get the
29th,
tent?
You indicated on direct examination that the area adjacent to the blood stains that you saw and the drinking glass that you found, that area was somewhat trampled by, you presume, the first responders, the EMTs.
That's correct.
You also indicated that you didn't see any other signs of shoe prints going from the street to the house, correct?
From the scene to the house,
From the
correct.
scene to the house.
Correct.
Meaning, what do you mean when you say that, from the scene to the house?
So the house, you have the house, and the scene was to the far left, actually on the property line with number 32. So I didn't see any footprints. The only other footprints I saw was where the officers walked around and put up the crime scene tape.
Meaning walking through the yard
Correct.
and putting up crime
Yeah,
scene tape.
that's
Correct.
correct.
All right.
He
And
had
if
one in the
somebody
back
had
of
wa-
his
How many of
car.
those sets of prints did you see?
I don't recall.
Did you photograph or seek to have anybody else photograph the area from the scene to the house?
Just those long shots that you saw in the exhibits.
Okay. And the snow was actively falling at the time, correct?
Yes,
So if there had been a print a couple of hours earlier, you very well might not see it.
that is correct.
Whoa,
I'd
that's
like
a good
to ask you
one.
a couple of questions about the collection of the blood. You found what you thought was blood initially, right?
That's correct.
Pink in color, reddish in color,
Correct.
and you began the process of removing layers of snow, in other words, dusting the area with a leaf blower.
That is correct.
Had you ever used a leaf blower in a crime scene preservation effort?
First time.
First time? And you indicated your testimony was temporary evidence containers to collect that blood, correct?
Yep, we utilized cups, plastic cups.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
The same kind of red Solo cup you drink beer out of at a barbecue?
Yeah, sure, you could.
Objection, Your Honor. Strike.
I'll allow it.
There's nothing
Ooh.
special about the red Solo cup?
Other than their plastic, nothing special.
And where did you get those red Solo cups?
We got them from Lieutenant Gallagher.
So in other words, you got the, to use your words, the evidence containers from a neighbor.
Correct.
He had some Solo cups in his house.
We asked him if he had any plastic containers, any type of plastic container that we could utilize.
How far were you
Oh,
from Canton PD? From 34 Fairview to Canton PD? Give me an idea.
I hope that wasn't too loud.
Mile and a half.
So even in really bad weather, 4 minutes, 5 minutes? Is that right? To drive?
Sure.
You didn't go back to Canton PD to get actual evidence containers, correct?
We wouldn't have temporary plastic containers that what we were looking for. We're looking to take samples of snow. We wouldn't have had, I know for a fact we did not have those. If we needed bags, needle containers, things of that nature, we're all set. But as far as plastic containers that we wanted to utilize, we didn't have them.
Do you have any glass containers?
No.
So Canton PD does not
Educational alert system. Plastic bags hold snow too. Water melts, you can put it in a plastic bag. Hello? You live in this weather and you don't know the basics of collecting in snow? You can put ice and snow in a plastic bag. Hello? Holy crap. This guy's a freaking idiot.
have or utilize
Aileen?
collection containers that are plastic.
They're
We have needle
collecting
containers that are plastic.
blood
We
droplets
have
in
blood
snow.
swabs that are in plastic containers.
out
But
of
for what we wanted to take a sample, we did not have.
red Solo
So
cup
we improvised.
gotten from a
My next
neighbor.
question is certainly Canton PD employs and owns
Many.
sterile swabs.
Correct.
Sterile swab is in a container that's long, and
Take a
usually
sterile,
the swab is
sterile
connected to the
swab
lid,
and you
spread
scoop
out,
up the
and then
blood
it's
drop
sealed.
and put
That's
it in the plastic
Forensically
container
stable.
and seal it.
Yes.
And the reason that it's
What
sealed
the
and
ever living-
forensically stable is so nothing
Sorry,
can
y'all.
contaminate the sample, correct?
Sure.
But
Yes.
just as importantly, the blood sample can't contaminate anything else.
Correct.
You get the
You
point.
go to Canton PD a mile away and get sterile swabs for the blood collection.
Blood was frozen. We didn't think it would be viable.
You didn't think it would be viable?
Correct.
That's what
If
you
you
got
touched
thinking.
the swab to cold blood, you think you might get some blood on that swab?
I wasn't sure it would be efficient for testing.
So what you did instead was you gathered red Solo cups from a neighbor, unsterilized, and scooped up the snow with what you thought the blood was, and just carried them back to the truck?
Nope. We took 6 samples, individual samples. Our philosophy was we'll let the crime lab extract it the way they best see fit. Those 6 samples were bagged and then transported back to Camp Police Headquarters and placed into evidence.
They didn't use anything
No,
sterile.
not that I recall.
They weren't sealed in any way?
Hell,
No.
you can put the
So somebody
snow in
sneezed over the
sterile
top of one of
gloves
those
for all
cups?
that matter.
They
We're
were sealed in a bag,
importing.
brown evidence bag. At that time, nobody was going to sneeze over the cup.
Do you have a rough estimate of how many people handled those red Solo cups before they were used to collect blood evidence in this homicide case?
You want me to estimate?
Give me an idea.
Sure. Sergeant Lank,
No, I mean, I'm sorry. My question was a bad one. Before you took possession of the red Solo cups, do you have any idea how many people before you had handled those Solo cups?
I took them out of a package, so probably none.
Oh,
about
bullshit. The
before
people
they were
packaging it
packaged?
handled it.
I
Right.
assume Solo doesn't sell contaminated cups. I would say none.
So they're certainly not forensically stable. They're not sterile.
By
Those
your,
are
I
made
don't know
for
what definition
drinking.
you're looking for, but I would agree.
Do you think it's
Y'all, I have to take a second. My brain is about ready to freaking explode. You have a detective who should have some brains. Yeah. You have Solo cups, which are in a plastic bag, which have been in storerooms. Each plastic bag has a little hole in it. They're made so people hopefully don't suffocate on them when they're stupid enough to put it over their heads. But the people in a factory are handling those Solo cups. Solo cups are not used in a criminal investigation. You have vials. You have the Q-tips in the vials. You put on plastic gloves. You open up the bag and remove the sterile Q-tip. You scoop up the drop of blood with the Q-tip and you put it in the vial and you seal it. If there's more than just a that, what do you think you do? You can open up an evidence plastic bag, which is sterile on the inside. With your gloves, you put your hand in to invert it, to grab the snow, and then pull it out and seal it. Holy mother loving God. I am about ready to explode. And he is supposed to be the expert. He is the one in charge. He is looking like a little bit of a exactly. Do you know how many things have handled? I'm gonna post. I'm sorry. Everybody handles that bag, and then the people taking it, the neighbor, the Lieutenant Kelly, who would have known better than this, put their hand on the rims and on the cups to remove them from the bag, or depending on which direction. If you're smart, you open it from the backside where you pick up the butt of the cup, but not everybody does. I love this lawyer. I still want him to talk about the freaking warrant. What time was the warrant issued? And then what time did you touch the vehicle? Where are the pictures of the taillight before you removed it from the vehicle? Hello? Where are the pictures of the taillight before and after removing it from the vehicle? Because everybody said it was cracked. It wasn't actually broken. Where are all those pictures? Y'all, I just want to sit on this button and go, holy crap, let's get going. Oh,
Standard practice for a police department to borrow red Solo cups from a neighbor to gather evidence?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, Lieutenant.
Of course not.
ooh, y'all.
Nothing about the scene was standard.
Right.
Nothing about the scene was standard.
The glass shard. I'll touch on the Solo cups in just a second, but I want to talk about the glass shard of the drinking glass. Were you the one that found the drinking glass?
I was operating the leaf blower and uncovered the glass, yes.
And this
So you were
was
the first
not
one-
the
well, I guess
at
you
the
didn't tell me
time.
you were the first one, but
This
you
was
noticed
like
it
minutes
quick.
after the body was removed. This
I wouldn't
was
say it
later.
was quick, but we
Like the
uncovered it.
fifth, the
Okay.
third.
And then there is you mentioned a CARS report in your direct examination. There was a report done of where some of these items were found, correct?
You'll have to clarify. I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you mention a CARS report, which is a report of the crime scene, where things were located, mapping of those things?
You objected. It was sustained. I never got to answer that question.
Touche. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh my God, that was good.
I'll show you a document and see if you recognize that.
I don't recognize it. I could tell you what it is.
That's okay. If you don't recognize it, that's all I needed. Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar generally? I don't necessarily need to talk about this one. but
That's
are you
why I
familiar
watch
generally
everything
with
when I
CARS
get
reports?
home and
Not
my
at all.
hands.
Not at all. That's not sort of in your framework.
Not in my realm.
Okay. Are you aware that there is a process by which items of evidence are mapped, or they attempt to be mapped
Yeah.
for a crime scene?
Now I'm awake.
I'm not.
y'all.
I don't do homicide
Aileen,
investigations.
thanks for
I'm not aware of
joining
that.
me. I love you, girlfriend.
Again, with regard to where the blood drops were found, let me go back to one other question I had. You said you took 6 samples, correct?
That's correct.
Did you precisely indicate in any report or note or diagram
I wish I get the
exactly
camera on
which
his head
blood
better.
drops were in which Solo cup?
I did not.
Oh,
As you were using that snowblower and you uncovered the glass cup and more of the blood samples, at any point, did you see a size 12 men's shoe black in color?
No.
At any point, did you see a man's baseball hat black in color?
No.
You actually dug out a portion of you didn't dig it out, you moved it with your foot, or somebody did, portion of the berm or the curb that separates the street from the yard, correct?
That is correct.
At any point along that curb line, did you see a men's shoe?
Along the exposed curb line, no.
Did you see it anywhere else?
No.
And you didn't see a hat anywhere else?
No.
You didn't see any
He never
bright red
saw-
taillight material anywhere else?
I did not.
You did not see any clear taillight material?
I did.
plastic material?
I did not.
You did not see any black plastic material? No. You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of plastic material?
I did not.
If you had found a broken glass, if you find a broken glass on somebody's yard in a situation like this, did that seem out of place to you?
They were coming from a bar. It
Wow.
didn't seem totally out of place, no.
At the time that you found the broken glass, would you rationally think, well, maybe the rest of this glass?
Okay, y'all, let's do a catch up. Holy crap, this is the first time we're hearing anything about a hat. We've only heard about a shoe. Oh, my Lord. Oh, y'all. Holy. I got to be on 2 hours. Oh, I am. I'm been on 2 hours before. So if I accidentally say a curse word, it's not going to kill me. Okay, y'all, but it is daytime. Okay. What the heck just happened? I would declare for mistrial at this point if I could. My mind is blown. Give me a okay. Basically, this guy who was the lead person collecting all this evidence of blood drops and a part of a glass didn't find the shoe. All right, for those who were just joining, the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, was allegedly hit by the car with which the person who is being charged of Karen Reed of hitting him and killing him and hitting him and leaving him in the snow, and thus he died from hypothermia. But there were no broken glass from a taillight at the scene that was processed right there near the body of O'Keefe. There was also a missing shoe, which was noted by the EMS drivers, not found at the time that this day and a half. What day did he do this? I think it was like the 2nd or the 3rd. I don't have the note. They went back the next day or so to process this scene completely, or later that day. Did not find a shoe, did not find 45 pieces of glass at the scene, did not find a hat that somebody says all of a sudden has popped up. This is news to us. Oh, Aileen. Karen Reed dated a police officer who was found deceased at a co-worker's house, which he supposedly went to party after everybody went to a bar that night. At about midnight at night, all these people left a bar, and they were all co-workers of the deceased or whatever. Karen Reed is the girlfriend that is on trial that is alleged to have hit him with her vehicle when they had an argument. The problem with that is her taillight that they say was broken because she hit him. Actually, on footage at the home where she stayed with him, she backed up trying to go find him because he didn't come home that night and hit his car and cracked her taillight. That is actually in evidence. This is either in a drunken state she hit him, or it is a framing by the PD. Because it is alleged by the defense that he got in an altercation at Brian Albert's house, which is the house in question. Brian Albert is a co-worker. He is a Boston PD first responder. He nor anybody in his house came out in the entire time of hours and hours of police department and fire and EMS on scene. Oh, please like and subscribe. Aileen, please subscribe, love. I really need it. So let's just say a lot of people think it's a setup. A lot of people believe, and this is my personal belief, there is an actual flow chart. There's so many characters involved. But Karen Reed was having a romantic text and kissy with Brian Higgins, who worked with the deceased O'Keefe. Brian Higgins got caught kissing a girl on New Year's Eve. But Brian Higgins was in the house with all these people at the time that after Karen Reed, the defendant, dropped off the boyfriend, the deceased, at the house of Brian Albert. She said she saw him go in or walk up the driveway towards the entrance of the home. And then she left. But here's the problem. He never came home. and he's got 2 black eyes, a busted nose, a contusion above the eye. He's got an armful of scratches, or what most people call dog bites, because there was a dog on scene who was somewhat aggressive. So long story short, this is a major show. And in a minute, I'm going to eat. Please subscribe, Aileen. It will help me out a lot, babe. But on my YouTube channel, if you're watching this on Facebook, please go to my Adakay Brown alternate juror YouTube channel and subscribe. So this is a major show. Didn't mean to do that one. Let's get back to this. We had a brain.
Glasses inside the residence.
No,
You did not think that.
no, there was reason that I didn't think that.
I'm going to
Did you
back that
think
up.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you see?
I don't do homicide investigations. I'm not aware of that.
Then why are you in charge? You don't do it.
Again, with regard to where the blood drops were found, let me go back to one other question I had. You said you took 6 samples, correct?
That's correct.
Did you precisely indicate in any report or note or diagram exactly which blood drops were in which solo cup?
I did not.
Aileen, I'm going to college for criminal justice.
As you were using that snowblower,
I
you
just made
uncovered
my
the
lawyer.
glass cup and more of the blood samples. At any point, did you see a size 12 men's shoe black in color?
No.
At any point, did you see a man's baseball hat black in color?
No.
You actually dug out a portion of you didn't dig it out, you moved it with your foot.
And line
or
wipe is
somebody
paying
did,
for it.
portion of the berm or the curb
My makeup
that separates the street from the yard, correct?
That is correct.
At any point along that curb line, did you
Good
see
to see
a
you,
men's shoe?
Sparkles. I'm talking through the
Along the
replay.
exposed curb line. No.
Blessings, Sparkles.
Did you
I'm
see it
so glad
anywhere
you
else?
joined us.
No.
And you didn't see a hat anywhere else?
No,
You didn't see any bright red taillight material anywhere else?
I did not.
You did not see any clear taillight material?
I did.
Plastic material?
I did not.
You did not see any black plastic material? No. You certainly didn't see
Yep.
45 pieces of plastic material?
I did not.
Where's the photo of the vehicle
If you
prior to
found a
them
broken
removing the
glass-
taillight?
If you find a broken glass on somebody's yard in a situation like this, did that
I don't know.
seem out of place to you?
They were coming from a bar. It didn't seem totally out of place. No.
At the time that you found the broken glass, would you rationally think, well, maybe the rest of this glass is inside the residence?
No.
You did not think that.
No, there was reason that I didn't think that.
Did you think that, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever go inside the house to search for the other part of the glass?
Absolutely not.
Because you made up your mind initially where that glass came from.
Objection.
You can answer that, sir.
No.
Did you search the house for any other matching glasses?
No, no,
Matter of fact, you didn't search the house for any physical items, did you?
of course not.
Is that because that house belonged to a Boston police officer?
No, it's because it requires probable cause, as you know, which we did not have.
Or at least you didn't think you had at that time?
We knew we didn't have it.
Did you seek it from a judge?
I'm familiar with what probable cause is.
Did you seek a probable cause warrant from a judge?
No, I did not.
Right. Did you ask for consent to search the house?
We wouldn't do consent, and that's in a death investigation.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. My question
No,
was,
I did not.
okay. Is that because you were at the house of a Boston police officer?
No, it's because we wouldn't do it. Because if consent is denied, we still don't have probable cause, and we still couldn't search the house.
But you never asked, did you?
Never asked.
According to your interview with Lieutenant Tully,
Holy crap.
after going to the scene the first time, you then returned back to Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes,
At that point, you remember having a conversation with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
that is correct.
And you indicated that having that conversation with Chief Berkowitz, that was about Canton Police Department recusing themselves.
Not doing any further investigative interviews, yes.
And you indicated actually in that conversation that you agreed with Chief Berkowitz that Canton should be recused, correct?
He agreed with me.
Your assessment that the recusal should take place,
Yes, it was.
and he agreed.
That is correct.
Okay. And the reason for that recusal was because of the relationship between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department.
No.
I have to go back on that. That's important.
Yes.
I have to go back. We need to hear that. This is
According
important.
to your interview with Lieutenant Tully, after going to the scene the first time, you then returned back to Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
At that point, you remember having a conversation with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
That is correct.
And you indicated that having that conversation with Chief Berkowitz, that was about Canton Police Department recusing themselves.
Not doing any further investigative interviews, yes.
And you indicated actually in that conversation that you agreed with Chief Berkowitz that Canton should be recused, correct?
He agreed with me.
Your assessment that the recusal should take place,
Yes, it was.
and he agreed.
That is correct.
Okay. And the reason for that recusal was because of the relationship between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department.
No.
What was the reason for the recusal?
The reason was we had a Boston police officer on another Boston police officer's lawn or property, and that property owner was the brother of somebody in our investigative unit.
That's one way to put it. Another way to put it would be because of the Albert family having a relationship with the Canton Police Department.
It has to do with Detective Albert having a relationship with his family.
Right. Or the other side of that is his family having a relationship with Canton Police Department.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Go ahead. Move on, please.
What time was that conversation with Chief Berkowitz?
It was after 8 a.m. when we got back to the police department.
You then traveled back to 34 Fairview to interview the homeowners with Sergeant Lang?
Sergeant Lake was doing the interviews, yes, but I accompanied him.
Approximately what time did you arrive back at 34 Fairview to engage these interviews?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
Were you and Sergeant Lang well, let me ask this. At that time, did you know whether Sergeant Lang had already gone into the home?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you knew that you were not the first person to go in and make contact with the individuals inside the home. That was Sergeant Lang
Sergeant Lake and Sergeant Good, correct.
before you ever got there.
Correct.
Okay. Did they show you any documentation, notes, or anything of that initial interview?
No.
Do you know whether or not they took notes of that initial interview?
I don't.
Do you know whether they recorded that initial interview?
I know they did not.
You indicated that you personally knew Brian Albert. Is that right?
I knew him since I became a police officer, yes.
And so you indicated that you had a professional relationship with him, but not necessarily a personal relationship with him.
Correct.
Did you know that he was in the house before you walked in the house?
No, I did not.
I'm writing a lot, y'all.
What was your your professional interaction with Brian Albert before you walked into that house that day?
Previously?
Correct.
So
Just in general.
So in general, as a detective, he was with the fugitive unit at one point. He was helpful when we had a fugitive we needed to apprehend in Boston, things of that nature, job-related things.
Had you ever, for lack of a better phrase, hung out with Brian Albert?
Not a day.
Never socialized with him?
No, not intentionally. It's possible if I went to a retirement party, could he have been present? Possibly, but not that I'm aware.
But you had no social relationship with him?
Zero.
You indicated that there were 5 or 6 people inside the house, including Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe. Is that
Yes,
right?
that is correct.
So you clearly knew those 2 people.
I didn't know Jen McCabe. I know that Sergeant Lake was going to speak with her, but I didn't know her personally. I never had a conversation with her.
She
What was
did
it about
absolutely
Jim McCabe
nothing
that
to
you
help on
recall?
scene.
As opposed to the other 4 or 5 people that were in the house.
Sergeant Lake was talking to her.
You just remember that name,
That's who he went to talk to.
Got it. So he went back specifically with the intent of talking to Jennifer McCabe.
That's correct.
That's when you accompanied.
That is correct.
Was that interview recorded?
No,
Did you take any notes about that interview?
I did not.
Did you write a report about that interview?
I did not.
Wow,
You said that
no
there were-
recording?
Other than Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, there were 3 or 4 other people in the house.
Yes.
Were those 3 or 4 other people in the house at the time that John O'Keefe was found dead or dying on the lawn?
I don't have the answer to that.
Did you think that might have been an important thing to find out?
Again, I didn't think of that at that time, and I didn't think it was important at that time. I knew that Sergeant Lank had already interviewed people in the house.
You had what you knew at that time, Lieutenant, was you had an officer, a Boston police officer, who was
Whoa.
either dead or dying on the front lawn of a house with a bunch of occupants, and you didn't think that it was necessary to investigate or interview those occupants yourself?
No, I did not. At that time, I wanted to not participate in investigative interviews.
Lieutenant Tully, in your interview with him,
Had to do it, y'all.
you volunteered that Brian Higgins was not present when you went back to the house, correct?
I didn't believe he was.
What, you didn't believe he was?
No, I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Okay.
I don't recall who the other people were at that time.
But Brian Higgins was not one of them.
I don't know the answer to that. He could have been.
You,
I can't say with certainty.
you know Brian Higgins.
I do.
Obviously, you know him well.
I do.
He's the
Okay,
one
you
that's
guys
having a fling with
occupy sort of
the
same space in
defendant.
Canton PD, correct?
That is correct.
You might see him most days out of the week.
No, but I know him.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've got a social relationship with Brian Higgins as well.
I have been social with Brian Higgins, yes.
So you know him professionally and socially. You can't tell the jurors whether or not he was in that home when you went back over there to interview individuals about a Boston police officer who had fallen and was either dead or dying on the front lawn.
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that, sir.
I can't answer that question. I had no conversation with Brian Higgins, so I don't recall.
I call BS on that.
You do know that on January 29th, well, let me ask you this. Foundationally, did you go back after that series of unrecorded interviews? Did you go back to Canton Police Department and work the rest of the day?
Yes,
Brian Higgins was also at the station for nearly the entire day.
again, I don't recall that.
You're aware that Brian Higgins had been granted a key card for the station?
Yes,
And I'm guessing that is a relatively rare thing if you're not a Canton police officer to have a key card and full access to the station.
there were a couple of ATF agents that had that access, yes.
Okay, but he was one of them.
He was one of them, yes.
Is that access restricted, Lieutenant? In other words, does his key card work the same as your key card?
I don't know the answer to that.
He would have, to your knowledge, he roamed throughout the station at will, correct?
I don't know how he roamed. He's a very private person. You very rarely see him. Usually his habits were he'd go up a front stairwell right to his office.
But his accent, I guess I'm struggling with the question.
In other words,
His access
you
was
have
not
access
limited
to
your
evidence
knowledge.
room and the bay where the.
I don't know the answer to that. I can't answer that to my knowledge.
He could go into any door.
Oh, you're
I
getting
would doubt
awfully
it.
invasive.
You would doubt that it would be limited.
I would doubt he'd have unlimited access. The patrolmen don't have full access. It all depends by your grade. Where he's an outside agency, I'm sure he had limited access.
Who has access to the sound port?
The doors, only whoever's in the dispatch area, the overhead doors. There is one pedestrian door that everybody would have access to.
So he would have access to that as well.
Yes.
Where is
Y'all.
Chief Berkowitz's office in relation to the rest of Canton PD, the physical building?
The best way to describe it, I don't know if the jury is familiar with the building, but if you were looking from Washington Street dead on, it's the top floor, far left office.
And is that, I don't know this.
I'll be
I'm
right
not
back.
being,
though.
This is not rhetorical. Is it 3 floors or 2 floors?
So it's really 3 floors, but it's numbered 1, 1A, and 2.
So he would be on 2, 3 physical floors up.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you. when you had the meeting that you earlier described with Chief Berkowitz, where you indicated WPD needed to recuse itself, was that in his office or someplace else?
I was in the office of the detective sergeant.
Which is where?
It's on floor 1A.
All right, we're going to take a 5-10 minute break.
I am back, y'all. I just went ahead and got the peanut butter, mayonnaise, and pineapple. Peanut butter, mayonnaise, and pineapple. Oh. So, are we on a lunch break? Or are they in doing the sidebar? But what I'm going to do, I ran and grabbed it. Here it is. There's pineapple and bread. Now, why am I doing this? George Kelly stated in the previous trial that he was in his home in the kitchen. Oh, man. Let me see if my son can get that. Sorry. because I'm. Hold on.
Yes,
Can you get that? I'm in the middle of making my sandwich on live.
I guess.
Thank you. So that he's not happy, but I will. So here is the mayonnaise. All right. I'm doing the old style. So George Kelly told everybody that he eats a mayonnaise, peanut butter, and pineapple sandwich. So for those who were just joining me, I don't know if you heard that on his case, but I said if I get 200 subscriptions Friday, I would do this. Now, I am a little scared to be eating a mayonnaise is on it, pineapples going on. I'm going to break this up to make it fit a little better. Peanut butter is going on. How many of y'all had this? Man, these things are hard to squeeze. Oh, my hands are not happy. All right. Peanut butter, mayonnaise, and pineapple. Okay. So Mr. Kelly states that he was making this sandwich. I'm going to eat the pineapple first. When he saw people running across his property. Okay. And everybody was all grossed out by that thought. But I said if I make it to 200 viewers by a specific day, that I would try the sandwich. Are y'all ready? I don't have a drum roll. Got something on my shirt. Oh, 3. Oh, FYI, I have a very bad sore on the roof of my mouth. So let's see how this goes. 3, 2, there's peanut butter. 1. Y'all tell me whether it's good or bad. Y'all, it's not bad. I don't taste mayo. Roof of my mouth hurts. I scratched the roof of my mouth with a chip and now it's real sore. The pineapple really overtakes the peanut butter and mayonnaise. I barely taste the peanut butter. Peanut butter and pineapple is good, y'all. I don't even taste the mayo. It does. And y'all, this is the mayo I got. Y'all, not bad. Roof of my mouth hurts. The acidity of the uh pineapple burns a little bit. But I'd eat this. Not bad. Not at all. It's just the roof of my mouth hurts. I've got a sore about that big on the roof of my mouth. Yo, I can do this. I love pineapple and peanut butter together. My cringing is the pain, not the taste. Thank you so much. Now the next one's 300. Yeah, my cringing is pain from the roof of my mouth. This is something I would definitely eat. I'm going to finish it because I'm hungry. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I knew that. My biggest thing is the fact that it's just I've got an open wound, and that's why you're right. It does. But I love pineapple. Mm. Actually, it's more the bread sticking to my mouth that really hurts more. I'm gonna put this aside and give my mouth a break. I'll come back to it. Take a sip. It's just the pain from that sore. That is not bad, y'all. I could easily, if that's all I had, I could make that and eat it. It was the mayonnaise that I thought would bother me. But I think Miracle Whip may be a little different. It's a little more tangy. Yeah, I know, Aileen, and I thought about not doing it, but I promised them on Friday, follow-up day or evening, I promised them if I got to 200, I would try the sandwich today. So I'm just keeping it. Yeah, it does make it creamier, but I wonder if Miracle Whip would have more of a tangy taste to it. Y'all don't know Aileen. I've known her for some time. Aileen, welcome to my channel. I guess you're viewing this on Facebook. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But so court is in break, I guess. And is this their lunch break? I guess y'all would have heard it. I didn't. I was getting the sandwich. It sounds disgusting, but it is not. It sounds disgusting, but it is not. That's awesome. I need to get some Facebook people, so please share it. Would you please, love? Um, but so let's do a road thus far for the new people. John O'Keefe was found in the snow, unconscious. Okay, by his girlfriend, Karen Reed, Carrie Roberts, and Jen McCabe. Apparently, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had some verbal disagreements over the children who John gained guardianship over when his sister and brother-in-law died. That's 2 months apart. Karen Reed was doing things like giving basically sweets when John O'Keefe wasn't happy about it. Anyway, they were having a fight over it. That night, they went to a club with a group of people, a bar and grill. When it was over, Brian Alberts invited a group of them back over to his house for, I guess, an after party. When that happened, by Karen Reed's interview that I've seen, she's not testified. She dropped him off after sitting in the car having a fight. And then she left. Okay, we're back.
Thank you.
It goes back in session, maybe see.
Anything I eat right now hurts.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. You had started to tell us who at the scene, who handled those solo cups. Can you describe that for us, please?
I handled them to the scene. Sergeant Lang collected the samples.
Under your supervision?
Yes.
Did anybody other than Sergeant Lang handle those solo cups?
No.
So once they were in his possession, they remained in his possession until they were booked into evidence?
They were bagged, placed in Sergeant Lang's vehicle. He transported them to Camp Police Headquarters, transported it into the office, and logged them in as evidence. Yes.
Did you watch all that happen?
I did not.
You did not. So you're presuming those next steps after he was out of your view?
I know that because he told me so.
Well, that's
You're
hearsay.
saying-
Move to strike, Your Honor.
All right, I'll strike the end of that.
Thank you. Not what he told you, what you observed.
I did not observe him place it in evidence. Yes.
At what point did you lose sight of those solo cups?
When I got in my vehicle to leave the scene.
So once the solo cups were in his, you saw them go in the brown paper bag,
That's correct.
the evidence bag. Then you saw them go in the truck.
That's correct.
And at that point, you don't have any personal information about what happened to those solo cups. Personal observations.
Until I removed them from temporary evidence, I have no recollection. Correct.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about once you were inside the home. You've already indicated that you did not seek a search warrant. You did not seek consent to search the home, correct?
That's correct.
Did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight?
No.
Did you go to the basement at all?
No.
Had you ever been in the house before that morning at 9 a.m.?
Never.
Sorry?
Never.
Okay. Did you go to the backyard?
No.
Did you personally observe whether or not that house has a bulkhead door that services the basement?
I have no idea.
Did you photograph any portion of the house?
The front of the house.
Sorry, bad question. Good point. Inside the house, did you photograph any part of the house?
No.
Did you have a cell phone with you?
Yes.
Has a camera on it?
Yes.
So you could have photographed it, you chose not to.
I would have needed permission or a warrant.
And you got neither.
That's correct.
You sought neither.
That's correct.
Did you photograph any of the individuals in the home for instance, for injuries or anything like that?
No.
That's okay, Aileen.
Did you or Sergeant Lank separate?
I like you
the
on Facebook. That
witnesses
helps me a
before they
lot.
were interviewed?
There was only one witness he was interviewing,
Who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Where was everybody else in the house?
I believe they were all in the same area, the kitchen. I believe it was the kitchen.
Those individuals were not taken to a different part of the house.
Wait. Whoa. You interviewed in front of
They were allowed
everybody?
to communicate with and among one another.
Sure. Yes.
And I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it just to make sure I'm clear. None of that interview of Jen McCabe was not recorded in any way. Audio or video recorded.
Correct.
How long were you inside the house for that interview?
10 minutes, maybe.
Other than Jen McCabe being interviewed, were any of the other witnesses inside that house asked any questions by Sergeant Lank or by you?
No, not that I believe so. Not that I recall.
Were you the person on February 1st who gave access to the Massachusetts State Police to the Sally Port?
I was probably one of them. The Sally Port doors can only be opened by dispatch.
Did you approve or authorize those doors to be opened for purposes of MSP coming in, Massachusetts State Police coming in and processing that vehicle?
I don't know if I specifically did it at that point, but I certainly would, yes.
You knew that the vehicle had been in that Sally Port since January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
I don't believe what point I knew it was in the Sally Port, but I did know it was there for days before, yes.
Okay. And if it had been there from January 29th to February 1st, that's 3 full days.
That's correct.
From the time that that SUV arrived and was situated in the Sally Port, how many people had access to that truck, that SUV?
How many people had access to the Sally Porter? Is that one? Are you asking one
One
of
and the
the?
same,
I would say the entire department.
dozens,
Yes, correct.
hundreds?
No, we're very small.
I don't know that, so.
We're probably 45.
45. And just about every one of those 45 people would have access to that Sally Port and that SUV had they wanted to.
Had they wanted to, yes.
And that
Holy
45
snap.
doesn't include Brian Higgins.
It probably does, but he would have access as well.
Thank you. Those same individuals that would have access to the SUV inside the Sally Port, very obviously, would also have access to anything else that had been placed in the Sally Port along with the SUV, correct?
That is correct.
Did you photograph or cause to be photographed that SUV immediately upon its arrival into the Sally Port on January 29th?
I wasn't working. No,
Did anybody, to your knowledge, seek to photograph the condition of that vehicle immediately when it arrived at the Sally Port?
I wasn't there. I can't say.
You've certainly never seen any photographs from January 29th immediately when that SUV was brought into the Sally Port, right?
Other than our evidence, I haven't seen any evidence in this case.
What?
You indicated that Massachusetts State Police was having some difficulty removing the light. We saw a short snippet of the video, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Who made the decision to even remove the taillight? Was that Canton PD or was it Massachusetts State Police?
That would have been somebody within the state police.
Okay. And then you contacted Officer Wanless to actually facilitate the removal of that light, right?
I contacted dispatch to ask Officer Wanless to return.
And you knew at the time that Officer Wanless was a sworn Canton police officer.
That's correct.
But Lieutenant Gallagher, you told us just a few minutes ago that you and the chief, actually you and the chief agreed that the Canton Police Department was completely recused from this case in the investigation based on a conflict of interest, correct?
No, you're spinning it. What I said was from participating in investigative interviews.
So they could take part, Canton Police Department could take part in any other part of the investigation, according to you, with the exception of investigative interviews?
We can open doors. We can facilitate things. Yes.
Remove taillights?
There's nothing. No. Yeah. If it's an assist round peg, round hole, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. So in other words, Canton Police Department, notwithstanding the conflict of interest, was still allowed to participate in the investigation of the Karen Reed matter.
There was no conflict of interest. I said appearance of conflict of interest. So we have to be careful. I didn't believe there was a conflict. I honestly believe we could have investigated this case,
Well,
but it wasn't the appearance of such a conflict.
You also didn't believe that there was probable cause to search the house either.
I know that.
That answer will stand. It's stricken and so's the question.
Oh, whoa. Snap it, y'all.
So Canton Police Department was in fact, at your authority, given permission to manipulate that light in terms of pulling it out of the SUV, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes.
And during the course of the removal of that light, that taillight was broken, correct?
That's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling onto the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
Whoa.
So now we do have evidence that
Whoa.
that taillight in some way, shape, form, or fashion was broken or broken more once it was inside the Sally Port in Canton PD's custody.
Yep.
You're gonna have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
During the removal process, that
Mhm.
light was broken even more.
No.
Well, you just said it was. Look at the face on this guy. Whoa, let's back that up, dude. You just said, I'm going to pause. You just said the judge is a heavy breather. She's a, I'm like, get off the damn mic. You just said the taillight was damaged when removing it from the vehicle. And then you said it wasn't broken more, and you're giving this like look. It was cracked, but not busted when Karen Reed backed up into O'Keefe's vehicle that morning when she was trying to quickly escape the garage to go look for him. And it was snowing blizzard, and she accidentally bumped his bumper. It cracked her light. It didn't break it into pieces. It was just a crack. And then you say that it got damaged more or it broke when you had somebody remove it. Now you're saying, oh, it didn't break more. What are you talking about? I screwed up. Now I got to fix it. Ah, good. I'll have to go look at it. Aileen. God, my mouth hurts now.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Oh, look at her. She's got a smirk on her face. Oh my God. She's all like, ha, snap, baby. We got you.
Just take a look at that photograph and tell me if you
Look at
recognize
that look on her face.
I don't recognize the photographs. First time I've seen it.
Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
It's a broken taillight.
Does that appear to be the taillight that was removed during the process that we saw in the video just a few minutes ago under direct examination?
I can only assume it is. I've never examined the light.
So you can't assume. So can you answer the question? Tim?
No.
You don't recognize it?
No.
Okay, and were you, I didn't see you on the video, but it was a very dark video. Were you there?
Yes, I'm in the gray shirt.
Okay, were you there as Officer Wanless was actually removing the taillight from the vehicle?
Not sure. I'd have to watch the video.
Now
again.
you're
Okay.
back in
Do
your
you recall
stuff
if
up.
pieces and parts were being broken off and shattered while he was removing it?
Not at all.
May I approach?
Yes.
Wow, y'all. Wow.
Were you the person who actually recovered? I think you did answer this. You were not the person who knelt down and actually recovered the blood droplets.
Correct.
That was Sergeant Lang.
That's correct.
When you gave the, sorry, let me rephrase that. Was it you or Sergeant Lang that put the solo cups into the evidence bag?
Sergeant Lank.
Was that in your presence? Yes. Okay. How long before, after he put the solo cups in the evidence bag, did he put the evidence bag in his truck?
Seconds, less than a minute.
And then how long did the truck sit there until he left or you left and you were no longer able to observe it?
He left immediately.
Wow.
You
This
were at the
is what I've been
location
waiting for.
on, sorry, the location of the Sally Port on February 3rd. You've already testified to that, correct?
No, I testified February 1st.
I'm sorry, my mistake, February 1st. You also indicated that at your direction that Sergeant Lang booked the solo cups into the evidence locker.
That's procedure, yes.
Right. I understand it's procedure. I'm asking if he actually did it.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see a log of that?
Excuse me?
Did you see a log of that?
I saw the police report,
Which police report?
the original call.
Okay. And in that police report, he indicates that he took the solo cups back to Canton Police Department and booked them into evidence, right?
Was given a property number and assigned to temporary evidence.
And when something is given a property number, is there an officer working that property
You're right,
area
Eileen.
to assign the property numbers?
No, the officer placing the property into evidence assigns the property number himself.
I see. So that officer would assign a property number and physically place that into temporary, what's it called again?
Temporary evidence until the evidence officer takes custody of it.
Okay. Did an evidence officer actually take custody of these items?
No, because it was being transferred to the state police, so it wasn't going into our permanent evidence locker.
So where did those cups sit for the 3 days between January 29th and February 1st?
In a refrigeration unit in temporary evidence.
And is there a log to sign in and sign out to make sure that the chain of custody of items like this are maintained?
The evidence officer keeps that log, yes.
Is there any log, Lieutenant Gallagher, of these items being booked into the temporary evidence locker?
There should be, as far as, but I don't know for a fact, but there should be, yes.
I agree there should be. I'm asking you if there is.
I don't know the answer to that.
The fact of the matter is, there is no log or document or report ever showing that these items were ever booked into the temporary evidence locker at Canton PD. Isn't that right?
I don't believe that's accurate.
Do you have that evidence log?
I don't have access to the evidence log.
Could you get access to the evidence log?
No,
Holy
You're a supervisor at
snap!
Canton PD. Why
that's
would you
correct.
not
Yep.
have access to the evidence log?
I think only 2 or 3 people have access to evidence.
Oh, y'all.
The evidence officer,
Which is who?
Paul DiGiapietro, Sergeant,
Can you spell that for us, please?
DIGIAMPIETRO.
Who else?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm assuming the chief of police,
Chief Berkowitz, I would assume.
most likely,
Deputy Chief.
but I don't know. Possibly, yes.
If you don't know, you
Head of
can't
executives?
answer possibly. Yes or no.
Any other lieutenants or supervisors?
I don't believe so. I know I don't have access as a lieutenant.
But you can get
There's
access.
no evidence log of an item being booked into evidence. That's a pretty good indicator that it actually never made it into the evidence log, evidence locker, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Snap it. He snapped his hand.
We do know that wherever it went, the blood items went back to, and the glass went back to Canton PD, correct?
That's correct.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
My gosh, y'all. This is actually worse than the Kelly. This is worse. When someone told me that this was going to be a circus, I didn't want to take this case on, y'all. I really have had no interest in this. I was so focused on the George Kelly
May I
trial.
approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you.
But oh, geez. We're in day
Lieutenant,
5 out of 2
I'm going
weeks.
to ask you kindly to take a look at those
Out of,
four
I mean,
photographs,
4 to 6
and
weeks.
Once you've had a chance to review them, just look up at me. I'll ask you a couple.
Did you see them?
I don't know what was just handed to the witness.
Why don't you go take them from the witness? Take a look.
Oh,
There's
you're
copies
right,
of it.
Aileen. You're right 100%. His body language is, oh crap, I've got caught. I'm in a hot
Thank
seat.
you.
I know I want out. There's a lot of I don't knows that he knows. Oh, I wonder.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Ooh, she's telling him something good.
Sure. Make sure I have it. I'm sure there's 4 or 5.
Okay.
Take your time.
I'm all set.
Y'all,
You recognize
this
those
evidence,
photos, or
they need to
take those
motion to
photos?
have
Yes.
this evidence.
Do you recognize the time frame that those photos would have been taken
Yes.
based on context?
Yes.
February 1st, correct?
I have no idea if it was February 1st, but it would be between the 29th of January and February 1st.
Fair enough. Your Honor, may I publish?
Okay. Do they have they been introduced?
He
They
just
have-
did.
They have not yet been introduced, Your Honor. I'm sorry, protocol-wise, I missed that step. I need to ask that these be marked as next in order.
Okay.
4
Is there
photographs.
any objection?
No, Your Honor.
I like her pose, that little perch lip. Y'all.
I might be able to use this. Yes.
Yep. Oh, she's been like this from day one when it comes to this. Although she did get pissed off at somebody the other
Take a
day.
look at what's been marked.
Hold on. They're still being marked, and the court reporter has to record everything you say.
Hence why the court reporter should not be responsible for marking the evidence. In my humble opinion. I think my coffee, I did a double shot oh.
Thank you.
The red light is
Okay.
missing, but when was it taken?
With the court's permission, Lieutenant, I'm going to try to go in the same order, so you might want to glance at this photograph. It may be
Okay, this
better.
is what I wanted to see. However,
I'd like to ask
when
you
was
if you
this photo
recognize
taken? Why
this
didn't they take
photograph,
photos at the scene?
especially the area right down here on the right, bottom right. You see that white rag?
I do.
Lieutenant, if you take a quick,
I'll
close
revert
look
back
at
down.
that rag, I'm going to ask you to identify it on the photograph. Do you see a couple of little dark marks on what appear to be that
I see it on that screen.
better visual up there? Okay, fair enough. What's the position of that rag as it relates to the vehicle in the photograph?
It's the rear passenger side.
Right rear quarter panel, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And is that in fact the SUV in question?
I believe it is.
Okay. The SUV that belonged to Miss Reed.
I believe it is. Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at the, excuse me. It's 37.
37, okay.
Is this 37? Your Honor, for the record, we were just speaking about item 37.
Okay.
Let's move to. Yes. Looking at 38, does that appear to be the same rag in the photograph?
It does, yes.
Okay. You see a shadow sort of looming over the top of the photograph?
Yes.
I do.
Given what you just said about evidence item 37, does that appear to be the shadow of the right rear quarter panel of the truck?
Yes.
I would guess it's the tailgate.
So you can't guess.
I would say it was the tailgate. The tailgate's up, maybe the tailgate's up at this point.
You see a bag in the middle of the photograph.
Yes,
Can you read what's on that bag?
Stop and Shop.
Okay, that does not look like an evidence bag, does it, sir?
No,
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
correct.
All right?
Yes,
So not a forensically stable item, correct?
correct,
Certainly not sterile,
correct,
right?
correct.
You know where that bag came from?
I do not.
Was that a bag that you supplied to Sergeant Lang?
I do not know. Do
No,
not recall.
Sergeant Lang got the Stop and Shop bag.
I do not know.
Next photograph, please.
Not an evidence bag.
39.
Holy snap. Oh, that's where the cups are. And it's
Take a
all
look at
melted.
What's been marked as evidence item 39. You recognize what's in the middle of the photograph?
Yes,
What is that?
those are the plastic cups with the coagulated blood.
Are
You
you?
see on the top of the photograph, the same rag?
Hi, thank
do.
you for coming
Same
in.
markings.
Yes,
That appear that those unsealed cups with liquid blood in them are situated right near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV in this photograph.
they are to the rear of the vehicle. Yes,
Holy crap.
And next item, please.
Thanks for joining. Glad to have you
This
here.
appears to be evidence item 40. You see the same white rag
yes,
and you see the same evidence bag, Stop and Shop bag, correct?
correct,
And it's filled with 6 solo cups
correct,
with what appears to be liquid blood.
correct.
Does that photograph appear to be taken at or about the same place near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV?
It's actually, I would say that the mat is the mat to the entrance to the booking area. So that is probably a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Okay, y'all got to stop it here. RV there, Bella, thank you so much for joining. Y'all, This is the biggest show that I have seen in a long time. Why you photograph, even though you're collecting them inappropriately. First of all, you collected them in contaminated Solo cups. It's in a grocery sack that is contaminated. And then you are not photographing them as you're doing the process. You're not, oh, it's you, Aileen. Oh, okay. You you're not even in a sterile environment. They are now being placed on the floor. Look how dirty that mat is. So anything on the bottom of that on that floor is now stuck to the bottom of the bag, is contaminating. Oh, God almighty. Y'all need to watch CSI. You might learn a few.
Okay, let's go back to evidence item number 37, which should be the first photograph.
Y'all. If that's where they collect evidence, that mat shouldn't be that
See the
dirty.
rag in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Let's go to the next item.
There's a rag there. Okay, what's up with the rag, y'all? Did I miss something? What is up with the rag?
Now you see the mat?
Yeah.
And it's, I'm sorry, I should note this for the record, that we're now looking at 38. You see the mat and the rag in this photograph?
I do.
Yep.
And
They'll
you see
see
a
that.
tire on that mat?
Yes.
That's a golf cart of some sort that belongs to the Canton Police Department?
It's a Kubota. Yes.
A Kubota, thank you. Looks like the rag is in the same spot.
Yes.
All right, so the blood inside the Stop and Shop bag is sitting right next to the right rear quarter panel of that truck, correct?
You can see the rear tire. It's
True.
probably at least 3 feet from the rear. If you look at the top, I can use the marker here. This appears to me to be
That's
the
not
rear
3
tire, which would put this a couple of feet.
That bag is
behind the
only a
vehicle.
foot. It's 2 feet. That bag is a foot.
Okay, that's all I have. Lights.
No. You don't know your measurements, dude.
Would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood
It was cleaner
next
than the
to
mat.
the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination?
Yep.
You want me to if I could speak to this incident alone?
That's a yes or no question. Do you think
Okay,
that's
it's not yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
Argumentative. Objection.
and in fact, could even be worse, for instance, not just inadvertent cross-contamination. If somebody wanted to touch something on that bag, on those cups, and then touch the vehicle, they could easily do that with that juxtaposition of the open blood next to the back of the rear of the car.
Objection.
Sustained.
Lieutenant, if somebody was so inclined, that situation could provide an opportunity for evidence tampering, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh. Oh, he's smiling
May I have
on
a
that.
moment, Your Honor?
He
Yes.
knows. Okay, she's going to approach.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Redirect. Y'all. Y'all.
Now, Lieutenant, if I could ask you, a phrase that was posed to you a couple times during cross-examination as far as recusal of your department. How would you define that term in this specific sense?
In this specific case,
Yes.
we did not want to go on any investigative interviews because one of our best investigators, name is Kevin Albert. He's the property owner's brother, and we didn't think it would be appropriate if we were on those interviews questioning his family members.
Now, with regard to death investigations, specifically unattended death investigations, what, if any, role does your department typically have when it comes to those? What, if any, jurisdiction does your department have versus the state police?
The state police takes jurisdiction. They run the investigation. We assist them in any way we can. We try to help out.
Now, sir, you were asked some questions in regard to, or you indicated that in regard to the drinking glass that you located in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, that it didn't come from the house. Why is that?
I think I said, I believe we didn't think it came from the house at that time because they were out at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night before. And the initial statements from Detective Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good obtained, nobody put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found, and that included his girlfriend.
Now, if I could take a step back just to the state police jurisdiction over unattended deaths, what, if any, assets do the state police have as far as investigative assets that your department doesn't?
They have far superior tools to investigate. They have direct access to the crime lab.
Oh
They have a
That's
cars
what
team
stars.
that can do accident reconstruction.
my God, what does that mean?
Now,
Oh my
with
God, I've never
regard
had
to,
'em.
With regard to the criminal list and turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, when you're in the Sally Port, you mentioned that Officer Wanless came in with a toolkit to assist in removing a taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding essentially he just removed a clip from the back of the taillight in order to take it out of the vehicle?
I believe you can see our video just pops into the criminalist's hands.
Thank
And
you,
as far as your
beloved.
review of that video, your observations that day, there was nothing about the taillight that was broken during that removal process, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as cross-contamination, you were asked about, you indicated it was not a yes or no answer. What if anything else, would you have to add?
What counsel was depicting was the transfer of custody over to the state police. So the criminologist was handling it at that time.
So tell me, what are the stars
Photographer
mean?
was photoing it.
I'm new.
The criminologist was transferring the blood into their plastic containers. And that's why I'm sure it was being handled by a criminologist. There wasn't going to be any cross-contamination. I wasn't concerned about cross-contamination.
So that was a scenario that you were describing earlier in your direct examination. As far
You
as
were not.
You're turning those items physically over to the criminalist on February 1st in the South
The
Port.
blood
And they are converting
and the
them to
cups
their
weren't
plastic
even
containers. Yes.
sealed.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Okay,
Very briefly,
You were
you
so
said that no one
awesome.
put John O'Keefe.
And you're my first.
none of
Love
the
you,
witnesses
babe.
put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found. That's what you just said, correct?
That's correct.
So your investigative technique is just to ask a witness, how'd that dead body get there? And if they say, I have no idea, your job's just done, right?
Objection.
sustained.
Are we on
If
cross?
the witness says,
Recross?
we found him here, you just take the witness at their word?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, sir.
No, of course not.
You might want to investigate a little further, right?
Absolutely.
And
Correct.
ask him questions.
That is correct.
Get search warrants.
That's
Look
when
in the
there's probable
house.
cause, we do. Absolutely.
None of that was done here, though.
No probable cause.
Thanks. That's all I have.
You are all set, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Okay. Who is your next witness? Mr.
Look
Mallon?
how fast.
Your Honor, the call to call Sergeant
jumped
Sean
off
Good to
that
the stand.
Okay, and while the sergeant's coming in, I'll see counsel about scheduling.
I'm going to get a fresh new. OMG, y'all. Now, Sergeant Sean Good should be good. This should be interesting. This ought to be real interesting. I made a mistake on this. I gotta see. Can I edit this? I don't want to unpin it. I'll fix it. I made a mistake. I should on my pinning. I don't know, y'all. I'm gonna leave it going. I gotta go get a package. It just arrived. Oh, snap it. But I'll be listening. Sorry about that, y'all. I'll be right back. Come on, baby girl.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Sean Good, Goode,
And how are you employed, sir?
at the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police?
17 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Canton?
Midnight sergeant and 2 days patrol traffic.
Now, how long have you held the rank of sergeant with the Canton Police?
Coming up on 3 years.
Now, with reference to your rank and assignment as a sergeant with sort of the overnight shift, when does that shift run from?
So it's midnight to 8. The sergeant's, the oncoming sergeant usually comes in around 11 o'clock at night.
And
better?
in general terms, if you could describe to the jury what sort of are your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant on the overnight shift?
So I'm in charge of the patrolmen that are on that work under me. There's 4 of us on the midnight, plus myself, so 5 total. 4 on the road, 1 inside. So
Turning your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
yes, it was.
Similar capacity as you just described?
Yes.
And so the time as far as when you arrived at the Canton Police Station would be similar to what you just described as well.
Yes.
This is
Now,
the
when
boring
you
part.
arrived, if you recall, who was sort of working with you or under you on that particular shift?
So that evening's midnight shift, it was myself, Officer Pasquarelli, Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, and Officer Dever.
And as far, in addition to, let me ask it this way.
Good
So
question.
when you're performing those duties in the Canton Police Station, where are you
Probable
sort of
cause?
physically situated within the Canton Police Department?
It's like a
We're inside the
pinhole
dispatch room. That's where
set
you
back.
handle all the calls, 911 calls, business lines, stuff like that. So anybody walks in the lobby, you're right there.
And so would that also be sort of part of your duties and responsibilities in regard to being the supervising sergeant for the shift?
That evening, yes, I was inside.
Now, with reference to 911 calls and dispatch, what, if any, training have you received in regard to those?
Everybody in the Canton Police Department, we do not have civilian dispatchers like other larger departments. So every officer that works patrol has to be certified on the PSAP station, which is the 911 dispatch console. And then once you're certified, you're able to answer all 911 calls.
And what, generally speaking, does that certification process entail?
It's learning the software, learning how to
Maybe that's
know
why
the difference
they're-
between a cell phone and a landline,
Maybe
being able to
that's
look
why
up
all
when
their time
if a
frames are
911
off.
call comes in on a cell phone. We have 3 different monitors, and you'll see that one of the monitors will be a map, and all of a sudden it'll just ping, and you'll see that cell phone. And a lot of the time, because of the location of the town of Canton, we do get state police 911 calls that are on the highway. So you have to be able to differentiate which call it is. It is actually us, or is it state police? Is it Randolph? Stuff like that. So you have to be able to read a map. It's not very hard, but it's that.
Now, beyond that, now, when people are calling into 911, they're typically calling in regard to an emergency, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, training do you receive in that certification process in regard to sort of demeanor or how to handle?
What if? There's a
Obviously,
lot
if
of
someone's
what
calling in
ifs
an emergency, they're probably going to be nervous. You want to just try to stay calm as possible, try to relate to them, not make them any more upset than they already are, and try to get the first thing out of is location. Where are they?
Now, with respect to calls that come into 911, what, if any, difference as far as directing a call is there between something that's sort of a medical call versus a law enforcement?
What, if any, is going to be the next
So
T-shirt?
any call that comes in through 911, we determine if it's police, fire, medical. If it's police, obviously we would handle it. But if it's fire, medical, we send it to Holbrook, which is the regional dispatch for Canton Fire. So it's literally just click the button. It says fire right on the screen. That call automatically gets connected to a regional dispatcher in Holbrook, who then determines what they need, whether it be ambulance, fire, stuff like that.
Now, reference to this particular shift on this particular day, January 28th and 29th. At some point during your shift, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather outside?
When we came in, it was just very light flurries. There was nothing sticking to the ground, anything like that. We were all pretty prepared that we knew that there was a storm coming at some point during the night.
And through your work with the Canton Police Department, you familiar with an individual by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with, what, if anything, does he do for work? If you...
He works for the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. It's a federal agency.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with your department at the Canton Police?
He has a satellite office in our department. He has his own scan card. You know, he doesn't have to check in with myself or anybody. But he works out of our
Whatever the
station.
hell he wants to do.
And is he the
He
only
doesn't answer
agent,
to them.
federal agent with the ATF that has space or anything at your police station?
No, I believe there's actually could be U.S. Customs, two of them, other agents that are at work at the station as well.
And do they have sort of similar relationships as far as
Yes, yeah, they have access to the police department. You know, if my Agent Higgins has worked on certain calls helped us out, whether it be a firearm case, stuff like that.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, and specifically the early morning of January 29th, what, if anything, do you recall as far as seeing Brian Higgins around the Canton Police Station?
I remember at one point during the evening, he came in. I don't remember if he came into the dispatch or if I just saw him on one of the numerous monitors we have in dispatch. I can't leave that room because I'm the only one in the building on midnight. So, but we never talked or anything like that. Didn't think anything of it. It's not uncommon.
And do you recall around what time that occurred?
I believe it was probably 1:30. Again, I wasn't looking at a clock to see. But
Now, with respect to the parking lot area of the Canton Police Station, when it comes to any sort of substantial amount of snow, what, if anything, do you do with regard to the vehicles in the parking lot in reference to that kind of weather?
we try to move all the cars that we're not using. So that would be on a midnight shift. It's any of our unmarked detectives cars, any of the patrol vehicles that aren't being used. We try to help out the DPW, which is the Department of Public Works, as best as possible when they try to plow our station. Because if not, all it ends up being is just one trail through the parking lot, and it's kind of a nightmare. So with the help of the other patrolmen, if we can get all the keys, sometimes they're not easily located, we try to move the cars to the outer edge of the parking lot so that DPW can make a good pass, and then we'll move them back over.
With regard to the vehicles in the parking lot, beyond sort of personal vehicles.
He didn't say what, if any, thank God.
With regard to some of those other agents like Mr. Higgins that you talked about, what, if any, vehicles would they have
There it
in
is.
that parking area?
He had federal cars there that he used on cases, and I believe he had two. They'd be, I guess, his cruisers. They were Dodge pickups.
And then with regard to those vehicles, in regard to snow removal, what, if anything, was typically done with regard to that?
They were parked to the outer edge, so we don't have access to them. At least I didn't have access to them.
What, if anything, is coming out of that guy's mouth way too much?
Now, working that sort of 911 dispatch area desk, at some point, just before 5 a.m., what, if any, calls did you receive around that time?
I received a phone call from a woman, generally asking if we had locked up or transported a male potty that evening. It's not uncommon that people call and say, "Hey, did you lock up so and so, or did you stop anybody?" She said some version of he was out with friends. He didn't come home tonight, and his girlfriend's worried about him.
At the time that you received that call, did you know who that person was on the other end?
No.
And fair to say at some point later, you had responded to Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And the person who had called just before 5 a.m., did you have occasion to speak with them when you were on scene on Fairview?
I did.
Who did you identify that first call to come in from?
First call was Miss Roberts.
That would be Carrie Roberts, is that
Yes.
correct? May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you this. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be the 911 call from our station.
And that would be specifically from Ms. Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
Tom will seek to introduce the minutes.
No objection.
Y'all, this
Your Honor,
is
with court's
interesting
permission, I
to
would ask
me.
to publish that call to the jury.
I'm starting a counter for what if any.
Okay. Hold on 1 second, please. What number?
We're up to over 38 right now. What if any's?
Okay.
I
Okay.
wish I had the
right,
machine
thank
to
you.
do like
I thought this
Recovery
was-
Addict and have the little counter up here, but
All right,
I've got a counter down here.
go ahead.
I'm sorry, we're at 52. I actually looked at it again.
Hi, my name is Karen. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at waterfall. And now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't push anybody up by the name of Joe.
That's hard to understand.
Yeah, he's about to come and we'll be on foot, so.
No.
I think he probably another guy and tapped at his own house. I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody else or anything like that. And where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, down in Pueblo.
He lives on Meadow, off Pleasant. Okay, and where's the white home? You said he grew up?
His girlfriend, yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left. And expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yeah.
And so I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with her earlier in my birthday, he obviously he came home. And he has custody with me to nephew from the parents passed away.
Okay.
And so she knows with the reason I when they're old enough to be home, it's just she nervous because he never even called me.
Yeah.
So she's like, I feel like something happened, and I said, okay. Well, so probably at hospital, you know, because I personally think we probably, someone probably picked him up to the doctor. I don't know.
Yeah, did he drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. I mean, yeah, I think, again, it's more, it would be driven by you. She would have to, call in a conversation, and talk to us, but I mean, right now, it's more, he's just at home last night, and just see this comment sometimes, or have with him.
No, that's why. That's she didn't tell me. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I figured, I called the other hospital, I said, call Kansas police just to make sure, if they come on, they can not complete doctors, anyone, that's people, if anybody could take them out.
Yeah.
Take it off.
Okay.
Apparently, I was going to the party,
Yeah, no.
no.
Unfortunately, I wasn't there, I was stuck here, but we haven't get any calls, anything like that, nobody was arrested or anything like that, alrighty.
All right, well, thank you.
Alright, no problem, good luck.
Okay, thank you, bye-bye.
He worked, dang it, he worked with them, so why
I'm
in
sorry,
the
what
heck?
was played
He
in
would
there
have
is that a fair
recognized the
record
name
of
as
the
the
911
dispatch, because he
call
worked
that
with
was,
him.
Kerry Roberts around
Yes.
5 a.m. Now, turning your attention to about an hour forward, approximately 6 a.m. on the 29th, what, if any, other phone calls did you receive, bless you, in regard to the same sort of parties?
At 6:04 a.m. on the 911 dispatch
horrible.
console, I received a call
couldn't even
from a
understand
woman at 34 Fairview.
Now, in those intervening sort of hours, so as you were stating on the 911 call, no one sort of physically came into the Canton Police Station and reported anything in regard to this, correct?
No.
And again, the party that you spoke to on the phone at approximately 6:04 a.m., did you know that person at that time?
No.
And again, you responded later on or shortly thereafter to Fairview and spoke with a number of different people, correct?
Correct.
From those conversations on scene, you now know who placed that 911 call at approximately 6:04 a.m.
Yes.
And who is that person?
That'd be Miss McCabe.
And that would be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, you talked about the weather when you first arrived to your shift. Around 6 a.m., what if anything had changed between the weather when you arrived and around 6 a.m.?
It was snowing heavily.
Now, may I approach again?
Yes.
When they said the guy's name, you know he knew who he would, that it was O'Keefe. They worked in the same department, and there's only 45 of them maximum. Come on. You worked, as long as you worked on that department, you knew
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
who she was
That'd be
talking
the
about.
911 call
when she
from
said the name.
Mrs. McCabe.
I'll seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense. Thank you guys for joining. I greatly appreciate it.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish Exhibit 36 to the jury now as well.
Okay.
One thing that
Yes, I need someone from the 34th, 34th Union Road in Canton, Mass. There's a man tapped out in the snow.
You're in Canton, pull up.
you can't understand it, sorry.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's just the house, you're saying on.
I think he's doing like,
They need a transcript.
okay. I'm going. Where's the blanket? I don't see blanket Harry.
911, emergency.
I immediately to start the Union Road, Canton, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy on the truck in the snow.
In the snow, 34?
Yes, 34, the Albert resident, yes, I just pulled up and found it.
Okay, 34
34 you can now, yes.
911, something close to where's your emergency? Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34, Union Road in Canton?
32 in Fairview?
Yes, there's a man on the truck in the snow.
Okay,
Why didn't you just give him his name?
He's right here,
okay, what's going on? Is he right now?
We just took him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone really?
Is broken, he has to repeat.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he Kelly? Is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There's two women trying to. It could be.
Was this Jennifer?
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we have the fire department go and they just get it.
Is he breathing, you guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR?
Is Carrie or Jennifer?
Yes, he's got CPR. Yeah, I guess he's going.
Oh, okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's finding CPR, then I'll hang up with you and, if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upset?
Oh, the poor mama. Poor mama. Where's Daddy today?
So Kelly, you gotta get off of me. Kelly, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any, alcohol or drugs involved?
Yeah, I know. This lady crying is the mother of John O'Keefe.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe his head?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, bleeding from the
And here comes the EMS unit passing by the courthouse. I want to know who actually made that phone call.
If I could ask you just to back that up about
Okay.
10 or 15 seconds or so, once the siren outside comes out.
By the way, those who are new with us, the woman in the striped shirt is the mother to John
Okay, bleeding
O'Keefe.
from the face. All right. Now fix the full blood if there is any.
Something coming out of the one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one on the is doing CPR.
Yes, that's working my head.
All right, if you want the CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back when he comes response, all right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
What is it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just so you guys know, the
And so,
O'Keefe family lost
Upon receiving that.
lost her daughter
911
and
call just
son-in-law
after, approximately 6:04
about
a.m.,
8 years
what, if
before
anything,
that.
did you do with
And the
regard to,
children of that
dispatch?
marriage, a boy and
So
girl.
once it was connected to Holbrook, you could hear me. I ended up dispatching my own officers, my downtown cruisers to 34th Fairview, and then I had one other cruiser come back to the station so I could get down there.
So they only have 3 children. They
You
have
yourself
1
was
left.
gone down there, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed from the time that you sort of transferred to Holbrook from the medical situation to the time that you travel down to Fairview Road?
I would guess it had to be less than 5 minutes.
And in addition to the patrol cars and yourself, who, if anyone else, did you notify in relation to that call when you
So I phoned Lieutenant Gallagher and Detective Sergeant Lank.
Why then?
Just policy, the seriousness of the call. Lieutenant Gallagher was the off-going lieutenant the night prior, the shift prior, so that's what you usually do. And Detective Sergeant Lank is in charge of the detectives.
Now, when you left Canton Police Station to respond to Fairview, who, if anyone, assumed your role as far as manning the dispatch area in the 911?
That'd be Officer Dever.
And, may I approach?
Yes.
Dever, D-E-V-E-R. Sorry.
And for medical report, if you haven't already, I'm sorry, could you just spell Officer Dever's last name if you know?
Yes, it's going to be D-E-V-E-R. You're welcome.
Yeah. The daughter died of a brain tumor. We don't know what the husband died of 2 months after that. And then 8 years later, O'Keefe got killed. So the kids, I don't know who they're staying with, but they're teenagers. They're supposed to testify in this case. Couldn't imagine.
Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be our roll call log, press log.
And as far as that particular log is concerned, is there any indication on there who sort of created that log?
Yes, that'd be Officer Dever.
And these are logs that you typically create when you're working that particular position as far as the dispatch desk, correct?
Yes, it's pretty much a running journal for our department.
And sort of how is that information gleaned and how is that sort of transmitted into that log?
It's as accurate as the officer that actually enters the information. So if it was busy in there and she's by herself, you're taking information down, you're writing it, then you have to physically enter it into a computer. So there would be a delay in time.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this?
Very fallible.
Yes.
By the way, the log states that 3 officers arrived within 7 seconds, when in fact it was like 17 minutes between the
sorry,
first and third officer arriving. So there's a lot of discrepancy in the log.
Canton Police Station 234 Fairview Road. What was sort of the path of travel that you took?
So I pulled out of the police station at 1492 Washington Street, taking a right onto Washington, heading south.
And then where did you go from there?
And then I took a right onto Chapman Street. And then it would be your third right on Fairview.
And coming down Fairview, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the the elevation of the roadway as you come from the Chapman side down to where 34 is?
Coming from Chapman, you're heading downhill towards the end of Fairview that meets Cedar Crest.
And so where is 34 in relation to sort of Cedar Crest?
It's the second house on the left before you reach the intersection of Cedar Crest at Fairview.
And as you're approaching, or as you're en route between the police department and Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the road conditions, visibility, things like that?
It was terrible. Heavy snow, wind, visibility was awful.
And when you arrive on scene, what is sort of the first thing that you observe upon your arrival?
As I was coming down the hill, visibility was pretty bad. Obviously, I noticed the Canton Fire engine. Ambulance was already on scene. Both my 2 officers, cruisers were also on scene.
Now, as far as the particular cruiser that you were in on that day, is there sort of a particular cruiser that is reserved for sort of the sergeant or lieutenant who's in charge of the?
Yes. So 682 is the primary patrol supervisor vehicle.
And that would sort of shift from shift to shift as far as whoever that particular sergeant is?
Yeah, he would take the same one. 682 is it's labeled on the side of the doors, patrol supervisor.
And so is that the vehicle or that the cruiser that you took to go from the police station to Fairview that morning?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to that cruiser and sort of other cruisers within the Canton Police Department, what, if any, recording system is available on those cruisers?
All marked units have it's called a watch guard camera system. It has front video camera, and then it also has in the prisoner passenger back seat has a camera there as well. They should be working audio in the back seat, they're activated by, if you flip the lights on, the blue lights, it'll automatically click. You don't have to press record. The cruiser automatically starts recording. If you got in a car accident, the camera would start recording. Any kind of impact, the camera starts recording. It actually ends up being passively recording, even when it's not on.
You talked a little bit about the audio as far as the back of the cruiser, but as far as from the camera in the front of the cruiser, where is the audio recording in regard to that, if at all?
It would be on the mic. There's a mic stand that sits in a charger. It looks like almost a beeper. Should be there.
And so that's located within inside the cruiser, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
One thing is whoever called 911 and reported the body there is the first one who put the thought and implement of it was a hit.
That is the flash driver for the Canton Cruiser 682 streaming.
I didn't know that. That's a big deal.
All right, why don't we break now for lunch, Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
Was leaving them on your chairs. Follow me. All right.
Okay, it is lunch break. Okay, guys. Usually they're about an hour, but let's see what they say when they're coming back. Hopefully not 2. I said, let's see.
All right, so Mr. Lally, you'll have Lieutenant Ray here in case we can get to him.
Yes, Your Honor, and just with reference, I do have a number of other witnesses who I had anticipated having this afternoon. Am I free to release anybody who's not Lieutenant Ray or Sergeant Link?
So I think we'll have those 2. We'll finish. You can step down, sir.
So we got 2 more witnesses today.
So we'll finish with Sergeant Good, and then you've got Lieutenant Ray,
Yes.
and that'll probably get us till.
I think that'll get us sufficiently through the day. I don't want to release anybody unless the court.
Well, that,
I really don't think we're going to get to anyone else.
okay, and then we'll do the voir dire. All right, so you can go ahead and release the civilian witnesses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ooh, snap defense.
You are muted.
Oh, that's the Zoom. Ooh, y'all. That was snappy. Okay, I'm ready for a nap. What do y'all think? I need opinions. I want opinions. What do you think? I need another cup of coffee. Oh, I was saying was is I didn't know what the schedule was for the day. I can't remember anything else. But they were talking about the audio from inside the cruiser. Um, what do y'all think? All right. I know you're just joining me, Aileen, and I thank you so very much, beloved. Um, y'all don't know I've known Aileen for a few years through another business. Um, I just realized you weren't a part of that business anymore. I was going to call you. Um, the thing about Brian Higgins is I'm going to go back through my hypotheses again. Oh, I know what I was saying. The person who called 911 is either going to be Carrie Roberts or Jen McCabe stated they said what happened, and she said he'd been hit by a car. Nobody seems to have caught that. When she comes up, I hope they ask her about that because, oh, I can't quit yawning. I need to take something. Do I have what I want? Nope. I may have to go get something. The thing about that to me is, and I'm real slouched down and I'm comfortable, is how did she know he was hit by a car? So the first time the words hit by car that we've heard is from her, a civilian. Now, when we saw the photos that were of Karen Reed's vehicle, I can replay that. The the photo of Karen Reed's vehicle, all of the red light was out. Just the plastic silver looking frame was left. But when was that taken? The thing to me is that when they apprehend a vehicle like that, before they drive it away, got a fuzz on here. There we go. A lot of times before they drive it away, even tow trucks, sometimes, I don't know for sure all the time, but even sometimes tow trucks will take pictures of the vehicle before pulling it away, especially if they're like repoing it or it's evidentiary. So I want to know where in the Sam Hell are the photos of the vehicle, because on any of the video footage, you don't see that at all. Now, Aileen, if I take a 10-minute break, will you come back and join me? Because I need more coffee in the ladies' room. Just comment yes or no so I know what to do. But I really do need to go to ladies' room and get coffee. I need to take a stretch break. I've been on almost 5 hours today already. So I shall return. I'm going to put on my little banner and I'll return within 10 minutes, maybe only 5 minutes. No, it was found in the yard in the snow of the home of the people he was at, supposedly. I mean, I'm not going to be long, just potty and coffee. I'll be right back, y'all. I am sorry. I'll be right back. I'll put some nice music on. In or out? I'm back. I know I forgot to turn off my microphone and you heard me say in or out. My doggy. My doggy. Good girl. I thank y'all for waiting. Oh, I feel so much better. Yes, I do. Oh, y'all, sometimes you just gotta take that little break. What in the world? I absolutely love this. It's from, I need to put my glasses on. I've got several pieces. It is Holland, I think. It is awesome. Here's another little handmade piece. I have a bigger one around here somewhere. But my mouth hurts so much, y'all. Think about the only thing I can eat is oatmeal for lunch. That sandwich ripped me. I'm glad. I'm glad. Y'all, this is sponsored, sort of. My whole thing is sort of sponsored. Not really, but my son has a business and he gave me this office to set up this podcast. So I guess it is a non-paid sponsorship. Kratom. It's called Guadalupe Leaf Company. And it's wonderful. Okay. I've heard a few things today. I'm going to sit and stir my oatmeal while I talk to you. Let me know if y'all hear it. I have heard a few things today that make me go, Well, on the problem I have with the Karen Reed side, why was she so frantic? If she dropped him, all right, they'd been drinking. She drops off her boyfriend at the Brian Albert's home for an after party that she did not personally hear the invitation to. It was by third hand, and she did not go. But they sat in the car and had a disagreement before he got out of the vehicle, apparently. Allegedly. Let me say that. And she stated that she saw him walk up the driveway and turn onto the sidewalk and by the side door / going towards the front of the house. Now, there's some evidence that's not come in yet where she supposedly drove forward 20-odd feet, came back 20-odd feet, and then I don't know. You know, why was she so panicked? I would assume that if he wasn't home, that he would have spent the night at the O'Keefe's house because he'd been drinking and didn't have a ride home. I found out the other day that my cousin got murdered years ago. Wow. The person is now serving life, was charged with murder of 3 or 4 other people, but was never tried for my cousin. I'm sorry they weren't tried for your cousin, but thank God they are now off the streets. That is horrible, Aileen. That's horrible. But the thing with this case is that that's always bothered me. The fact that she was so frantic. And I would like, oh well, guess he drank too much and spent the night. That would have been my thought, okay? But we can't always judge others by what we would do. That feels better on the roof of my mouth than solid food right now. I am so sorry, Aileen. I really am. That's horrible. That's much more easy to digest. If you're just joining me, I have a sore on the roof of my mouth, and it's making eating a very difficult thing to do. But that's the only bone that I have to pick with this at this point. One of the bigger bones that I have to pick is the fact that when Officer Saroff shows up on scene, he was the first on scene. Aileen, I'm kind of giving you a rundown. Anybody else who's new? He stated that Karen was given mouth to mouth. Us first responders know, and if you know, police officers are trained in this. You're welcome, babe. Police officers are trained in CPR and first aid. They are not necessarily EMTs, but they have more training than the average Joe. When you roll up on scene and you see someone performing CPR or mouth to mouth by themselves, it is an automatic that you go and you assist. Because even they said that every 2 to 5 minutes they were switching off on the chest compressions because it's so physically demanding. So why in the Sam blasted hell, did you, Sheriff, Officer Saroff, not kneel down next to her, or when she got up and left the body, you get your butt over there and you continue that CPR? Because when EMS showed up, nobody was doing anything. So please tell me why you did not continue the CPR. I wanted that a question. That's a question that if I was a juror, I would ask that question. No and yes. The victim, John O'Keefe, is a Boston PD. I mean, they all are saying Boston PD. He's a police officer. Brian Albert, the house in which this happened, is a Boston police officer. Hello? Doesn't matter if you knew the victim. I mean, if he's your worst enemy, you still do it. You are obligated under law. You are obligated under law to perform life-saving measures to anyone and everyone, even the worst of people. Even if someone just shot 10 kids. You have to. EMS shows up. They continue the CPR and everything. One of the EMT paramedics stated that he had a puffy jacket on. The other 3 did not. Well, here's the theories. There's 2. The theory of the prosecution is that when she dropped him off at the party, she backed over him and killed him. Hit and run. They had a fight. She was pissed off. She just backed up and hit him and killed him and left. That's the prosecution side. But days and weeks later, they were finding pieces of broken taillight in the grass of the yard. And even the sheriff, police chief, drove by weeks later. And as he's driving by, he just so happens to see a piece of taillight in the grass. And the missing shoe was found later. And the thing about the shoe is that you have all these people on scene with leaf blowers and tromping around all over. They would have seen this shoe. And if they hadn't have seen this shoe, But then the defense's side is stating that after she dropped off John O'Keefe, he went into the home. And she believes, or the defense believes, a fight broke out. Because the injuries that John O'Keefe sustained were not indicative of a hit by a vehicle. He's 6 foot tall. She's in, I think, what was it, a Lexus SUV? If he was hit, it would have caused damage from the chest to the knees somewhere. Yes, they all had alcohol on their breath. They all were partying. She had a high alcohol level when they took her in, but let me tell you. So the defense is stating that in the home that night was Brian Albert, the homeowner and a Boston PD co-worker of the victim, his wife's sister, and her husband. Then the homeowner's daughter and son and dog. Then the nephew was in the home. 2 other friends were in the home. And Brian Higgins was in the home, which is another co-worker. 11 people were in the home that night. Here's where the plot thickens. John O'Keefe was caught kissing a woman on New Year's Eve. Karen Reed started an inappropriate relationship with Brian Higgins. You've heard his name. He's a co-worker. He's the ATF. He's the one that has that pilot office in the Canton PD office. There are romantic texts between them. My theory is that, yeah, John O'Keefe and Brian Higgins were in the house. They got in a fight over Karen Reed. At some point, the dog bit because you could see, they called them scratches. No, there's a puncture and a drag where, dog bites and then you rip it. There are all over his arm. So there's a lot of drama here. Now, the prosecution saying that John O'Keefe never made it into the house. As you heard the testimony today, they were asking Officer Gallagher, why did you not get a warrant to search the home? Because there's no probable cause. Probable cause is there's a dead body found in your yard that has a connection to the homeowner. Sorry, y'all. That to me is probable cause. But he didn't feel it was. So, Karen Reed, after the body was removed, was going to go to the hospital. She left the scene at some point by one of the other officers' testimony. She was called back to the scene because somebody called, I think it was either a friend, stating that she was making suicidal threats. So they called her back to the scene and had an ambulance show up while they're processing the scene. And they Section 12'd her, which means you're a threat to yourself or others. And so what did they do? They haul her butt to the hospital and put her in the psych unit for an evaluation because she was hysterical over the loss of her boyfriend. She kept saying, is he dead? Is he dead? And then, not documented at the time that all this happened, but later documented that she said, I hit him. Yeah. So the injuries to the body are cuts and abrasions on the upper hand and knuckles, the dog bites on the arm, both eyes are blackened, there's a cut on the bridge of the nose that he's bleeding out the nose, he's got a big goose on the head like he was hit, and then he's got this huge, I say huge, 2-inch laceration which caused blunt force trauma to the head. She would have to hit him front and back. Yeah, Minnie. I might be able to pull up that picture. Let me pull it up. I'm going to pull it up. Images. Share screen. Pull me over here. There you go, y'all. Tell me. You can actually, can you see my mouse over here? Let me do this. Let me make this big. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to do that. Okay, you can see my mouth. Puncture drag. See, it's narrow here, thicker here. Look, this is a good one. Puncture drag. Puncture drag. Look at the shape of it. All the punctures, either that or a glass bottle. But here's the thing. Aileen. Get a load of this, Aileen. The dog was a German Shepherd who was not very friendly towards O'Keefe. He's right there. Not very friendly towards O'Keefe or other people necessarily. And just days after all this had happened, or within a week or so, not a very long time, after they had the dog from puppy, raised it for 7 years, rehomed the dog, and don't know who they gave it to. Yeah. I call on that. There is no way that that is just scratches. Those are too deep. It's okay. Yeah. You think? So why did I get so excited over the collection of evidence? They did? Oh, snap. I'm okay, Aileen. By the way, I have not done research on this. I literally have, I forgot to put that on this morning. This is new to me. Aileen, I've only been doing this for 6 weeks. So I'm still learning my program that I run everything with. So y'all, that is like absolutely asinine that yeah, let me bring that back up. What's this one? No. Take that down. That to me is a little bit on the oh my God side, because I don't understand how you can have all of this evidence that's so conflicting. And why in the hell would you go, Mr. Gallagher and Mr. Good, to the home of Brian Alberts, and interview Jen McCabe, your sister-in-law, in front of everybody? You need to bring her into the department to do the interview. That to me is the biggest bunch of crock I've ever heard. Yeah. And the other thing is they arrested her within what, 48 hours? She never made it home. So they throw her into the psych part of the hospital for Section 8. When the EMT paramedic exited the EMS unit after talking to her and told him she's not a Section 12. She's not a Section 12. They said, yes, she is. Take her. She's not suicidal. I mean, how many times have you heard somebody who said, oh, I wish I died instead of my husband. I can't live without my husband, my child, my parent, car accident. Oh, whatever. That does not mean that you are suicidal. You are grieving. It is worse than interviewing the witnesses in the George Kelly case in the lobby. At least nobody in the lobby other than the two daughters and the uncle sitting there, which was probably cartel, in my humble opinion, were involved. You had a house full of people, 4 or 5 people in the house, and you didn't even get their names. I don't know where she went. When you go into a home to do an interview of any kind, I keep looking at my monitor, talking to myself. When you go to a home of any kind and you sit there and do an interview, you get the names and IDs of everybody in the dang room, and then you separate them. You do not interview, and you do not want anybody talking to each other. Y'all should have had her come to the police department, put her in a room where it's recorded, because nothing was recorded, and you guys should have interviewed. This is worse than the George Kelly. At least they had a 6-minute synopsis at the end of their interview. That is where George Kelly, the sheriff, I call the Hollywood sheriff, went across the border in Mexico without notifying the authorities on either side to go interview the family and the so-called witness, Daniel, in the hotel lobby, bar, and restaurant. And then it got too loud and they went to the lobby itself and didn't record any of it until 6 minutes. At the very end, he did a 6-minute synopsis. Exactly. They didn't even do anything with the neighbors. Now, some people said, well, all neighbors come out. Well, not that night. It was a blizzard, but I guarantee a lot of neighbors were looking outside the windows. Y'all, number one, if you are ever being questioned about anything, you keep your mouth shut and you get a lawyer. They cannot say because you got a lawyer, you're part of it or guilty or anyway. You have a right to an attorney. If they ever get you in a room that's square, has a table, a few chairs, and cameras, assume you are on the hot seat. Assume you are a person of interest. And you say, I'm sorry, I'm you know what? I'll answer your questions, but I'm going to have my lawyer here. They interviewed Daniel in the George Kelly case, the rancher who was accused of killing an illegal immigrant on his property. The sheriff of that county who knew nothing of the case, didn't know where the body was, didn't know how it was positioned, just like Mr. Gallagher, didn't know a whole lot, went to Mexico and interviewed the witness. Didn't separate him, interviewed him in front of the daughters of the victim, for God's sake. Well, yeah, and here's the thing, Aileen. There is an ambulance, a fire engine, 5 cop cars, and a supervisor vehicle, all showing up with lights and sirens. If you are a part of any first responder, firefighter, police, volunteer firefighter, ATF, FBI, anything, you're super sensitive to those lights. But if you're not, you still are curious enough to go peek out the window and say, what the hell is going on out there? Nobody came out of the building. But guess what did happen? They have it on dash cam. Jennifer McCabe, the sister to Nicole Albert, the wife to John Albert. So Brian and Nicole living in that house. Jennifer, the sister, goes in the house to get blankets and comes back out much later. And nobody in the house knew something was going on. Yeah, that's right. Karen is screaming at her lungs, out of control. Out of control to the point that they Section 12 her and haul her off in an ambulance. So you have another ambulance showing up on scene. And you're going to sit there and tell me that they're not going to peek out the window to see what the sandblasted hell is happening? Y'all, this is wrong. I mean, I just, if you were a little old man, an old lady living in the house and you wear hearing aids, or you're like me, totally deaf without hearing aids. By the way, where are my hearing aids? Should I even come in with them? Oh, crap, I left them in the car. But anyway, I have special ears to do this. You're going to hear it, and you have a dog in the house. You have a dog in the house. Exactly. If she ran over him and went home. So supposedly by the prosecution at about 2:45 in the morning, and I'm parenthesizing, I'm putting my, let me get in the parentheses. At 2:45 in the morning, or 1 o'clock, I'm sorry, about 1 o'clock in the morning, she drops him off. No, I take it back. About 12:30-ish she drops him off. She gets home at about 1-ish. And then at 4:30, he's not home. She wakes up 5. It's almost between 5 and 6. I have to look at my notes. I find his body. So you're telling me that she backed up over him, went home, left him there for 3 hours-ish, maybe 4, and then comes back and tries CPR on him? Dude. Well, she had a lot of blood alcohol. She shouldn't have been drinking. That was a drinking and driving. It would be involuntary manslaughter. But I'll tell you what, if I knew I ran over somebody, I sure in the hell ain't going to go back over there. I'm going to go home. I'm going to go to bed. I won't necessarily go to bed. I don't think I could sleep, but I would stay in my house until I got the, hello, Miss Brown. KPD, we have some questions for you. I would not be hysterical and go back to the scene of the crime and then try to revive him after 3 to 4 hours. Y'all. I will tell you, baseball putting on my bingo card today. No, she dropped him off. Apparently, okay, a group of them, the big group of them went to a bar and grill and had dinner and drank. And then supposedly the Alberts invited some people back to their house for an after party. Allegedly, John O'Keefe told Karen that they were invited. Now, she herself never heard the invitation to go to the house. She said she didn't know these people. But they had a disagreement. They kind of been on and off all day, which happens in relationships. And they were both drunk, so you can only imagine it was a little more heated. And so she just drops him off at the party, but they sit there and have a conversation for a few minutes in the car, and then he gets out. And they're claiming that is when she backed over him. I don't know, but they're not denying they had a gathering. But the biggest thing for that is that she said she saw him walk up the driveway. Cause all right, do you know how like here's the street. Okay. I'm gonna hold it kind of like this. Their house is right here on the street, right? Their yard comes off like this. The house is I'm going to get me full size so y'all can see me. It makes it easier. So this is the street. Okay. So here's your street, the asphalt. And the house is on the left side. So for you guys, I'm going to have it over here. House is right here. She comes down the street, stops. Here's their driveway. Okay. House is here, driveway here. She pulls up, sits there for a while. Then he gets out, walks down the street, up the driveway because there's snow, and starts walking along the sidewalk where the corner they have a side door and then they have a front door and the sidewalk. So she sees them in that corner. She, at one point after she drops them off, she pulls forward. But when you do, there's a big group of trees between the two houses. What I imagine is she pulled forward to leave, but looked back. Hold on. She looked back and couldn't see him, so she backed up to make sure she could see him going in the house. That is her claim. Sorry. They're claiming she backed up to hit him. It is very plausible that she did, but we haven't heard the defense's case yet. So right now, I'm kind of playing devil's advocate. I like to play devil's advocate to whoever's on the stand. But the biggest thing for me is that they also have the fact that O'Keefe, the victim, made like 80 steps or 200 this way and that way. And do you know how the phones and the watches can tell if you're going up and down stairs now, if you have the exercise thing on? And supposedly, I don't know if it's going to come out in court, he apparently went into the house by his phone recording and went down up steps and down steps. So the party probably was in the basement. Exactly. Because if she would have hit him and knocked him over, it would have been from the knee to the middle of the belly button, probably most of the damage. And there's no damage on the torso or the knees. It's hand and face and back ahead, the whole front ahead and back ahead. How in the hell do you get, unless he hit his head on a sharp rock, but the thing is it's a long, narrow line. It's not like an egg that's crushed in. We have a lot to get to, y'all. This case is going to go on for 8 weeks. Yeah, the phone and or watch. Because the phones, even if you don't have a watch, but you have the sports app, or if you don't turn it off, your GPS and sports app will record all your footsteps. Where is that chart? I have it in the file. I'll pull it up and show y'all. I'll pull it up and show you what is talking about. Timeline. Here it is. I'll share window. I have to cut over. Share window. Okay, I'm going to share this one. Okay, y'all. I'm going to make it big. I'm going to look at myself on the other monitor. So I am so sorry. I don't know if you could see my mouth, but look at the mouse. But look at this. Upon arrival, John took an estimated 80 steps in those first 3 minutes. Now, if you look at the red line from the car to the front of the house, that's 50 feet. I'm looking at my monitor because it's delayed. Okay. So I just enlarged it for my screen and not y'all. Okay. Let's see how that works. The lady who gave this to me is Brandy in Church or Brandy Churchwell. She's phenomenal. She knows this case more than anybody. Oh, that's okay. Okay, but all right, but anyway. There is a 7-minute gap with no steps recorded on John's phone. So he probably made it in the house where that dot is, visited with somebody. Okay. John's arrival was 12:19 to 12:24. Footsteps 80, 287 feet. He ascended a set of steps, which is in front of the house. Cars kind of blocking it. Then he descended of 3 flights of stairs. So that'd be 1, 2, 3. No steps for over 10 minutes. So between 25, 13, 25 or whatever, 4 steps, 9 something feet. So look at the step pattern. You can't tell me that if she had dropped him off and he was hit, which is actually where he's found is more right where my arrow is. Oh, I don't think y'all can see my arrow moving. See this little curve where the neighbor's yard is with some shrubbery? You can barely see a little fire hydrant, which let me see if I can just blow it up and see if that will show my cursor. Oh, it is showing it. So a fire hydrant is approximately right where my cursor is. You can barely see it right there. He's found right where my cursor is. That is where his body is found, right there. Because right here is a little flagpole. Right here is where the body is found. How in the hell is he going to move that much and not make it in the house? Now, the last footsteps that were done were probably him being carried, if that's the theory. If the theory is correct, he was carried and dropped off here. Y'all, the phone would record the steps of the people carrying it. I wish I could zoom any better. I'm trying to figure out how to. Oh, wait. Will this adjust it on your end? Let me see. I don't know if it will. Let's see if it does. But fire hydrant body right where my mouse is. I don't know if it zoomed in. I'm watching my monitor for a minute. It's a little delayed. Maybe let's see if it did zoom in. But my whole thing is, oh, it did. Yay. Hoorah. I did good, y'all. Okay, I'm going to untag that comment. So can you understand the difference on that? I'm all like, geez, woman. Okay, so let's look at another timeline. And I'm going to share that. Share screen, window, this one. Share, enlarge. And I'm going to enlarge it again so you guys can see it better. Okay, so Jen calls and texts to John and data. Jen McCabe has 10 minutes with no steps. This is Jennifer McCabe up here. She is the sister to the Nicole Albert. Right here at 12:27, she texts here 12:29, she makes a 8-second phone call. Then she says, pull up behind me, 36 steps. Karen leaves around this time right here. Karen Reed, VM from home. So here are her calls. Hello, where are you? Call. Hello. I mean, this is just that data. I'm going to escape out. There's a better one I'd like to look at. Let me get to it. Let me glance at it. Oh yeah, here's one about the car, y'all. I'm going to share this one. I like this one. Let me share this one, y'all. Okay, so here you go. I'm going to zoom in. See, I'm learning everything new every day. Okay, y'all. Oh, I can zoom in with my mouse. Oh, instead of that other stuff. Okay. Very similar to what we saw a minute ago, but I wanted to also state something. Wrong picture. Duh, my bad. I want this one. Oh, I don't have to stop and I can do that. Oh, that's fabulous. John's arrival based on data is between 21 and 24 after midnight. Once again, he took 80 steps in the first 3 minutes. Now look, there's the steps up. So she drops him off. He walks. He goes up the first steps. From the street to the house is about 61 feet. He walked almost 288 feet, y'all. 288 feet. The whole time. 80 of them are which goes from the car to the house to the front door. Now, in these homes, they have a mud room. You have one door, you stomp off the snow and mud, take off the jacket, and then you go through another door. There is a 7-minute gap with no steps recorded on his phone. Well, he's maybe standing there taking off his coat, chatting, whatever. Ryan Nagel pulls off and sees Karen in the car alone with no damage to taillight. This is huge for the defense. Huge for the defense. Okay, y'all? Massive. Why am I running that far behind? And then John's last recorded steps. 36 steps at 12:31:56 to 12:32:16. And then it says pull behind me on the phone. Last possible time Karen could have left was right here. She did wait about 10 minutes, she said, after dropping him off. Brandy, you are so awesome at doing this. I thank you so very much. Let me see what this one says. This is the one I wanted to share with y'all. According to the Commonwealth, the prosecution, road at 12:24:18 a.m. The phone finally stops between 34 and 32 Fairview Road in the area of the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The body was found here, where my cursor is. Karen stopped movement at 12:24:40 in front of the flagpole and fire hydrant. John gets out of the car. Karen drove at least 62 feet forward, then reversed 62 at possibly 24.2 miles an hour. She hits John, then the car continues in reverse. All with at least 3 witnesses, possibly 4, directly behind her without seeing a thing, all within 56 seconds. So there were Ryan Nagel, Richard D., and whatever Heather Maxton and Julie Nagel are in this truck. How in the hell is she going to move forward 62 feet, back up into the yard, hopping the curb, hitting him, and then continue to back up? Hello? Don't make sense to me. In my humble opinion. Does not make sense to me in any way, shape, or form that would have happened in the way in which they are depicting it happening. Sorry, y'all. Piece of oatmeal got stuck. I don't know about you, but that to me does not show in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, court's still out. Are they? Uh-oh. They came back. All right, we're back in court. Okay, we're back, y'all. If I could spell correctly. They found the phone on his body. I'm coming. I'm working on it. Here you go.
Could start from the beginning through about 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
I'm sorry, y'all. I've got about 5 things to do when they hop on, so please forgive me. It takes a second.
Can you pause it just 1 second? Sergeant, if you could, as the video is playing along, if you could just alert the jury to the portion of the video where you observe yourself sort of pulling on to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And this moment, if you could, when the sergeant does that, if you could just pause it at that. Okay.
I have problems with the mic. The one asking the question is so much softer than the one who's testifying. So I'm sorry, I can't change their gains. Sorry about that, guys. And one of them, some of them said they couldn't remember if they had lights on, but you could definitely tell they all had their lights on. Thank you, Sparkles. I'm at 202. I'd like to get to 300 by the end of May. Love to be at 1,000. A lot of good things happen when you get to 1,000.
All right, we're coming up to Fairview right now. That's Spring, and then next one up.
they're going to take a curve. And he's going to start seeing it.
That's Fairview right there on the right.
Mhm.
Sergeant Good, if I could take you back just to the right that you took just before that. What street?
By the way, that's the judge
what
on the
street are you
mic
on right now?
That's Chapman Street.
for the
And
witness.
Was that Washington Street that you would turn to get onto Chapman?
Correct.
Can I ask you, when you're turning from Washington Street onto Chapman, are there any sort of businesses or sort of landmarks on your right or your left as you're making that turn?
So on the right-hand side, as you're turning onto Chapman, that's going to be Cassie's Corner Store. And on the left at the intersection is, used to be called Temple Beth Abraham. I believe it's Temple Bin Bar something. I don't know the actual name, but.
So there's Temple on your left and Cassie's on your right?
Correct.
And so at this point in the video here is about when you're about to turn on to Fifth, correct?
Yes.
You film it if you could.
I wish I could do my native bead work and do this at the same time, but I don't think I can. I have so much to get done. Y'all want to know what that is? These beautiful things. It's all hand beaded. While we have the boring snow video before we get to the good stuff. Okay, you're going to start seeing the emergency vehicle. There it is. You can't look how bright that is. You cannot tell me. Look how he's still way down the street. Look how bright that is. You cannot tell me the homeowner did not know. And I know I'm getting high pitched. I'm sorry, guys. I get high pitched when I get excited. You can't tell me that both homes are lit up. The home across the street's lit up, and look how lit up his home is. How in the sandblasted, blooming, blazing hell did they not know that there's a storm going on outside? Not just a weather blizzard, but an emergency storm. Sensei, come here. It's okay. Come here. Up, up. Up, up.
Can I approach the witness room?
Yes.
Up, up. Up, up. Ah. Mm.
It was.
Yeah.
So, sir, sorry, there's a pointer.
Okay.
If I could, Sergeant, just ask you to, within this sort of still frame up here on the screen, do you recognize people that are depicted within this still frame of this video?
Yes.
And if, to whatever extent you do recognize people, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to.
That's a much clearer image than we've seen on
All
any
right.
of the
That's
other
going to be
ones.
myself. Right there is going to be firefighter McLaughlin. That's going to be Miss Reed. And if you played it another second, I believe that's going to be Miss McCabe, or if not, Miss Roberts.
Y'all, that's the best image we've had this entire trial. He has good windshield. Everybody else's was iced over.
The gentleman you see sort of behind you in the frame,
Thank you,
Sergeant, do you
Sparkles.
recognize who that is?
Yes, that's Officer Sarif.
My apologies, Ms. Gilman. You can run.
Come on, baby.
You can take that down. Thank you very much.
I go from cold to hot.
And so, Sergeant, you arrive on scene in that area. First of all, what's contained in that video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the weather conditions outside that day?
Yes.
And when you arrive on scene, who, if anyone, is it that you speak to first?
Initially, I walked up to Officer Sarif. I said probably some version of what's going on. Officer O'Keefe was already in the ambulance. And then I just began to try to talk to anybody and anybody.
And so the ambulance is still on scene when you arrive, is that correct?
Yes.
Officer O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
And at some point when you're speaking with Officer Saraf, does he direct your attention to where Officer O'Keefe was prior to being placed in the ambulance?
Yes.
Where did he direct your attention?
If you're looking at the house, it'd be left-hand side, slightly probably right in front of the flagpole.
And about how far off of the roadway would you estimate that was?
I would say 8 to 10 feet off the curb.
Speaking to other people without reference
Quit
to
breathing in the mic.
necessarily what was said to you, following your conversation with Officer Saraf, who, if anyone,
Irritating.
I believe the first person I could really get a statement from was Miss McCabe.
and when you say first person you could really get a statement from, what do you mean by that?
It was a chaotic scene. People were just kind of walking in and out. And so Miss McCabe was the first one that was able to give me a good
Why
statement.
were they
of
walking in and out?
How they ended up
from?
here.
They shouldn't have been walking
Following your
anywhere.
conversation with Ms. McCabe, who, if anyone, did you speak to next?
Next was Miss Reed.
And just to be clear, when we speak about Ms. Reed, you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's sitting between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti.
I'll just ask the record to reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, when you're on scene and you're speaking to these individuals, what if any impact did the weather have as far as your ability to sort of hear things that weren't direct conversations you were involved with?
You couldn't hear. It was oddly eerily quiet, but the wind was so howling that I had a tough time actually hearing people. So you had to speak very loud or get next to each other.
And as far as your conversation with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you ask her, or what, if any, response did she give?
So I walked Miss Reed to the back of 682. She was obviously cold. Got her in the back of the car, put the heat on, asked her, how did she end up here? How did her boyfriend end up here? She says, I don't know.
Prior to placing her in the back of the cruiser, how would you describe her sort of demeanor outside?
Confused, hysterical, shock.
What, if anything, was she saying or asking in regard to Mr. O'Keefe prior to you putting her in the back of the cruiser?
She was yelling out, is he dead?
And is that something she said once, more than once, or something?
Numerous times.
About how
Y'all,
loud
that's
it was?
not uncommon.
Oh, she was yelling it.
Not uncommon.
And
I've
so
been
once
on
back in the cruiser,
accident scenes where
you asked her
many
some questions
people in the
after she
family
said,
were
"I don't
screaming
know."
it.
What, if anything, else did you ask her then?
I asked her if she had driven there, and she said, I think so. And then right after that, she said, I don't remember. Because of her state, I decided to stop questioning there. She couldn't keep her train of thought.
Now, you had notified Detective Sergeant Blank and Lieutenant Gallagher prior to your going to the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
About what time was it that either or both of them arrived? on the scene?
Detective Sergeant Lang probably got there at about 6:20, 6:25. I immediately briefed him what we had, what was going on so far. And
about what time did Lieutenant Gallagher arrive?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher probably came in right around 7 a.m.
Now, following your conversation with the defendant, who, if anyone else, did you speak to on?
Then I spoke to the other party, Miss Roberts.
If you know, about how long a period of conversation are we talking about with respect to Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Each interview,
Yes.
couple minutes.
And why was it only a couple minutes?
It was a pretty quick statement. It seemed like they were only in the car for a very short amount of time.
Move to strike.
All right. So we'll strike after. It was a pretty quick statement. Next question.
Now, with regard to Lieutenant Ms. Reed, after you had that brief conversation with her in the back of your cruiser, where did you go? Where did she go from there?
I believe she, at some point, we let her back outside of the car. We never closed the door on her because I stood in the door frame with my head in the back seat. She got out. She kind of just did her own thing, paced up and back between talking to either Miss Roberts or Miss McCabe, yelling out.
And at some point, did the ambulance and Miss Officer O'Keefe was in, did that leave the scene?
It did.
And following that, what, if anything, did you say or do with reference to the defendant, Ms. Reed?
Once the Officer O'Keefe was transported, Miss Reed just was not listening to any directions. We were trying to keep her in Miss Roberts' car to stay warm. She's going back and forth. I finally told Miss Roberts, we have everybody's information. She's not needed here anymore. Go home, get warm. We'll reach out if we have to.
And shortly after, and at that point, did Ms. Roberts take Ms. Reed?
She did.
And what, if anything, happened next on scene with regard to Ms. Reed?
It was moments later. I got a radio transmission from our officer at the working dispatch that Mr. Reed, her father, was on the phone with Miss Reed, and she was making suicidal threats to take her own life.
And based on that information that you received, what, if anything, did you do in regard to that?
Well, once our Officer Deva, who didn't even know that we had Miss Reed at the scene, she radioed to us to confirm that did we have a Karen party on scene. I said we did. She explained that her father was frantic on the phone, and Miss Reed was stating that she wanted to end her life, and he, in quotes, said he wanted her to be in protective custody. So at that time,
Y'all, Houston, we have a problem. Do y'all know what the problem is? Y'all who've been here for a while, do we know what the problem is? Sarah and one other EMT paramedic said she drove off scene and came back. Sergeant Good is saying she never left scene. We have a problem.
I knew that we'd be able to get a hold of her because I had all the information. I believe I just called Miss Roberts' phone, told her to bring her back to the scene.
So Miss Roberts drove her. See, there's a difference.
They couldn't have gotten very far, especially in the road conditions.
And then based on those statements that were reported to you from the dispatch from defendant's father, what, if anything, did you do with regard to Ms. Reed?
I told Officer Mulaney, who was on scene, most of our patrolmen have, it's called the Section 12 paperwork inside of all of our cruisers, just for that reason. I advised him to fill out the proper paperwork, and we were going to section Miss Reed to the hospital for mental evaluation.
And what is a Section 12 from your perspective?
It's a tool for police officers when you come on scene with someone that's having either a mental breakdown, claiming that they want to hurt themselves, anything like that. We have the power as police officers to fill out the proper paperwork. We're not medical professionals. Let a doctor determine if she does need medical help. And if she doesn't want to go, or him, that paperwork allows us to actually physically put her on a stretcher and send her to the hospital. Once she gets to the hospital, it's up to the doctors there to do their due diligence. And if they deem that she's not mentally unstable, then she's released, but at least it's off of us.
Now, the time that Ms. Reed returns to the scene, the fire department, being the ambulance and the engine, have already left. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And then going to apparatus from the fire department come back in reference to the Section 12.
Correct. So I believe this group was from Station 2, which is the other fire station in the town of Canton. They arrived on scene.
And during that time in between, who arrives first, the fire department or Ms. Roberts with Ms. Reed?
Miss Roberts.
No. During that time,
that's not what the unit said.
Ms. Roberts arrives with Ms. Reed, and prior to the fire department arriving, what, if any, interaction did you have with Ms. Reed during that time?
None.
And then once the fire department returns on scene, what, if anything, do you direct them to with regard to Ms. Reed and with regard to the paperwork you had Officer Mulaney fill out? Officer
Mulaney and Officer Sarif, and looks like in the video, escort Miss Reed to the ambulance, and she's safely transported to the hospital. Our officer back at dispatch called back Mr. Reed, advised her that his daughter was safe.
And then turning back to the scene, following Detective Sergeant Lang's arrival.
That wasn't as it
where,
was.
If anywhere, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go on scene following?
Okay, I got to say this because the actual EMT paramedic stated this guy is not giving the full story here. because the EMT stated that he questioned her and then got out of the unit and spoke to Sergeant Good. And Sergeant Good said, I don't care. You're going to section 12 her. And he got back in and he explained to Miss Reed that you can either go on your own and then you can be discharged a whole lot faster, or if we force you to go, you're staying a whole lot longer. And she chose to go after she was explained. So this guy here is really not representing that situation correctly, because he was asked a second time by the EMS unit who said she doesn't fit the qualifications for section 12. He said, do it anyway. Y'all, just saying. I need to make
So when
sure.
we were waiting for the fire truck to arrive, we noticed that the lights went on at 34 Fairview. We needed to obviously speak to the homeowners. I told Sergeant Lank at the time, I believe he was on the phone with CPAC for the state police. I said, the lights just went on the front door. Let's go speak to the homeowners. And we both walked in.
You actually physically walked into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
With respect to prior to you seeing sort of the house lights go on at 34 Fairview, had you seen anybody go into or out of that residence while you were there?
Yes. At some point, either myself or Sergeant Lank told Miss McCabe that she needs to wake up the homeowners. We need to speak to them.
And why did you say that specifically to Miss McCabe?
We have no idea why John O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn of a house. We have no idea. The statements from the three people, we need to figure out what happened that night.
And so I guess my question is more, why Miss McCabe versus somebody else?
Miss McCabe is the sister-in-law of the homeowner, so she would be a friendly face to knock at the door at 6 o'clock in the morning and a blue.
Bull crap. Bull. I'm calling it. You, as a potential dead person on the yard, the homeowners were the Alberts. And the gentleman, or I say gentleman loosely, Brian Albert is a Boston PD with John O'Keefe. You don't send a civilian to tell them that there is a possible DOA on the front yard who's been hauled off to the hospital. No, she is a part of the witnesses. She's been out on scene. She arrived with Karen Reed. You can't do this. I call it. I call it, y'all. I call it. Here it comes. Watch your ears. Tell me how loud that is on your side. On my side, it's pretty dang loud.
Blizzard.
Now, beyond anybody at 34 Fairview Road, again, before you observe those lights go on in the residence, from the other houses sort of on the street up and down, who, if anyone, did you observe come out of any of those houses?
Nobody.
And was that something that continued throughout the time that you were on scene?
Correct.
So how long were you on scene for in total?
Looking at the log, we were there for almost exactly 2 hours.
And so during those 2 hours, no one from any of the houses on the street came outside?
No, I mean, every emergency truck that showed up at 6 o'clock in the morning during a blizzard, there's no other cars on the road. So you're not coming down with sirens blaring, waking up an entire street, a neighborhood. There's no need for it. So it was just lights and flashing. And to be honest with you, couldn't see very far.
I am calling your
into the home.
bull again. Do you know why? Because we have seen, I'm almost out, y'all. I'm running low and I can't get it to, sorry about that. I can't get it to shake down. Can't get it to shake down. I gotta go and get me more of this in my next room because it's driving me nuts not to have it. I'm calling the crap because you're full of it. We have a video where you can hear the sirens. What? You're so full of crap. Okay, let's keep him going.
34 Fairview, and who, if anyone, did you speak to in
Mr. Albert, Mrs. Albert, Brian, and Nicole.
And who, if anyone else, was present in the home when you spoke with them?
When I was in there, I know Jen was in there, but we didn't speak to her because we already spoke to her, but we just spoke to Brian and Nicole right in the front room.
Now, you heard over the course of the 911 call from Ms. McCabe that she references that 34 Fairview is the Albert residence, correct?
Yes.
And did you know Brian Albert, or were you aware of who he was prior to going to the house that day?
I know of Brian Albert, yes.
And how did you know?
He's a brother of a coworker that I've worked with for 18 years.
Co-worker that you worked with for 18 years. Who's that?
Detective Albert.
What's his first name?
Kevin.
And had you ever been to that house before?
No.
You ever been inside that house before?
No.
So
And
that's
when
why
go
you
inside
had to
that
remove
day,
yourself
it's,
from the
Brian
freaking
Albert, Nicole Albert,
investigation.
and Ms. McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And during the time that you were in there, do you recall seeing, or who, if anyone else, do you recall seeing in there besides those three people, yourself and Detective Sergeant?
Nobody. Detective Lang took the lead on speaking to Brian and Nicole Albert, and I kind of just moseyed in the front of the house, looked in the dining room, and listened to what they said, what happened. They seemed like they were generally in shock that there was a
objection.
Sustain. Next question, please.
If anything, did you observe about their demeanor when you spoke?
They looked like they just got woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
And as far as you indicated,
Unless
that
your
you're
bedroom
sort of looking or
is in the
poking
back of the
around,
house,
the front area
and
near
you
the front
don't
door,
have a
correct?
dog,
Yes.
And what, if
I
anything,
believe that.
of note did you observe inside the house when you did?
Nothing. Everything to be in order. It
And
seemed
your
like a
trunk is
normal
held.
house.
Yeah, they had 6 hours to clean it up.
Following, if you know, about how long was that conversation in the house?
I would say 20, 25 minutes.
And following that conversation, where did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go?
At that time, we both left the residence, came outside, and at that time, Lieutenant Gallagher was arriving. We had like a little bit of a powwow, figured out what was going on, and I believe that's when we saw Jen McCabe's husband show up and walked in. And
Again, you didn't know Jennifer McCabe prior to that day, correct?
no.
Did you know her husband prior to that day? So after you saw her husband, who you now know to be your husband, walk in, what, if anything, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang?
Sergeant Lang ran back inside to get a statement from Mr. McCabe as well.
Did you go with him as well?
I did not.
And after you have sort of the conversation between yourself, Detective Sergeant Lang, and Lieutenant Gallagher, what, if anything, did the three of you do from there?
Lieutenant Gallagher immediately said we need to seal off the area of where Officer Keith was located. We grabbed some crime scene tape, put around. He wanted to photograph the area as well.
And who, if anyone, grabbed the crime scene tape?
Myself.
And what, if anything, did you do?
I wrapped it around probably the flagpole, tree, and cruiser. It was hard to keep up just because the wind was blowing at such a good rate.
And then what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with respect to the area that was identified to you as where Mr. O'Keefe was on Officer Sarah's ride?
Lieutenant Gallagher noticed that the snow was coming down at such a good clip, we couldn't keep it clear, and he made the idea of anybody have a leaf blower, and I did. So I told him I'm not too far away from the house, so I shot back to my residence and grabbed my own.
Oh,
And about how long a period of time was it between the time?
okay. So this is new information. The leaf blower came from Sergeant Good. What? What? You should never bring anything from your own home to a freaking crime scene. You do better going and buying one at Lowe's or Walmart. At least there's no contamination on the inside of your grass and your crap. Holy
Lab to go get. How long
snap.
time did you arrive back?
No more than 5-7 minutes.
And once you arrived back at back in the area of 34 Fairview Road, what if anything happened then?
I started it up for Lieutenant Gallagher. He took it over, and it worked great.
You're so proud of
Now,
that.
With respect to that sort of implementation of the leaf blower, what if anything did you or other officers do to sort of memorialize?
So as Lieutenant Gallagher was using the piece of equipment, I used my iPhone, videotaped it, and took to still photos.
May I approach?
Yes.
I actually don't need to.
Why are you using your own personal phone to take pictures of evidence?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number
wanted to-
33 up on the screen.
Yo, I don't know if that's legal or not, but I'm like
Just the first.
mind blown. Oh my God.
Sergeant Good, have you seen what's up on the screen as exhibit 33 before?
Yes.
And what do you recognize this?
That's Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, does Lieutenant Gallagher have in his hand at the time in this particular case?
The leaf blower.
And what's depicted on the screen, is that a fair and accurate trail of what you memorialized on scene that day with respect to the leaf blower?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run just this one video.
I took time for me to run and get my lip gloss. By the way, I sell these. That blower does great. Are you kidding me? I would love to see a crime scene analysis person.
Now, with respect to using that leaf blower on scene,
They can't
Sergeant,
do
what, if
that.
anything, did you observe in the snow when that was used to blow away sort of the layers?
It exposed the
Yeah.
blood and small drinking glass broken.
And do you see those items in what's frozen up on the screen right now?
I do.
If you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you observe each of those items in this video.
So that's the glass right there. And then all the blood droplings.
It may have exposed it, but what
Thank you,
else
Ms.
did it
Allen.
bring to the exposure? You have
Now, prior to
stuff in your car for
using the
crime
leaf
scene
blower, what, if anything, did
investigation that
Lieutenant
is
Gallagher,
not
instruct
contaminated.
you and any other officers to do with regard to your cruisers that were parked on scene?
We needed to move them out of the way. He wanted to be able to get a good shot of the area, so we kind of closed off the road. And
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 41 back up again.
I'm really struggling with this, y'all. I know you see it, but y'all, they're investigators. They're police. They have
Ms.
kits
Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward on this to about 40 minutes. and
that
30
have
seconds into-
bags for crime scene evidence that are sealed. And they open them up, they put the thing in and they reseal it, they sign it, they date it, they
Now,
put
Sergeant
all
Good,
the
what's up on the
information
screen, is
on it.
that the point that you are referencing now?
You could have freaking put the snow and blood in that.
For that purpose?
this was earlier when we moved out of the way of the ambulance, I believe.
Sorry, wrong one.
Fine.
Oh, no, could be right.
Regardless, you recognize this to be,
Yes, sorry. If you just play for it, I'll know.
Not on my
Just
end.
play for it, I guess.
That may be between us.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I'd like to play this through. So about 41 minutes and 12 seconds or so. But if you could just pause it real quick, I'm sorry. Sergeant, at some point when you move this cruiser, what, if anything, you're able to see in this footage of the front lawn area of 34 Fairview?
So my cruiser camera pans the front yard of 34 Fairview, and it shows the snow undisturbed. No footprints, any tracks, anything like that leading anywhere.
And if you could just speak up when we get to that point, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it on that area.
6:52 a.m., 7 a.m. There's Karen and the girls. Why is she even out there? The moment they showed up and his body is gone, she needs to be in a vehicle or away from the scene. Hell, why didn't you just take her in the house where it's nice and warm? Everybody else was there. You talked to Jennifer in front of everybody else. Y'all.
Pause it right there. Now, the area that you were speaking about before, is this sort of the portion of the video?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to the portion of the yard that you were talking about in indication of no footprints or anything that you observed that.
Yeah, 5 hours of snow later, there wouldn't be.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could just.
And on top of it, 5 hours earlier, the snow was like this. Now it's like this. There would not be.
Thank you.
Just a thought.
And Ms. Gilman, you can take it down.
Even 3 hours later. Just a thought. The footprints would be fresh.
Now, Sergeant Good, you had spoke
So
about
you had-
as well some
I have a good
photographs that were
point.
taken to Memorial.
Boy, I love it when I get a good point. When you have to use a blower to remove the snow to get to the ground to see the evidence, would you not have to use the blower to blow the snow off the whole yard to see if you can find a footprint? Because if the evidence is this deep under that much snow, you're not going to find footprints, y'all.
Memorialize the area of where Mr. O'Keefe.
I should have been a little.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Her sighs are bothering me. She seems exasperated. But at least it's not just on one side today. I want to see the defense hammer that in. At 2 o'clock in the morning, there was that much snow. It's that much snow at 7 a.m. Please tell me where the footprints would be under the snow. I would have said, why didn't you just blow the whole yard? You're good at blowing. Did I say that? I almost said something else, y'all. You can use your imagination what I almost said. You're good at it.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is 34 Fairview.
Sorry, I'm getting comfortable again. I have to wiggle a little in my
Ms.
seat.
Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 8 up on the screen.
This is asinine. Yeah.
What's up on the screen? Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed?
Please
on that day?
understand,
Yes.
when I
could ask you to
started
put
this,
forward in that book before
I
you
don't know anything. I don't have any opinion on who's innocent or guilt.
And Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 10.
Over here. I don't have any opinion on guilt or innocence. I'm an alternate juror. But I
Sergeant,
tell
what's
you
up on the
right
screen?
now,
Is that what you have before you with Exhibit 10?
Yes.
And
They don't
simply,
have
do you
crap.
recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a scene where our officers and the witnesses found Officer O'Keefe.
And if you could, using that laser pointer you have before you direct the jury's attention.
oh,
to
poor
where-
mama. Oh, there's daddy.
where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Objection, hearsay.
No, I'll allow that.
Go ahead, sir.
Exactly. Oh,
Sir, if I
you
could
get a
ask you
round
to,
of
flip forward in
applause
that
for
book just a
that
little bit
one,
more,
my
to
dear
what's been marked as
friend.
Exhibit 20A.
Andriel? Yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have that exhibit on the screen as well.
I said that way earlier. Where are the tire marks?
If you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 28.
No, we got
Yes, that's the curbing.
And as far as the curbing is concerned, how is it sort of cleared off in this particular area?
I kicked it.
We'd have kick it off with our shoe to clear it off so we could actually see it, make a mark of it.
What do you want?
And again, that area that you were directed to, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was found, you observed that in this photograph of Exhibit 28 as well?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph that is.
Y'all should see my snack bar over here.
And I may approach this to
Yes.
Oh, my brain hurts.
lastly, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 27. Sergeant, do you recognize that?
I do.
Ms. Gilman, if we could have 27 on the screen.
I turned my fan on. Let me know if you can hear it.
And Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen as and before you as Exhibit 27? Sorry, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 27?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in this.
Yeah, where's the tire treads? Match them to the SUV.
So we have the blood, and then right here is the broken drinking glass that was located.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
May I approach this to retrieve?
Yes.
Go. I have a huge problem with all of this. I mean, you were so focused on the glass and the blood.
I may have just a moment here.
You say
Yes.
she hit him. Where's the freaking tire marks? And if as wet as it is and the snow goes on top of it, and then as it starts to freeze, as it thaws, they would still be there. Wouldn't they?
Following your time on scene that morning, sir, where did you go from there?
Once we cleared 34 Fairview, I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And the items that you were talking about as far as the blood, which you believe to be blood droplets in the snow and the piece of a cocktail glass, what, if anything, did you or other officers do with regard to that?
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
Detective Sergeant Lank transported those back to the police department.
Again, just one moment, Sean.
Okay.
I want you to see how many notes I have.
Sean.
All right.
Look at this.
Eddie.
Thank you, Rona.
All of this is just for these days. Woo! We're at a cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Afternoon.
Sir, you and I have never met, correct?
No,
We've never spoken.
no,
Sergeant Good, you grew up in Canton.
I did.
You attended Canton Public Schools.
I did.
You graduated from Canton High School.
I did.
That would have been in 1998.
Yes.
Is it true that in your graduating class was somebody named Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You
Had
knew
to let the
Courtney
girl
Proctor.
out.
Yes.
You knew her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
Also in your graduating class was somebody named Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes.
You knew her, or you now know her, to be Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
Christopher Albert is married to Jill Daniels' sister, correct?
Yes.
And you know Christopher Albert as Brian Albert's brother, correct?
Yes.
So it is fair to say that you graduated high school with Michael Proctor's sister and Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And, growing up in Canton and, working for 18 years as a Canton police officer, you're well familiar with the Albert family of Canton, correct?
Okay, whoa, whoa, whoa,
I
whoa,
work with
whoa.
one of them.
You know that the Albert family is a
Whoa, whoa.
well-known family in Canton.
Sorry, I got to go back on that. I had a brain cramp.
You graduated from Canton High School?
I'm going to go back just a hair because I had a brain cramp.
No.
Have you ever worked on an investigation or a case with Kevin Albert?
Sorry about that, y'all.
No.
Sergeant Good, you grew up in Canton?
I did.
You attended Canton Public Schools?
I did.
You graduated from Canton High School?
I did.
That would have been in 1998?
Yes.
Is it true that in your graduating class was somebody named Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
Also in your graduating class was somebody named Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes.
You knew her, or you now know her, to be Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
Christopher Albert is married to Jill Daniels' sister, correct?
Yes.
And you know Christopher Albert as Brian Albert's brother, correct?
Yes.
So it is fair to say that you graduated high school with Michael Proctor's sister and Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And, growing up in Canton and, working for 18 years as a Canton police officer, you're well familiar with the Albert family of Canton, correct?
I work with one of them.
You know that the Albert family is a well-known family in Canton, correct?
Sure.
The Albert family is well connected to the town of Canton, correct?
I don't know what you mean by connected. They live in Canton. Yes.
All right, well, Christopher Albert is a Canton town selectman, is he not?
Yes.
And you've already established that Kevin Albert is a Canton police officer, correct?
Yes.
And you already testified that you knew Brian Albert as well, and you knew that he was a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Yes.
In fact, he and his family lived at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
Yes.
You also knew that his family had been there for years. Before Brian Albert owned the house, his parents owned it, correct?
Yes.
Now, as of January 28th of 2022, who among the Albert family did you know either personally or professionally?
Professionally is Kevin Albert.
Okay, and what about personally?
I knew Chris.
And you know that Christopher Albert, in addition to being a town selectman, also owns a pizza place in Canton, correct?
Yes, he does.
What's the name of that pizza place?
That'd be D&E.
And have you eaten there before?
Yes,
You've seen Christopher Albert there before?
I have.
Now, on January 29th of 2022, you learned at approximately 6 a.m. that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
And as of January 29th of 2022, you knew that Brian Albert at that time, of course, was the brother of your fellow Canton police officer, Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And how long have you known Kevin Albert for?
As long as I worked at the Canton Police Department.
And that is approximately 18 years?
Coming up in 18 years, yes.
And is Kevin Albert older or younger than you or around the same age?
He's older than me.
By how many years, if you know?
I don't. Probably
Approximately?
5 years?
Have you ever shared a patrol car with Kevin Albert?
No.
Have you ever worked on an investigation or a case with Kevin Albert?
I probably have. Yeah.
In addition to being a colleague, would you also consider Kevin Albert to be a friend?
Yeah, we've socially hung out after work.
And because he is a fellow Canton police officer, you'd expect that he would have your back in a crisis, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll let him have it.
I hope he would defend me while working. Yes, he's a police officer.
You would certainly protect him in a crisis, correct?
At work, when we're police officers, yes.
Sure. Well, even out of work, if he was in a crisis, you'd probably help, correct?
I don't know what you're asking.
Well, there is
He's
a
not going to
teamwork
want to answer that, y'all.
is part and parcel of being a police officer with your fellow officers, correct?
Sure,
It's a dangerous job.
sure,
You need to have each other's back.
sure,
You need to depend on your fellow officers, correct?
sure.
And it's been said there's a brotherhood among police officers, correct?
To a fact,
And, when you meet another police officer, he or she will tell you that they're, quote, on the job, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And
Not.
in terms of, depending on your fellow officers, you're taught all this beginning in the police academy, correct?
Objection.
I
No,
would
he can
agree
have
with you
that.
on that, Andrea.
what am I taught?
Well, I'm asking you. With regard to the teamwork.
Marcos, how are you
and,
doing today?
Having each other's backs and, working together and depending on each other, you're taught that starting in.
Sure,
And it's reinforced over the years by superior officers and your colleagues, correct?
sure.
Now, you were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case, correct?
Assigned as the what?
You were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case.
I don't know reconstruction analysis. No, I was the patrol supervisor that day.
Are you downplaying it or did they just get it wrong? Y'all, if I'm wrenching in pain, it's because I have a very sore roof of my mouth.
May I approach?
Yes.
So sore. I don't know what I did. It's not good. I'm gaining that up as high as I
I'm
can.
going to show you what is, not sure how many pages, but there are quite a few.
Okay.
It's a,
Your Honor, if you could not describe what he's showing to the witness and
Yeah,
just show
just go
it to
ahead
him.
and show it to him.
sure. I'm going to direct you, I'm taking up the first 4 pages and directing you just to the 5th page.
Okay.
And specifically the second paragraph, and it's numbered number 2.
These little
Okay.
M&Ms are hard as
I will
heck to
ask
eat.
you if you've seen that before.
I've been praying for you, beloved. I even prayed for you this morning.
Okay.
And I'll take it back from you.
Okay.
Did you, may-
Sure.
thank you. Do you recognize what this is?
Looks like some state police form.
Okay. Is it a,
Why don't you not ask him? He just answered what he thought it was.
are you familiar with a collision analysis and reconstruction section, a CARS report?
I know the state police has a cars section that handles motor vehicle homicide.
Does this appear to be a CARS report?
I've never seen one. You just showed me one. I'm not in the state police.
But you did see that your name is listed in the paragraph that I pointed out to you?
Sure.
And you're listed as Sergeant Sean Good, that's you, correct?
Mhm.
Of the Canton Police. And you were assigned as the primary investigator in this reconstruction.
Because I wrote the offense report from that day.
Well, I'm just asking you. I'm dealing with a state police report that lists you as the primary investigator with regard to the reconstruction.
Objection, Your Honor.
Whoops.
May we approach?
Sustained. Sure, why don't you all come up for a minute? Bring that, please.
Oh, y'all. Spicy. Sensei, come here. Mama's okay. Come here. It's okay. Oh my gosh. Look at the face. That is, Sensei, over here. Paul O'Keefe. Without the glasses, that is the brother to John O'Keefe. Oh, God, yeah, that hurts. Anything that hits the roof of my mouth is like hitting a nerve. As soon as we're done, I'm calling the doctor because this is really bad, y'all. It is like ground up raw meat in the entire roof of my mouth. I am so hungry because I haven't really been able to eat really decently for 3 days. I graze. The oatmeal is the only thing I've eaten that hadn't hurt, but I don't want to live on oatmeal. Lay down. Down. Here they come back.
Sergeant Good, what was your
Yes, I'm going to have to do a liquid
understanding
diet.
on February 1st of 2022 regarding the Canton Police Department's role in this homicide investigation?
I believe at some point on the 29th, we recused ourselves and we weren't part of the investigation.
Oh, so you did know as of the day that John O'Keefe was found on Brian Albert's front lawn that the Canton Police had recused itself from the case, correct?
At some point, I was notified after I finished all my paperwork, yeah.
And what was your understanding of the recusal decision in terms of what Canton Police was either allowed to do or not?
Well, he had passed away, so now no matter what, it's state police investigation. It's a homicide. We do not investigate homicides.
Well, you've been a Canton police officer for 18 years, correct?
Yes.
During those 18 years, do you know how many homicide investigations have occurred in Canton?
None.
None?
Homicides? No. That I was involved in? None.
That the department was involved in?
I can't think off the top of my head, no.
So in the 18 years, this is the first homicide that your department's been involved in, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that
Wow.
although the state police have primary jurisdiction, they work hand in hand with local departments, usually, unless there's a conflict of interest?
Yes.
So in this case, you learned that there was a conflict of interest. And my question to you is, what did that mean in terms of your potential involvement in the investigation once that conflict was determined?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Were you the primary investigator for the Canton Police Department as of February 1st?
No.
Did you participate with the state police in any part of the reconstruction?
No.
Now, Sergeant Good, who is Brian Higgins?
He is a ATF agent that has a satellite office out of the Canton Police Department.
And when did you come to meet him?
I have no idea when he started. It's been years.
Years, over a decade?
I don't think so, but maybe.
Between 5 and 10 years?
Sure.
And how often?
What the hell just happened? Did I just accidentally do something, y'all?
Would you agree with me, Sergeant Good, that you're arriving on scene at approximately 6:16 a.m. on January 29th?
Yes.
And I'd ask you to review and compare your dash cam video with the top dash cam video for the next 30 seconds or a minute, please. And
Okay.
I'll ask you some questions after that.
Sure.
Sorry, my mouth is hurting so bad, y'all. Wish I could numb it. I don't have anything to numb it with. Yeah, it's going to be yogurt. Oh. The state is not going to put somebody as a lead investigator that's not the lead investigator, so don't give me that BS.
Sergeant Good, does it
Somebody
appear as though
represented him, if not
the
himself.
Top dash cam shows the exact same thing as the bottom dash cam, just from a different vantage point?
Yes.
Can you play it for another 20, 30 seconds?
Hmm. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to do a soft diet. Even my own tongue kills me.
Were you able to see when people are moving, or when somebody's moving in the top version, they're also moving in the bottom version, just again from different vantage points?
Yes.
So do these both appear to be fair and accurate representations of the dash cams that were going on at that time?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Whose
Okay,
vehicle
I'd like
is
to see
that?
Counselor Sidebar for just 1 second on this.
I've already put a phone call in. I did that first thing this morning before hopping on. I am waiting for them to call back. I will tell you, I am a 3-time cancer survivor. Doesn't look good. Could be an infection. I remember eating Doritos, and I remember feeling a little zip and a zing, like I maybe accidentally cut it. But it's just horrible looking in there. So I'll call them back when we're done. Monday mornings are super hard for doctors. I know, I was married to one. Super, super hard for doctors to answer phone calls as quickly as it would be on a Wednesday, Thursday. I have so many to go through. She may have already, let me see.
So this will now become Exhibit 16. We had it as a placeholder from before. It was 379, and on Friday, we said that it would stay as 16, assuming it was put in evidence. That's what you have, Tori and Jim? Great.
Okay, we can take that off the screen. Thank you. Now, Sergeant Good, you've testified that you got there at about 6:16 a.m. and relying on Exhibit 16 that I placed before you, correct?
Okay. Yes.
You stayed on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You left maybe around 7:50 a.m. or so?
Correct.
And during the beginning part of the 1 hour and 40 minutes that you were on scene, with all the vehicles that we've just seen at around 6:16 a.m. and for the first 10, 15 minutes with all those lights flashing, you never saw Brian Albert come out of his house, correct?
Correct.
And did you see first responders working on John O'Keefe when you were there?
No.
He had already been loaded into the ambulance at that time?
Correct.
So you didn't see him actually being scooped up and put on a stretcher, correct?
I don't recall. No.
And with regard to the remainder of the time that you were on scene, up until all the way through 7:50 in the morning, did you ever see Brian Albert come out of his home?
No.
Did you ever see anyone come out of the Albert residence?
Other than Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe, no.
Were you aware when you entered the Albert residence that morning that John O'Keefe was found on his front lawn wearing only one shoe, black in color?
I was not aware of him missing a shoe, no.
While you were there, you were listening to the questions that Sergeant Lang was asking Brian Albert?
Yes,
Did you ever hear Sergeant Lang ask Brian Albert that morning if he knew where the other shoe was that was black in color?
Objection.
Sustained.
While you were there, did you ever hear Sergeant Lang ask Brian Albert when he learned that John O'Keefe was lying on his front lawn?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew that Brian Albert, as a Boston police officer, is a first responder, correct?
yes,
All police officers are first responders, correct?
yes,
You know from your training that all police officers have to receive CPR and other necessary training to be first responders, correct?
yes.
At any point in time, did you ask Brian Albert why he didn't come out of his house?
No,
Did Sergeant Lang, in your presence, ask him why he didn't come out of his house?
Objection.
Sustained.
After clearing the scene at 7:50 in the morning, did you go back to the station?
I did.
Do you know whether or not Kevin Albert was working that day?
I don't.
Did you see Kevin Albert that day?
I don't recall seeing him.
Did you speak with Kevin Albert that day?
No,
Now, since that day, it's been almost 2.5 years. You've continued working on the same police force as Kevin Albert, correct?
yes,
At some point in time, you and Kevin Albert discussed the fact that you were one of the first responding officers to his brother's home for this tragic incident, correct?
yes,
It's a very unique situation, correct?
yes.
Many officers under the department were interested to know what you saw and heard that day, correct?
Sure.
At what point in time after January 29th did Kevin Albert broach the topic with you as to what had happened on January 29th?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. I don't recall ever immediately talking to Kevin Albert about the incident. No.
Right, well, you had said that you don't recall talking to him that day, but certainly within a couple of weeks, the two of you caught up, correct?
I can't remember. No.
I'm sorry?
I can't recall that. No.
Within a couple of months, you talked about it?
Sure.
And when you say sure, sir, I take that as you're saying, well, if you really want to go there, I'll give you the sure answer. You have to answer yes or no.
Okay. Yes.
So you answer yes or no if you
Yeah.
can, and if you can't, you can't. So
Right.
ask the question again or just move on, please.
Now,
Do you recall where you were when you and Kevin Albert discussed what had happened on January 29th?
No.
Do you recall who else was present?
No.
Do you recall whether it was in person or over the phone?
I don't recall. No.
You certainly told him what you observed and heard that day, correct?
breathing on the
Yes.
damn mic.
Now, when you arrived, you were on scene not only to assist with, first aid and secure the scene, but as a first responder, your job is to assess the situation and also make an initial determination about gathering evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You'd be on the lookout for any physical evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you'd certainly be on high alert for any individual who made any statement about what may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
That's important not only for treatment purposes of somebody who apparently is hurt, but also for investigative purposes, correct?
Correct.
And again, you were the third officer on the scene by minutes in terms of the other two officers arriving before you, correct?
Yes.
And while you were on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes, and by the way, when I say on scene, it's clear to you that I'm asking you about 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
There was no scene at the Canton Police Department, correct?
No, I'm talking about 34 Fairview.
Of course, a scene is where something happened, correct?
Yes.
While you were on scene at 34 Fairview for an hour and 40 minutes, did you ever once hear Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I did not.
And you wrote a report regarding this, correct?
I did.
You are trained over your 18 years that you include every important detail in that report, correct?
Correct.
Certainly a statement by Karen Reed screaming out, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, would have been an important detail that you would have included in your report, correct?
Yes.
You do not intentionally omit, I should say, any important details from your report, correct?
Correct.
You did not include that language, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in your report, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you didn't include it is that you never heard those words come out of Karen Reed's mouth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now getting back to, potential physical evidence, if you're at a potential crime scene, you want to find what you can, correct?
Correct.
You want to properly secure any physical evidence, right?
Correct.
In order to assist the investigation, you're prepared to conduct a thorough search for evidence that may shed light on what had happened, correct?
Correct.
And you did participate in a thorough search in this case, did you not?
The best we could in the elements that we were dealing with. Yes.
You had previously, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off
Nope.
if I did. You had previously testified,
Oh,
and I think I'm quoting you, the leaf blower worked great, correct?
Yes.
why would you do that?
You would agree with me that with that leaf blower, your department was able to actually get down to the bare ground, correct?
Yes.
How much evidence got blown away? Come on, chase the
And
tail.
you were directed to the precise area where John O'Keefe had been laying, correct?
Yes.
And so you knew the area that needed to be searched, correct?
Yes.
You certainly want to properly search around that area, correct?
Correct.
And after John O'Keefe was in the ambulance and then transported to the hospital, that was the very area that you were eyeballing, correct?
Yes.
And you visually searched that area as best you could in the conditions, correct?
Yes.
And you tried to be as careful as you could be.
Yes.
You did not want to miss anything.
Correct.
You took the job very seriously.
Yes.
In addition to scouring the area with your eyes, did you use your hands to search in the snow?
I don't remember doing that. I was recording it.
I'm sorry.
I don't remember it that way. I was recording the scene.
I see. Okay. Did you see other officers using their hands to search the scene?
I don't recall it that.
You recall officers using their feet to clear some areas?
Yes.
And you were the one that actually got your leaf blower, correct?
I did.
First time you ever used that in an investigation, fair to say?
Yes.
And your search was thorough enough, and when I say your search, I mean your department search in addition to your observations. It was thorough enough that you actually did recover small droplets of blood, correct?
We did.
Who was it that collected those blood droplets?
That was Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Lang.
In addition to the blood droplets, you were looking for anything else that might be out of place there?
Sure.
Small items,
Of course.
large items?
Anything.
And as you were on scene, it was starting to get lighter as the morning progressed, correct?
Yes.
And again, you didn't clear the scene until almost 8 a.m.
Correct.
And you searched and were keeping alert to what was around you for the time that you were on scene, correct?
Yes.
During that 1 hour, I should say, and 40 minutes, you did not find 45 pieces of red and black and clear taillight pieces at 34th Fairview, correct?
No.
How many pieces of taillight did you find on or around that property?
That morning, none.
Did you find a men's hat, black in color?
No.
Did you find a size 12 men's shoe, black in color?
No.
Now, you would agree that it's important to preserve and secure a crime scene?
Yes.
Why is that?
You don't want the crime scene to be contaminated.
And you also do not want, and you'd like to prevent a crime scene from also being manipulated. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what steps were taken, either by you or in your presence, to close off and secure the crime scene at 34th Fairview?
We had crime scene tape up while we were there, and then we also had Officer Mulaney on the road.
And when you say you had Officer Mulaney on the road, you mean blocking off
Yeah.
the road?
Correct.
Are you aware of something called a crime scene log?
No.
You recall being trained in the academy that when there is a crime scene that needs to be preserved, it is advisable to set up a log so that all personnel are required to sign in and sign out. Again, to prevent contamination and to prevent manipulation. Do you not recall that training?
I don't recall that, no.
With regard to the fact that it was actively snowing at the time, did you consider putting a tent around the area to prevent and minimize the environmental intrusions like the snow?
It would have been useless.
Did you utilize any heaters to assist in melting the snow in that area?
No.
And before you cleared the scene, or I should say when you cleared the scene, did you post an officer to guard the scene so that nobody could get in or out?
No.
How long was the road closed off for?
While we were there, so those 2 hours.
All right. And then after the 2 hours, there was nobody guarding the scene. Would you agree?
Yes, correct.
The road was not closed off.
No.
That crime scene was open to the public.
Correct.
So with regard to, a crime scene log, a tent, heaters, keeping an officer there to make sure nobody got in or out of that crime scene, you would agree none of those protocols were followed, correct?
I don't believe there is a protocol for a tent in our policy.
Okay. So I guess leave the tent out of it. None
Okay.
of those other protocols were followed, correct?
Correct.
And certainly a tent was not put up either.
No.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to your police report, going back to that, your report clearly listed persons involved in the case, correct?
Correct.
And that police report is generated by computer software, correct? That's
Yeah.
particular to police reports?
Correct.
And that's one of the categories that you can fill in, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that with regard to all of the persons involved listed in your police report, everybody's first name and last name was completely spelled out except for one? Would you agree with that?
I don't. I believe those names were entered by Detective Sergeant Lang.
Okay, but certainly the report has your name on it, correct?
Correct.
So you would review the report before
Sure.
submitting it in your name, correct?
Correct.
So regardless of who entered or didn't enter, my question remains, which is that with regard to the persons involved listed in that report, everybody's name, first and last, is spelled out except for one, correct?
Correct.
Whose name was not spelled out completely?
I don't know.
May I approach?
Okay.
Page 2, Counsel. And I just
Thank
ask
you.
you to look at it silently and then look up at me when you're done. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to whose name was not completely spelled out?
Correct.
Who was that?
Brian Albert.
Did you omit Brian Albert's first name to mask the fact that he was involved?
No. No.
Do you know who Colin Albert is?
I know that he is Chris Albert's son.
And so therefore he'd be Brian Albert's nephew?
Yes.
Anywhere in your report, do you mention that Colin Albert was present at 34 Fairview the night of January 28th going into January 29th?
No.
Now, would you agree with me that this report also lists home addresses for everyone in the persons involved section, except for one person?
Can I see the sheet again, please?
Of course.
Thank you.
This is the same, if I may approach,
Yes.
this is the same sheet that I sent you last time.
Thank you.
Take your time with it, sir. Thank you. And Sergeant, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What am I talking about?
Brian Higgins.
Okay. So with regard to Brian Higgins, his home address was not listed on there, correct?
Correct.
And what address was listed for Brian Higgins?
1492 Washington Street.
And what is significant about that address?
It's the town of Canton.
It's the Town of Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Now, Brian Higgins was not an involved person because he was an investigator on the case, correct?
Correct.
He was not involved in this case in an official capacity, correct?
Correct.
You were, right?
Yes.
So listing the Canton Police Department as Sergeant Sean Good's address would be appropriate. Would you agree?
Yes.
Why was Brian Higgins' address listed at as the Canton Police Department?
I don't know.
But that is something that you kept in your report, correct?
Correct.
Now, I also want to ask you something else about your police report. And I want to focus on whether it was altered after it was first submitted, okay? If I can,
Hold on. Do you have your report with you?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have a copy for him, Mr. Yannetti? Yes, sure. Go ahead. No, that's okay.
I've placed a document before you. Feel free to familiarize yourself with it. And please look up at me when you're done.
Good.
Does that appear to be your police report, sir?
Yes.
Now, and with the court's permission, I'd actually like the officer to have the report in front of him when I ask him these questions.
Okay. But nothing's going up on the screen, right?
Not yet.
Okay. So approach before it does.
I will, I promise.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm directing your attention to the first page.
Okay.
You will agree with me that this report is submitted with regard to incident number 22-87-OF,
Correct.
and this is call number 22-449, correct?
Correct.
The date and time reported is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 06:08, correct?
Correct.
Which would be in military time, 6:08 a.m.
Correct.
The report date and time is listed as January 29th of 2022.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. So why don't we come to sidebar now? And trying to do this at sidebar now. Okay, so the same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. So we'll see you tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning's a half day.
Jurors, if you would fold and close your notebooks, leaving them on the chairs, taking all your belongings, follow me, all rise.
Goodbye.
I know my mic is off. Hold on. I'm sorry. I hate it when you get those calls, y'all. Okay, y'all, this is the end of day. I look forward to seeing y'all tomorrow. We are having a interesting time. It's a hot mess over here with this witness. And oh my gosh, y'all. It is a lot. I am a little bit perplexed by this last testimony. Names not spelt right, missing addresses being put in for the home is actually the PD department. There's just a hot mess. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through and highlight and kind of pick out some of the important stuff. Oh, what else are they doing? Okay, now they're done. And then we're going to do a quick run through tomorrow morning. It is a half day tomorrow. Y'all, it's going to only get spicier because he's not done with this guy at all. He's only halfway done. So please have a blessed day. Enjoy your day. Hug your kids, hug your family and loved ones. And I will see you guys tomorrow. It starts about 8 a.m. I'll be here at 8 a.m. Luckily, we have good weather for the rest of the week, so I won't have any traveling problems like I did this morning. Yes, hot mess for sure. Yeah, I know I'm muted. I'm sorry. We had some bells and stuff going on, and I didn't want y'all to hear it. But y'all have a great day. Get some rest. Now I get to go work on my makeup studio. All right, guys. Bye-bye. We'll see you tomorrow, 8 a.m. And we'll also do birthdays.